Alrighty, it looks like we are ready to send it live for our next run. Once again, I am Ghost Kumar. I'm going to be hosting this wonderful run here by James Picard _ 007, Schtolteheim, and ChampionBeef. Please take it away.
All right, good morning to you from Salt Lake City. I am James Picard 007. These are my fellow runners and commentator.
My name is Schtolteheim.
My name is ChampionBeef. You might recognize me. I'm a general trails runner, and we did this last year for you all. Excited to do it again.
And I'm dowolf, just sort of here. Like, I'm always going to be here. Can't get rid of me.
Constant presence, dowolf, everyone. And this is going to be a any % easy mixed turbo run of The Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky, second chapter. Mixed turbo is
It's easier to
Yeah.
explain once we get into the meat of the run.
basically exceed at a thing where we can make a lot of things move fast. And we're going to be using that for the most part, except for about general movement, because as you'll see, it can get kind of bonky otherwise.
That said, this is still going to be a very fast, very frenetic, very action-packed speed run for you all this morning. So, you ready to lead us off?
Oh, no, but let's get into it anyways.
All right. Want me to count us down?
I will count us down.
All right.
So here we go in 3, 2, 1,
go!
launch. All right, so it's kind of hard to condense, but a short recap of first chapter. Estelle and her adoptive brother Joshua run around the country of Liberal getting their bracer work done. And while they were doing that, they kind of stumbled onto a coup and helped stop that. But at the very end, we found out it was actually instigated and backed by a secret society known as Ouroboros. And Joshua was an unknown sleeper agent for them. So he kind of took off to try and stop them, but not before declaring his love for Estelle. And her father, Cassius, here has told her that, and she's a little distraught, so she's going to go back home and try and find him.
Indeed, this game takes place the day after the events of Sky the First Chapter, and you are immediately dropped right in the thick of it. We are introduced to a new character named Insensitive Jerk. Oh, sorry, his name is Kevin.
Father, Insensitive Jerk. He is a priest.
Right, my mistake. And Kevin helps her negotiate her trauma and eventually come to grips with the fact that, Joshua is gone. But he can still be found. And that is the motivation that sets up Estelle for the events of this game.
And here we're going to take a quick trip home because we're kind of clinging to hope that maybe Joshua just went home.
Yeah, Estelle's having a little denial action where she's just like, yeah, Estelle, Joshua didn't run away and leave me all alone and go try to resolve his dark past by himself. He surely just went home after all these events. He's just tired, right?
I do think it's a really nice touch how here the overworld theme from the previous game plays before this game really sets the gears in motion. Estelle still has her old first chapter clothes as well before she gets her makeover.
Yeah, we get a small 2-month time skip after this cutscene here.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And as you can see, we're kind of going really fast through these cutscenes. Like the character animations are moving very quickly compared to our movement on the field map a little bit earlier. That's what mixed turbo is we're just using turbo for just the battles and the cutscenes rather than everything.
Yeah, it strikes a nice balance between being fast and being controllable for us, because God forbid we try to move at 6 times speed on the field, and watchable.
Handle that.
Mm-hmm.
It is also worth noting.
I don't know why you're looking at me.
It is also worth noting that 6 times speed in this game enables a lot of glitches that were not ever meant to be in this game.
Yeah,
there are glitches that you don't need.
It's kind of hard to call it a glitchless run when you do that. You'll just run into glitches all by yourself.
Look, just because stairs stop working doesn't...
Stairs should not stop working. It is solid mass.
And yet here I am falling through them.
Well, that sounds like a you problem.
Skill issue.
All right, the silver wheel, golden wings time.
Oh yes. We are going to gush for hours and hours and hours about this soundtrack. It's the reason why I got into this series in the first place, and it really stands the test of time. Like, I consider this soundtrack to be one of the most timeless things made in a video game.
You can turn these movies off, but for the sake of viewing experience and also just having some of the story later on makes sense, and also, actually having credits.
Man, I haven't seen these in years.
We left them on for you guys, and yeah, I haven't seen them in years either.
And it also kind of gives us a break because like we are constantly holding in order to get turbo going, so it gives us a little time to relax.
Are these interlaced? These are surprisingly smooth.
Yeah, they
really
must
are.
have upscaled them at some point. I don't remember it being this smooth.
Yeah, this is some Wi-Fi 2X stuff.
Maybe it's the 720p? I don't think most of us play normally at that.
Maybe that is like an optical illusion. Smaller resolutions can make stuff seem smoother.
Well, I mean, it also was just never made to be ran in 1080p. Some of the backgrounds
I mean, this
flip off the sides of the game.
This is true. It was not meant to be run in 16:9 either. So that's going to cause some weirdness at some points in the game.
Nothing bad. It's just
No,
sometimes
no.
like you can see the like wrapped background texture just end, and there's just black lines.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we don't get anything on the caliber of Olivier self-combusting for your amusement in this game.
No, but somebody found one of those in Azure actually.
Ooh. Do tell. Well, we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
In 3 years. But
Thanks for inviting us back, RPG Limit Break.
We love you all.
I don't know why they keep letting me on.
I don't know why they have us clowns on here either. But that's neither here nor there. What is here and right now is we've got a prologue to work through where Estelle has been training at the local Canyon, which is a bracer training facility where she's been upping her combat skills and just generally becoming a better and more well-rounded bracer on her path to adulthood.
Yeah, that opening movie was actually just a training montage.
Basically,
Not foreshadowing, just a training montage.
ignore the edgy white-haired dude with the long sword.
But we also get introduced to another character here named Annalise. She's going to be a party member for just the prologue. She is cuteness incarnate. Her entire character is just cute.
She's best girl.
Well, she eats, lives, and breathes and sleeps cute.
Yes.
That's all she cares about, is if things are cute or not.
I can't believe you betray
And
Estelle
then-
like that for best girl.
But you got to remember, she is invincible.
She is invincible.
Or is she?
Hopefully,
Or is she?
I don't know if we're going to run into that specific victory quote. That's a little inside joke in the community.
hopefully we can. We've got a few chances. So basically, this is all just an extended tutorial. So
Yep.
here we're going to pick up a recipe book. We're actually only going to use once.
It's also a staple in the Trails series that you get a new set of your orbments, which is a system they'll get into more. It's kind of like a materia system, but they always seem to say that they upgraded it and made it better, which generally ends up meaning, yeah, all the good stuff you collected the previous game, it is worthless now.
Yep.
But we get so many bigger stats. The numbers are so much larger.
I mean, at least it's giving some very decently lore-accurate reason for why you lose all your stuff.
Yeah, it's slightly more believable than like Samus losing her power armor every game.
Yeah.
In terms of the orbment system, like they mentioned, it's basically a materia system where it's a second slot of equipments that you have,
Yep.
where you equip things called quartz. Quartz come in different elements, the colors of them, and they give you generally stat boosts, stuff like extra evasion, extra attack, extra HP.
Yep.
But they also have a color element associated with them, and a number of that element that they give you, and that's how you unlock your magic abilities.
So here we have the combat tutorial where we're introduced to arts and crafts, including chain crafts. This is the only time you'll ever see it in the run. Bye, chain crafts.
I hope you enjoyed those chain
Yeah.
crafts.
Beautiful
used-
new ability to do a combo technique in battle that is completely undertuned horribly to the just. I'm pretty sure every casual playthrough has never used them past the tutorial dungeon either.
In fairness, they do have a lot of really unique mechanics to them, such as the people who go later in the chain crafts do more damage. And I don't know if it's the case in Sky's second chapter, but at least in the third chapter, there's a hidden mechanic of chain crafts where if you use what's called an S-craft, which is basically your ultimate ability, after doing a chain craft, you actually deal more damage.
Unfortunately, none of this is relevant to second chapter.
Yeah.
Are we sure that's not just a glitch? 'Cause that sounds like a glitch.
I don't know how it could be a glitch, but maybe?
Falcom
Maybe-
does a lot of dumb stuff intentionally.
Maybe it considers
Fair.
the S-craft as part of the chain craft?
I don't
Because
know.
the characters who go later in the chain craft deal more damage.
Yeah, that said, the bread and butter of our offensive strategy in this game is mainly going to be arts. we do get a lot of use out of crafts in the form of S crafts, which are super powerful attacks, like limit breaks basically, that every character has when they get a certain amount of craft points, CP. When you get the necessary craft points for an S craft, you can activate it whenever you want. You can interrupt the current turn order and just S craft whenever you want. That is called S breaking, or just breaking for short. So if we refer to, you can break this, or we just break this here, that's what we're referring to.
The green bar you can see on the character's tooltips in the bottom corner, that is our craft points. The blue bar is our EP, which is basically our standard magic power, or what we use to cast arts. And then HP is our hit points, and we don't want that reaching 0. Actually, we do sometimes, but not often.
So,
By his arts.
this is Kurt. He's going to be our first boss. He's not really challenging.
He's giving a good pattern, though.
Very good.
is.
We don't want to see him heal. Not
He does tend to heal when he does this, though, like there.
like there.
Like
not
if
an
he
actual.
if he just stays in place, he's less inclined to attack you.
Because he can't.
But you got the kill. That was pretty decent.
Yeah, 1 heal is not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, healing's not a problem. It just eats up a little time.
I'm sure
Yeah.
everyone who started this game, who's watching right now, who started it on hard, thinking that this would be about as easy, or it'd be about relative to Trails in the Sky first chapter. Yeah, that was way quicker than that
that's
is going to go in casual on hard difficulties.
Not starting it on Nightmare. That's
By my arts, you will make a new save on normal.
The differences between easy mode and hard mode, or even normal mode, is on normal mode, Kurt there gets an extra ability for that fight that can instant kill you.
Yep.
And that is one of the reasons we run on easy. The major easy differences are obviously take a lot less damage. The one that's most impactful, though, is enemies cannot move towards you very often. They have like 1 or 2 movement squares instead of like the 8 or 9 they're supposed to.
Yeah. So what's going on here again?
Apparently, we have been attacked by some Jaegers.
Oh.
Jaegers being akin to mercenaries in the Trails world. And they seem to have dumped us off somewhere without our equipment.
Oh, that's
Trouble.
sketch.
So, fun fact, we just mentioned that we lost all of our equipment. The game doesn't actually update you losing your equipment until you level up or open the menu.
I didn't know that, actually.
Okay.
So, like, if you get into a battle and you were to attack something, the game would still think you have your weapons on. You would do full damage.
Huh.
But as soon as you level up or open the menu and the game like actually reads your state, it's like, oh, you don't actually have your weapons and armor.
So that's why you don't equip them here, because technically you still have them. Huh, that's neat. This has been
Not that you need them anyways.
This has been Sky SC Fun Facts with ChampionBeef.
I'm just thinking, is there any way I could have used this in higher difficulty runs? And
Probably
no,
not.
the prologue is still impossible.
We do retrieve our equipment in these chests here.
Our weapons, at least. We don't get our armor back.
Yeah,
Because
fair.
it's easy mode. We don't take damage anyways.
Well, not much.
Nothing hurts us until like
Until pretty late into the game.
Until somebody takes my ice cream from the freezer without asking.
That's emotional damage.
And it hurts. I could have solved that with butter ripple, but I got no butter ripple.
oh.
So in earlier routes of this game, we would actually grind in this forest for about 25 minutes. We would be grinding some monster ingredients from the monsters so that we can do a bunch of cooking later. That's been routed out, and it, grinding for 25 minutes or so generally is not very fast.
Shinoa, thankfully, has saved us from that hell. Or it was Shinoa, right?
Yeah, we should.
Yeah. Shinoa has been... He's a big community member, and he's been a very big help in routing and optimizing these games.
Yeah, usually I end up translating the Japanese routes, and then for a number of games he's gone back through them and, not only tidied them up and tightened up the strats, but in some cases done like full-on rerouting for some of the games, using them as a basis.
Machine translated chaos plant. I can practically hear dowolf fuming behind me.
I keep saying, if you want to have someone who actually knows Japanese help you do these translations, you can always ask me, and you never do.
Where I asked you for reverie help when you weren't in the streams.
I was sitting, I had work.
I love this couch.
I mean, I did it in 2 days, and it was a video anyways, so it wouldn't have been that helpful.
But yeah, we are back at the Bracer Guild Training Lodge, and we're investigating the mess they left behind. We have one last destination here in the prologue. Turns out we can still use the orbment station here, but we don't need any more. We are off to Grimsel Fortress to investigate what on earth is going on.
Yeah, the prologue is a bit unique in this game in the sense that instead of like walking around on a field map and highways and stuff, you kind of just teleport to the locations you want to go, and boy, that would have been nice.
Yeah, it's unlike the rest of the game.
Yeah.
You do fly on airships between major cities between chapters, which you didn't do in FC. But outside of that, you're traveling on foot all the time, every time, except for the trams in the final chapter. But like that's 4 hours away.
Got plenty of time.
Yeah, I think in universe this is super rocky terrain, so land vehicles don't really make sense in the barrel.
Yeah, this region is based on like Alpine Switzerland.
Also, we only get to take trams if I remember to open them.
Yeah, you kind of got to remember that.
It's the hardest part.
Don't worry, I'll pester you about it. Just like how you'll pester me to remember to visit the house in Chapter 4. Because I always forget that.
Which house?
Our house. The bright house when you're doing the sweep for the fog boundaries.
I don't know if you had trouble with that or you had trouble with like one of the locations for the people who fall asleep.
Speaking of trouble, it's a little dark in here, don't you think?
Just a bit. Thankfully, we do have a panacea for this. Are you not picking up the night vision goggles?
What's night vision goggles?
That thing I need in Chapter 8. There's a pair in Chapter 6.
Oh, there is. You'll have to tell me where it is because I don't remember.
Well,
it's in one of the rooms, either right before the dark room or the dark room itself.
Okay, that makes sense. There's like a copy of it in the
Yeah.
lab. I actually didn't know that.
So there's the darkness mechanic in the game where you have some. There's 3 dark rooms in the entire game technically.
Yeah. The first 2 are relatively fine. You can actually navigate those without the night vision goggles. The one Beef has to do in Chapter 8, though, that one is pain.
Yeah, it's 3 screens wide and it's very.
It's a very
up and down, topsy-turvy.
Yeah, it's a very long, winding path with a lot of branching dead ends.
And if you get into a battle while you're in a dark room, you're not wearing night vision goggles, you are affected by blindness, so all of your attacks are going to miss. That might not matter on easy, but from the look of it. But
Well, why would we ever try to attack anything?
you do have 100%. We do have a 100% run chance in this game.
Yeah, that
It's
is
basically
something
cheating.
very nice about the
Yes.
Sky games is there's no runaway chance. It's just you run.
Yeah, it's guaranteed except on bosses where you just can't run. Speaking of bosses, this is a Jaeger who suspiciously has all of Kurt's moves and uses Kurt's same weapon. Our strategy against him is to wear him down with arts and then blow him up with S-Breaks.
That kind of ended up having to be the strat for me on Nightmare, or not Nightmare. I played on Hard, but this fight was the one that gave me the most trouble. I didn't actually have as much trouble on Kurt, but this fight, I still have nightmares about.
Yeah, Nightmare, that isn't quite good enough for this. You need to just make a ton of food.
Yep.
Yeah, one of the older strats used food on that fight.
and there we finally got Annalise to say she is invincible.
Or is she?
And that is clutching the prologue because, oh, guess what? It wasn't a real Jaeger attack. It was just Kurt goofing around.
No.
The racers who were in charge of training us this whole time. How could they do this to us?
It's just inconceivable. How could they do this?
Yeah, we need to throw this Kurt out and get a better Kurt.
You're going to have to wait a while for that.
The other
We're gonna-
Kurt is just swords, though.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait like, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games for a better Kurt.
It's
Just
just
a little bit of foreshadowing there. Don't pay any attention to any of those characters.
I also regret to inform you that Kurt in CS3 and 4 runs doesn't exist either. he is benched 100% of the time he is benchable.
I forgot Kurt was in 3 and 4 outright. I'm gonna be honest. It's been a while. It's been a while for me.
I mean, it is also 4 in the morning. So, to Chapter 1 we go. We get some exposition here about the events of the first chapter. This is the final dungeon from the previous game, and that is the ruined remains of the final boss.
But this is not Howled Light of the Sealed Land, which is unacceptable.
Yeah, it's just... they really dropped the ball there.
They really.
For shame. We are back in Liberl. We're not here in Gransel for long, though. We are headed to Rouen for our first assignment as a senior bracer.
Here we get to choose one of our first party members for basically who sticks with us the entire run. We're going to be picking Agate because big strong does big damage.
The run doesn't actually die if you pick Shara. In fact, previous routes did use Shara, but the current route we have uses Agate because he's just stronger.
Okay, so I want to take a minute here because, Annalise is laying out her feelings for Estelle here, real deep stuff. She feels they should be something more than they are now, rivals.
Yeah. What did you think they were talking about?
I mean, Estelle is cute, and we established that Annalise is all about cute.
I mean, Bestelle.
Yep.
Look, they're going to be way less subtle about it in later games, so we'll deal with certain other characters. So.
And here we have a meeting with Mr. Mueller-Vander, who we have an stiff bed war for.
Hey, do you want to kill him?
I mean, I like the guy, for all that he shows up in Cold Steel, which is very not much.
Mueller's cool.
I mean, he's pretty... Man, I can't even say he's useful in third because he's not.
It is kind of a shame.
He's dead weight on. We don't ever use him, ideally.
Yeah.
But I mean, if we kill him, then it's going to cause timeline issues.
Unfortunately, yes. Well, kill in air quotes. Joshua may be edgy the hedgy, but even he can't finish off Mueller.
It's Trails. No one dies.
Yeah.
I mean,
Except in this game.
One person who does.
I mean, he snap the necks of the people outside the.
Oh yeah, he does.
But
He just casually kills like a dozen people. No big
we're
deal.
getting ahead of ourselves here.
Way
right.
ahead of ourselves.
This is a standard talk to the relevant people segment.
Which is different from your talk to the everyone segments, which we thought this was until the reroute.
Oh really?
Yeah, this was originally a talk to everyone.
Ah.
Yeah, you only
But
have to
then-
talk to about like 5 or 6 key people.
Yeah, usually your other party members. Here we only have like 2 or 3 other party members, so we're just talking to some of the crew members on the plane.
This is really just a tutorial for telling you that you should be talking to everyone, everywhere, all the time.
Yeah, it's conditioning you for NPC sweeps.
Which we are going to be. Wait, are we going to be doing it?
What?
Nah.
Nah.
So here we are in Rouen, and we're going to be getting our first job. I hope you're all excited because it is ghost busting.
Dun 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 dun.
Dun, 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 dun.
I love how Kumo and I share a single brain cell.
We have shared many a lengthy Discord conversations about the dumbest things.
So here we're going to probably what is one of the worst fights in the game. Not because it's hard, but just because the RNG of how these enemies are going to be moving can really, really slow you down.
This is one of the fights where the strat gets them most of the way dead, but not all of the way, so you kind of have to improvise the last bit based on what they do.
And it only gets them almost all the way dead if they actually cooperate. They can do stuff that just completely throws off the strat. Because
Yeah.
we're going to be trying to AoE them with some arts. But if
And-
they move out of the AoE, then you just can't do anything about it.
Bosses also get more extreme turn bonuses. You see those next to the character faces on the top left corner of the screen.
Yeah.
One of them is a 50% HP heal. You can imagine why that becomes a problem. That said, they're cooperating right now. That's what we want them to
Yes.
do.
You're still good, you're still good.
That's still all right. You can Wild Rage. This is why we use Agate. He's a massive CP battery.
Yeah, Wild Rage sacrifices HP to gain a zillion CP, and
That should
yeah, being able to S-break basically on command is pretty okay.
It is worth mentioning the 200 SP bonus where you get like an empowered S-craft really comes in handy at times like this. Also, These guys, if I remember right, they can revive each other.
They can.
revive each other when they get the low health. They can do an instant kill on you.
Yeah, so you want them dead pretty quick.
That overall was
There's
average.
That could have been much worse,
Yeah.
especially because the one guy got that 50% HP heal. He definitely could have gone back and revived his teammates, but he chose not to.
so overall that went fairly well, you
Yeah.
know, compared to how it could have gone.
Yeah, we take those.
Yeah, that's a perfectly acceptable fight for sure. That was more towards the realm of good rather than bad.
Yeah.
And so here we're just following up some leads about our ghostly friend.
It is also worth noting that that boss fight in particular, the game kind of treats as a tutorial to those turn bonuses. For whatever reason, that fight has so many more turn bonuses, and also has like the tier 2 turn bonuses, like the 50%
Yeah.
HP heal and 50% strength up, a lot more crits. Those aren't common. Those are reserved for like very specific fights, but for some reason they put those turn bonuses on that fight. Probably because they figured you needed a little extra help against all the BS those bosses can do.
Yeah.
But sometimes it just works against you.
Because that's like the first real boss fight outside of the tutorial stuff in the prologue. Not if you're playing on hard, I should clarify.
Oh, or no, you got yeah. So like we were mentioning earlier, you can S break in to skip into the turn order. That does mean you can steal turn bonuses away.
Yep.
Yep.
Which is sort of how you make those turn bonuses benefit you more often than not. Is you see a 50% HP heal? Well, that's mine now, boss.
Yeah. It is generally easier to do that on keyboard and mouse because you have shortcuts. The 1, 2, 3, and 4 keys can you can just rattle off S breaks just like that.
There's nothing for controller on, Scott?
Nope.
You have to press left or right on
Yeah.
D-pad.
Oh, you have to actually select them.
Yeah.
Wow,
I
okay.
think they added like a shortcut menu in later games like Crossbell.
Yeah. By,
Yeah, like
by
hold
crossbow they
R1
do,
and then
yep.
tap a button.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, look at this precocious child.
Oh, what a lovely little aristocratic family.
There is certainly nothing else with these characters. I'm sure we'll never see them later.
There's no reason for them to have portraits.
But yeah, why do they have portraits if they're not? You're right, they're probably not going to be important.
Trails just gives portraits to, Trails gives portraits out to anybody
We
these
probably,
days.
I mean,
I mean, they gave portraits to the bandits that they originally didn't have.
I mean, true.
Like those bandit bosses we just fought didn't have portraits in the first chapter, but now they do.
And here we have the wonderful theme of looking up to the sky.
Oh, yeah.
And that name will be on the test later. As in, it is unironically on the test later.
It
I'm
is.
Not even kidding.
Yep.
There's a later game where that is on the test.
As is Hollow Light of the Sealed Land. But yeah, this is one of the first games that fan favorite composer Takahiro Unisuga worked on during his very illustrious tenure at Falcom. And he adds a very welcome spice to the game's soundtrack. He did a lot of fan favorite tracks like Looking Up to the Sky. He did Fateful Confrontation, the major boss theme for the game. And he did a lot of stuff relating to the final chapter, which I will get into later.
Yeah, Unisuga is great. Although Fateful Confrontation is a track that I like to call the most Falcom that ever Falcomed, because the kind of motifs that it goes through, like, were kind of emblematic of a lot of the games of this era
Very
in
much
the
so.
Falcom. Like, his prints are all over games like East Origin.
Yep, like Silent Desert from East Origin is a very similar track.
What we're doing here in game is, like we mentioned, we're on a ghost hunt, and we're checking around this region to various places because we've gotten intel that various people, conveniently that are on the two opposite ends of the region, have seen the shadow. So we need to go and interview them to get more information.
Get used to that. There is unfortunately a fair bit of backtracking here.
There's a fair bit of backtracking, but it's offset by the fact that you don't have to go through the areas initially because you just airship to them.
This is true.
Where in first chapter you have both the trip initially into the region on foot, and then you have to do all the normal backtracking and walking around that the chapter requires of you.
You don't have to effectively circumnavigate the whole country like you do in FC until Chapter 8.
Well, forget all that. Let's go shopping.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this was a rather infamous shop in FC, but we do not get infinite money here.
Yeah, unfortunately, we did that once, and they banned us from cooking, so no more breaking the economy.
Let us cook.
Okay, we're done.
I mean, this makes perfect sense to me. You should be able to sell your crafted goods for more than the total cost of the ingredients.
Yeah, you should. You know, basic economics.
I mean, I think it's also the fault of the shopkeeper who just kept buying our stuff in the first place.
As long as they're selling it to someone else, no one has to be hurt by this.
Look, they
You
really
think
like
they'd
baked
Selling ice
potatoes.
cream, it doesn't exactly keep very well.
Who needs 700 ice creams?
I do.
We do?
Why
I
do you
I
not?
use 700.
Look, if we had a freezer at this event, we would go through 700 ice creams this week, guaranteed.
Well, yeah.
I mean, we go through 300 ice creams in the run.
This is true, yeah. Not to mention the jelly beans.
So here, I guess Father Insensitive Jerk was teaching those children that we just picked up, and he's now asking us to escort him back to Ruan because he's an insensitive jerk.
What's
And-
very nice about it is he does count as a party member here, which means as soon as he leaves at like 2 screens after 0 combats, he's just gonna drop all of his stuff into our inventory.
Yep.
That
And,
kind of became a thing they had to fix eventually.
And that's how we get armor back from Estelle. We just take it from Kevin.
Yep. He's an insensitive jerk, but he's a useful insensitive jerk.
We are going to take an encounter here to Wild Rage with Agate. We'd like to have some CP for the next forced encounter coming up, and we don't want to have to Wild Rage in that fight,
Yeah.
because if we Wild Rage in that fight, Agate's going to die.
That's your bread and butter strat for a lot of these early fights. Agate is a very good, what we call CP battery, where he can generate CP either for himself or for others, depending on what CP battery you're talking about. And then you can just use that to fire off crafts and S breaks like nobody's business.
But as you saw, it does cost him 70% of his HP.
Yep.
And you can kill him that way.
Yeah. Other party members across the series do have that same skill.
And
Yeah.
it's always broken.
Kevin in particular is the other type of CP battery, where he has a craft that expends 65 of his craft points to give 40 craft points to everybody else in AoE range.
So right now, we have a bit of an argument of the political variety, but we have a convenient sideshow to quell all the tensions here. Violence creates nothing. To you, I offer this song. A gentle, sad song to encourage you to overcome that which divides your hearts and join hands as one. In my reverie, this bridge I see carries me through the blue, and I cross its path in the hopes of reaching you. Yet as I search, my footing fades, breaking up in the sky, and these lonely winds, they drive a wedge between you and I. If this fleeting wish is doomed to fade, a wish with no hopes of coming true, then may it leave at least a scar. Let it be my memento of you. The very first promise I ever made, a promise that I could never keep. I hold your tears to my chest, for my broken heart must weep. This amber reverie will remain with me for all time.
That cutscene is kind of special, that you cannot accelerate it at all. If you hit the turbo button, he'll just start strumming that loot double time.
Yeah, he will just absolutely shred that loot. There is nothing you can do there but wait.
Yeah, we call those BGM gated cutscenes. There's a number of them in first chapter, and I think there's only 2?
I
Two or
think only
three?
2.
There are a lot in SC, but they're in more subtle ways. Like there are some cutscenes that only progress once the current music fades out. Chapter 6 is a good example when you're opening.
Yeah, when you're going to the boat on the boat.
Yep, and when you're opening the door to the glorious room.
Yes. Those are a little different because they don't require like a song to play. It's just more of a fade out. But yeah, some cutscenes Turbo just doesn't help us. It does lead to some very funny things, particularly with the other cutscene later on, we're going to be turboing through the cutscene, and the game's going to be playing multiple BGM gated audios at once, and they all start to overlap.
Oh, it's
And
great.
Estelle's basically going to be performing a harmonica a cappella by herself.
She is a solo harmonica ensemble.
Yeah, so we've been joined now by Dorothy, who's camera person for the local newspaper, and by local I mean kingdom-wide newspaper. And it's also totally not the Grandmaster. Don't you worry about that.
You know, just local things.
Yeah, she's a guest character. We don't have too many of these in the game, but basically they're combatants in combat, but they don't actually do anything for the most part. Like Dorothy can take a picture of an enemy and potentially blind it, but
Most of the enemies we fight are immune to blind when we
both
have her.
that and I mean, we don't fight any enemies. We fight like one, but if they get killed in combat, it's game over.
They do disrupt the turn order a little bit, which can be nice when you see that 50% HP turn going to them and not an enemy.
True.
Also,
but all the
our
same-
new favorite girl has joined the party.
Ah,
This is Chloe. She's the best artscaster in the game, and despite us
Not even
using arts
close.
for this entire run, we're going to bench her immediately after this chapter.
yep.
Make me sad. She was
And you may be
ironclad
wondering
in my
why,
run.
why would you not use the best arts character if you're using arts all game? And the answer is she just doesn't have the greatest availability, and she's not really forced for anything except for the very end of the game.
Yeah.
Um,
You get Shara, who is the secondary arts caster we use for much of the game. You get her at the end of chapter 3.
we also just don't have enough quartz to gear both Estelle as an arts caster, Chloe as an arts caster, and Shara as an arts caster.
Yep.
And we want to be using Estelle and Shara because Estelle in particular is forced for the entire run.
Yeah. The other issue with Chloe is that her quartz grid, which is a personalized set of how their orbit system works, Chloe's is very good generally, but it's not the best in this run because her arts affinity, she's water affined, does not exactly match with the kinds of arts that we use in the run.
Yeah, she
Yeah, the
has like
problem
three. She has like 3 water slots or something.
Yeah, which
ridiculous
means
like
that she has 3 slots on her orbit grid that you can only use water quartz for.
And the problem with water quartz in particular, casually they're fine, but they don't really have any AoE spells. They only have one, and it's a very small AoE, so it's not really useful to AoE with.
Yeah.
Water is primarily the healing element, and for whatever reason, heal spells in this game do not scale with your magic stat. They are just flat.
We also don't really need healing spells inside of battle anyways.
It is also. It is also worth noting that her bird has got quite a bit nerfed since the first game.
Yeah, her craft's got nerfed. Her S-craft doesn't deal damage, it only heals, so until the very end of the game.
Yeah.
So it's just a combination of a lot of factors. Shara also gets, later on we'll be seeing, she has an ability that gives us an effect called Accelerate, meaning anybody she hits with that ability on our side immediately gets their turn.
Yep.
And that's about as strong as it sounds.
Yeah. Shara and Estelle, well, Estelle's forced, but Shara just overall has more utility, and her orbment grid is better tuned to what we need to do in the run.
Yeah, usage in a Trails game does not necessarily reflect how much we love the character.
Yeah.
Believe me, everyone I know wanted to use Estelle more in 3rd.
Oh, God, did we ever?
Unfortunately for Estelle, she's actually paper stat-wise, she's very not good.
Estelle suffers from the problem of being a generalist in a game that very heavily emphasizes min-maxing and specialization.
And in terms of being a generalist, she's one of the worst generalist characters that exist. Where Joshua's better, Shara's better. I wouldn't say Tita's better, because Tita's actually more physical based, but
She gets a nice glow up in later games, though.
yeah, Estelle has her own niche when she returns in some of the later games.
Sorry, spoiler.
She's on the
Spoilers, there's
cover
more
of
games
half
this
of them.
year.
What are you talking about?
I mean, we're all getting ahead with future games. We probably should be talking about this one right here.
Oh, sorry. So,
Yeah, we're here. We found the source of the ghost. And Estelle passed out after seeing it because, of course, she did.
Yeah, of course.
She is a big scared of ghosts. She gets over it, sort of.
Kind of.
But that's also a later game thing.
Yeah.
So we come to this old abandoned schoolhouse because this is where we trace the ghost to, and we find this hidden basement that has a bunch of monsters in it, because that's of course what you have right next to a school of budding young youth that can't defend themselves.
Yeah.
Is a school with an underground passage full of very deadly monsters.
Yep. So this is the Moki, we fight this boss twice here in Chapter 1. And this is pretty much your introduction to how to use elemental efficiencies. Because this boss specifically is weak to Earth, being a wind-elemented monster.
And apparently it's sexy and cute.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was Dorothy trying to take a picture there. You saw that resist come up. She was trying to do her blind ability to help us out, but unfortunately she could not.
Yeah. I remember when I was playing casually on hard mode, this boss one-shot Dorothy before any of my characters got a turn and gave me an instant game over. And that was when I made a new save on normal.
Yeah, this game can be very, very rude with guest characters. Luckily, after that fight, our characters were like, hey, Dorothy, this is going to be really dangerous. You should stay behind.
Yeah.
And fortunately for us, she's not the brightest bulb in the basket, but she does listen to us.
Yes.
Don't make fun of her. I love her.
I mean, she is great, but what I said wasn't wrong.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
She is.
Unless she really is just the
I mean,
Grandmaster
it
playing dumb.
is
Ooh, crit.
definitely an app.
I mean, that doesn't matter for this fight, right?
I mean, yeah, but
That's
it's
super,
still
it's
nice.
Wait, no Dragon Edge?
Oh, right.
I
Oops.
mean,
It doesn't matter much.
why waste, drag edge when we have a crit?
Four of
Because
them.
you don't need the crit?
Eh.
Sorry. 4 of them are already dead anyway. This
Oh.
fight isn't that bad.
Don't mind if I chime in with a couple donations?
Go for it.
Sure.
I do have responsibilities as a host, after all. So I just want to say we got $50 from Gumbolt, $50 from Ringorian, and a $5 anonymous donation, all with no comment, but we really do appreciate your donations coming in.
Wow.
And we also got $10 from Manix, a good friend of ours.
Hey!
Hey.
Thanks, Mannix.
It just says, hey friends, I just wanted to wish you good luck. And if that's not enough, there's a quartz for it in the Nebel Valley chest. Donation goes towards saving our boy Vander Mueller.
Hey.
P.S. Does the green-haired guy have a name?
Maybe?
Onion?
he?
Onion?
Onion, yeah,
Onion.
Sunyon?
sounds right to me.
So in this section, we just did a monster chest there for a cast 2 quartz. That is a quartz that cuts the time it takes for us to cast our arts. So since we're using arts as our bread and butter, that's a really important quartz that we'll be making a lot of later.
Oh, yeah.
This part in particular in the older routes, we didn't pick up that cast chest. What we picked up was, what we would pick up is a Zarum powder chest, which is an item that restores 100 CP to a character. It's weird how the 2 routes do this dungeon completely differently.
Yeah. There has been a lot of diversions over time in how certain things are done.
Wait, why is Estelle moved up?
Yeah, that was my goof.
It was a misclick. This boss isn't that bad, though, especially because it didn't cast. Oh,
That's fine, just rather.
yeah. We pick up a lot of reviving bombs for safety. So you just walk over there and bam, there she is.
Unlike the first game, where reviving bombs heal 100 when you res, which is, a very small amount of your HP in total consideration, they heal about 1,000 in this game, which at this point is a lot of HP, but by the end of the game, it's still going to be absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
However, you get upgraded reviving bombs by
Yep.
then, called
You get-
celestial bombs.
Yep, and those heal all your HP?
10,000.
10,000. Okay, so effectively all your HP.
Not casually, but speedrun-wise, yes.
Yes. So here we get into...
Hey, combat. We don't need to.
Oh, you don't need to rage before this?
No,
Well,
you
I'm
do
going to
need
do a different run.
Oh.
I mean, yes, we do want to rage, but I'm going to hit one closer to the...
Gotcha.
Yeah, less chance of getting bopped afterwards then.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So we'll be doing this a few times. Is we take a random encounter to just get into it in rage because we want to get that CP for the next boss fight.
Yep.
Get up here.
and we meet our first Ouroboros agent. This is Enforcer number 10, Bleu Blanc, the Phantom Thief. I'd like to remind everyone this game came out in English 2 years before Persona 5.
Wait,
I like the
Only
Phantom
2
Thief is a new
years?
concept.
wait, it must have been more than 2 years.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
feel
wasn't Persona 5 at least 2013?
SC was 2015.
Oh, you're talking about PC.
All right, banger bust theme alert.
Yeah.
even still, I'm pretty sure 5 wasn't out.
5 was 2017 in English, wasn't it?
2016 in Japanese.
5 is 2017 in Japanese, right?
It's 2016.
Okay.
We are very
Kuro.
bad at
No, we are not talking about the boss fight.
yeah, this boss fight's pretty much the same as what we've been going through. Arts are our bread and butter. Ideally, you want to use Stone Impact on Olivier to AoE some of these ads down. Fortunately, they moved in such a way that that didn't really work out for us, so there's still one alive that we'll have to take care of eventually. The movement penalty on easy means they don't really do anything at all in this entire fight, so you can kind of just let them be.
Yeah. At this point, since there's only one of them left, we have Estelle clean them up. And then everyone else just focuses down the boss. Agate does normal attacks because they are still stronger than whatever arts he's got. And then Chloe and Olivier spam arts against him.
It can also be extremely beneficial to leave one of them alive like this, because this boss, if all the ads are dead, or maybe just whenever he feels like it, he can summon more ads. And if there's one up like there is now, he might not do that.
Yeah.
We didn't get any resummons here, thankfully, so we can just finish off this fight pretty easily.
Very nice fight.
That definitely had gotten a lot worse.
Yeah.
So here, Blue Blanc is using his Shadow Clone Jutsu on us by pinning our shadows with knives, so we are paralyzed. Thankfully, Dorothy ignores our warning from early and takes a picture of Blue Blanc, and the flash changes our shadows, so we get freed of his shadow prison. And then, as all good enemies do, they can just teleport out of any dangerous situation they're in.
The moral of this chapter's story, sometimes stupid works.
And thus starts a lengthy tradition of you showing up, fighting boss saying, I did what I came here for, and peacing out.
Even Dorothy got in on the that won't be necessary bit.
Oh my god. Anyway, I love Blue Blanc. He's great.
Yeah.
He's a very recurring character in the series. After this, he starts, for pure fun, sport, and enjoyment, he steals things close to the protagonists.
Yep.
And makes you do a whole bunch of follow the letter chains.
Yeah, there actually is
to
one of them.
reclaim them.
There actually is one of them in FC. You just, don't know that person.
Yeah,
is
you don't
important
know
at
it's
the time.
him.
So here we're at the end of the chapter. Chloe's no longer a forced party member, so she's going to give up all of her quartz into our inventory, and we're just going to move on with the game without her because she is no longer needed.
Yep.
But we still love our favorite little princess.
We love her, but we're still going to rob her blind.
Yep.
As tradition.
If you've played only Cold Steel, you will recognize quite a few of these characters, like Blue Blanc, which we just saw, and other characters who make appearances and have different roles in Cold Steel, like Olivier, our lovely neighborhood bard over there.
I don't understand. Olivier is just a wandering bard. I don't remember any wandering bards joining the party in Cold Steel.
That's because he's actually a dandy.
Excuse me, my mistake.
I mean, he doesn't actually ever join the party in CS 1 and 2 at least.
This is true.
Okay, fine. Whatever. Look,
And then when he joins you in CS 3, he is in his bard outfit.
Yeah.
Okay. I've been technicality into oblivion.
We are 2 games in, and we still have not enough time to explain the context for even the previous game.
Absolutely not.
If we get to CS at some point, I am scared for the amount of backlog we have to explain.
Oh,
I hope we just don't.
For 1 and 2, we can ignore it. But yeah, 3 and 4.
Yeah.
Well, 3 and 4, you have skip all cutscenes, so we don't have to explain the story at all because you don't ever see the
Doesn't that
story.
mean we have to explain the story more?
no.
No, because you can't keep track of what's going on anyways. I don't remember. the
If we
order.
ignore the story, it doesn't exist.
I don't remember the order of the cutscenes anyways.
Anyways, new branch, and this is Zeiss.
Zeiss, one of my favorite cities in the game.
Hey guys, I'm feeling kind of hungry. You want to go stop by Cinnabon?
Yeah.
Because we're going to come over here and we're going to meet everybody's favorite cinnamon roll, Tita.
Cheetah is a mostly physical-based character. Her weapon is a giant orbit gun that you probably shouldn't be giving a kid her age, but you know, we're all for it here.
You know, that's just standard parenting in the Russell household. Just ask Erica.
She's got a very good quartz grid that has some space quartz, which makes you really want to build arts with her. But her standout capabilities are actually in her physical DPS. She has actually a ridiculously high strength growth. Turns out giant cannons do a lot of damage.
She's somewhat similar to like an Est archetype in Fire Emblem, where she starts out very weak, particularly in first chapter, but as you go through the trilogy, she does get markedly stronger.
Yeah, she's early on, she's actually just straight up like glass cannon. She's got very low defense, very low HP, but her attack stat is kind of through the roof, and her basic attack uniquely does AoE damage on its own. Normally you need a craft or S-break to do anything AoE. That's so rude.
It is so rude. We'll talk about that here shortly.
Yeah, that doesn't count, does it?
No, we're not actually trying to.
Do we ever decide on the mount? Are we doing 5?
I was just doing 2.
Ooh, do I have to get a whiteboard?
Sure.
Yes.
Yo, production, can I get a whiteboard?
Give him the
Let's do this
We
again.
forgot about that.
Make sure to write the kanji correctly this time.
No. Oh,
So-
God.
Or
yeah.
Kumo's gonna get mad at you again.
So what we're talking about is, in just a bit here, we're going to be doing a small bit of grinding for a rare encounter called Shining Palm. We ran into one right there, but we don't have the right party members with us right now.
Yeah.
We couldn't take advantage of it.
They're basically your metal slimes. Very
They give-
tanky, very dodgy, very difficult to hit, but they give tons of experience points.
And tons of Sepith, which is also very important for our run. Sepith is the material that we need to make quartz and also open our Orban slots with.
Yep, and we do need a lot of Sepith in this run. We don't actually buy much stuff. Like, we buy, I think, 5 weapons, 3 pieces of armor, and then a suite of anti-status accessories. But most of our time in the shops is spent synthing quartz.
Or opening slots.
Yep. So we also pick up a lot of Sepith chests throughout the run.
In first chapter, the Shining Palm encounters, last year we did a donation for every time we had to run away from them.
Yep.
Because in first chapter, what palms are just on the field. You can see them when you enter the screen, and you can force encounters with them so long as they spawn. And we needed specific turn bonuses in order to defeat them in first chapter.
Yeah.
This game, we aren't reliant on the turn bonuses, but there's no longer enemy symbols or visual indications there's a Shining Palm on the map.
Yep.
They're just part of other encounters. So instead of running away from the encounter to get the right turn bonus, we have to run away from the encounter to spawn the palm if it doesn't.
And their spawn rate is generally much lower here than it is in first chapter. Like, their spawn rate in FC is actually rather generous.
Yeah, it really is. But as a result of that, they are way harder to kill in first chapter.
Yeah. So I did $5 per palm reset in FC. I think in SC I'm just going to do 2.
Yeah, SC has the potential for both more resets, but also way less resets.
Yeah.
So how many did we have in the FC run? Like 35?
Something like that. God.
Yeah, it was a good number.
My wallet hated me.
But I challenge you, chat, and everybody watching the stream, $1 matching us for every palm runaway. We're going to be keeping track here for you guys. Well, we're going to be having that going until basically the end of chapter 7.
Yep.
For reference, right now we're still only on chapter 2.
There are 3 times we grind palms throughout the run. 1 for each of us, actually.
Yeah, fortunately, it's a lot less grinding than first chapter is.
Yeah, there's still not as much of it.
And part of that is because we are running on easy mode. There used to be a 4th grind in the final chapter, but while that one really helped you solve levels for the final bosses, you can get away without doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in the first game, you might remember that there was no XP rubber banding to catch up.
Yep.
If the max XP is 8,000, that will go down if you're over leveled enough, but it will not go up if you're under leveled too much. SC, you're finally getting to the modern day of RPGs where if you're under leveled, you're just gonna get sky high XP and it's glorious.
Yep, and that's what makes palm grinding so strong, especially in this run. That rubber banding is what lets us go into palm fights under leveled, craft very bespoke, esoteric strats to take them down and just slingshot tons and tons of levels.
Yeah, we literally, for 2 of the 3 palm fights, will literally be hitting capped EXP of 9999
Yep.
for the fight.
And you get, like, what, 15 levels from the palm grind in Chapter 4? Something like that?
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
For reference, you get 10,000 experience twice in this run from the bombs. The max experience in the entire game is only 100,000. So we get 20% of the maximum possible EXP for the entire game in 2 fights.
Yep. You don't need 200 here, do you?
Yes?
Do we?
Yeah, it says right there in the notes, 200 CP.
Oh.
Yeah.
You can just smack something instead of wild raging.
Yeah, you can smack a thing.
CP, it's kind of an interesting mechanic because there's just so many ways to get it. There's a couple items that get it to you every time you take a hit, every time you do damage. Skills like Wild Rage.
Yep.
So it's kind of a nice little resource that kind of mixes together with arts to form a more like elaborate.
Oh,
Yo.
wow!
No, wait.
First try.
Dang it,
Second try.
2. Well, okay, effectively.
Well, no. He tried the Revenant before with 195 CP and ran away.
Oh, right, fair. But still,
So-
that's a very
that is
quick,
incredible.
very quick palm grind. We were only at $2.
Oh,
We
so,
might-
so we're just counting all of them, even successes and fails? Okay.
Let's be generous. We'll count it as 2.
Oh, okay.
I think we can up it to 5.
Don't say that until we're out of Chapter 4, bud. But yeah, so what's actually going on here is we're surveying the region because there have been tons of earthquakes in the Zeiss region lately, and we're trying to get to the bottom of that because that is not natural. So we're setting up these seismographs.
And we also get attacked by a bunch of crazy sheep here. We hope they do that jump kick they just did, so they all group up and we can AoE them.
Yep.
This looks
Decent?
decent.
You can get 4 of them.
It's a shame Tita's asleep, but that's kind of fine here.
Yeah, not much you can do about that.
Look, she's like 8 years old. It's 4 in the morning. It's fine.
It's 5
It's
in
like
the morning.
13, man.
You can break with Olivier if you really want to.
I don't think that'll be necessary.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, Tita's up. We're fine. We're fine.
It can't be sure.
That won't be necessary. Cue the CS3 music.
Whatever.
But yeah. Oh,
But
Nugget.
So missing is a pretty big thing in this game with physical damage. The game really encourages you having a hit quartz, which increases your hit rate drastically.
Yeah, it's
But,
part of the reason why arts are much more reliable.
Yeah,
Alright,
we don't really get those because we don't use a lot of physical throughout this run.
Except Zin.
Okay, show of hands here. Who actually has like purposefully equipped a hit quartz in a playthrough of this game? Okay, am I the only one?
Your physical. What are you using your quartz grid on for your physical attackers? Like actual.
Magic and attack.
No, the answer is evade, but also.
Yes, that was like later.
That sounds like a skill issue, Kumo.
I didn't have a problem with it, my friend.
I mean, later games do also give you like accessories that increase your accuracy.
Yeah.
So
I mean, sure, yeah, you can do that instead
Yeah.
of a quartz, but you have to use something to boost your accuracy. Like,
Yeah.
even in the most modern games, I usually have something to boost an attacker for any physical character.
Yeah, it is interesting to note that this orbment system is much different from future games. In Cold Steel especially, quartz generally correspond 1-to-1 with a specific art they'll give you or a specific stat. You don't mix and match elemental values to get a stock of magic like you do here.
Yeah, you also don't have things like Master Quartz, which practically give it like a job system at some games.
Yep.
And which also gives you like 17 new ways of breaking the game.
We
That's
do
the most
have-
that's the most important chest in the game. If you skip it, the run will die.
Yeah, that chest has the food item that we used to grind for meatballs. And we'll be using meatballs a little bit later on to do a palm grind.
Yeah, specifically, it's the recipe for that.
Speaking of chests, so this game brought back a certain funny little thing that the localizers edited with chests. You got any ones you want to show off? Because we don't have an incentive for that one.
Not really, because I learned that the chest quote is the same if the item within the chest is the same. And we pick up a lot of very repetitive chests in this run. Like we pick up a lot of reviving bombs, a lot of EP charges, stuff like that. So this is not as much of a point here.
So here we have another fight, and we have since we picked up a chest with impede in it, that gives us this wind ability called Aerial, which was our bread and butter in first chapter. This game, we're not going to see too much use of it, but we're still going to see a good amount of use early on here with it. Oh, I see why you have problems with Agon now, is because you have him in the front row. I never move him to the front row.
I think he just moves automatically.
No, he doesn't. You moved him for the
horse.
chapter 1 boss.
Yeah, and you never moved him back, which I don't either. So, the more you know.
Well, I blame Shen.
I don't think Shin moves him back either.
I never moved him in the first place.
You don't move him up for horse?
No,
What is wrong with you?
you don't need to.
I mean, I guess that's fair. I just do it because it lets him phys attack. And I'd rather do that with him than arts, even if they can miss.
Well, I don't arch with him. I just take the turn to move up.
Oh. Yeah, if you move him up to the very front, you can attack the horse on the first turn with him. That's why I do it, at least.
So we do have a second for a donation here while we set up the next seismograph and then head to the location of the third one. We have some time for donations.
Well, I just wanted to remind everyone of what we still have for this run. We do still have the spare/kill bid war for our buddy Mueller. Just want to know what the cutoff point is so you can let the stream know.
Cutoff is the end of Chapter 3, which, for all intents and purposes, is after the fight with the tank and then Amalthea afterward. So I'll give you a little reminder.
Basically, when we switch over to Joshua.
Alrighty, we have Spare in the lead at $61 and Kill in the second place at $14. So
Wow.
about a $47 difference if you want to get that in. Also have a couple incentives for upcoming runs later today. We still have the Naming the Four Warriors Light and Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster, which is the run right after this. So don't hesitate, and don't wait on that too long, because
It is worth noting that if we have to spare Mueller, that means we lose the fight.
Yeah. It is faster.
It's
hopefully.
either him or us.
Yeah. Someone has to lose. So we got really good palm luck. Are we going to do the stupid?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm not sure what the stupid is.
Oh, don't worry about
It's
it.
glorious.
Don't worry about it.
Uh-oh. Now I'm worrying.
It's fine.
Forget
It's fine.
about it. It's fine.
We totally didn't route something on.
No, we
today's show.
totally didn't think of this on Wednesday.
Oh my god, I know what the stupid is.
Anyway, we have one more seismograph left to install, and we're heading to the Chaldea Tunnel for it, which you're going the wrong way up.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
You Philistine!
It does slow you down to do that, by the way.
I know, but it's a speed. It's not.
Unoptimal strat. Be professional, James.
Never.
This is serious business, don't you know?
Do I know?
Okay, it is 4
wait.
in the morning.
No, it's 5.
Oh, it is 5 now. How long have we been at this?
For
an hour.
So
Too
we're
long.
setting up some quartz for Estelle here. Just going to be quiet.
Yeah,
so
we're
James
going
can
to get
concentrate.
her aerial as well for the next boss fight.
More for the final boss fight, or at least final of this chapter.
Yeah, the boss of this chapter, who is weak to wind.
But also punishes you. Well, it's supposed to punish you if you AoE on that boss, but since it's easy mode,
Just tank it.
we can just face tank it. But on normal harder nightmare, if you AoE that boss, you're probably gonna wipe.
Yeah, that
yourself.
boss sucks.
I'm not even gonna lie. There's some kind of catharsis to watching some of these fights that I struggled so much with taking down. I don't care if it's a lower difficulty. The boss of this chapter is like dreadful. And
Oh, yeah.
It was, and Falcom just thinks it's a funny joke to keep bringing it back.
Yeah, like this boss reprises in Chapter 8, and it's even worse there.
And in future games.
Yeah, the next boss is an Abyss Worm, and that is a recurring enemy and/or boss fight.
Oh, I wish it
and
were only
the rest-
an Abyss Worm.
And
multiple Abyss Worms.
8 Abyss Worms.
yeah.
So Abyss Worms will counterattack if you use what magic? It'll counter.
No, it's any damage.
Any
they will
damage.
counter any damage on their turn with a huge AoE attack.
Yep. And again, so on harder difficulties, if you hit all of them,
All of them will counter you.
and all of them will kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah, on actual difficulties that aren't easy, that counterattack will deal generally anywhere from like 20 to 30% of your health on normal.
Oof.
So if you eat 5 counterattacks because you AoE'd and hit 5 enemies, it's like, yeah, I did a bunch of damage, and then you get countered 5 times, you're just wiped.
I am a genius. Oh no.
And this after prologue. This is probably the hardest chapter in Nightmare by a pretty comfortable margin.
Yeah, that makes sense.
On the flip side, Abyss Worms generally are not very dangerous if you don't AoE, because you're only needing 1 counter per worm, basically,
Yeah.
because you're focusing all your damage, and as a result of focusing all your damage, that worm goes down pretty quickly.
Alternatively, you can just kill them before they can counter.
Yeah.
With,
This run is going to be doing basically all of the above. We're going to be AoEing, we're going to be single targeting, and we're just going to be eating the counters to the face because it's easy mode, and they're not really going to damage us too much.
Yeah.
And even if they do, we have Tita's ability called Vital Cannon, which is a really, really strong AoE healing for this early in the game.
Yeah. 1,500 health is nothing to scoff at this point.
So I just want to point out real quick that a few minutes ago I just picked up a frog. That's no particular reason. I just like to get it as a reminder.
It's our good luck charm.
It's a speed run. You should hop to it.
You have been waiting too long for that, haven't you?
He's been waiting 2 days for that. That can't be more than 2 days old. Because we came up with the strat to get the frog 2 days ago.
You know, I kind of regret doing the stupid now. So there's another earthquake that we just caught right as we installed the seismographs, and it's coming from a little hot springs town in the very south of Zeiss called Elmo.
Please don't come after us, Sesame Street.
Like, it's not Elmo's fault.
Or is it?
Yeah, the hot
No.
springs for me are one of the hardest dungeons to navigate. I don't know why in particular. It's just I can never remember the layout.
That is kind of a problem with dungeons in this series. They do tend to look a bit samey.
It's not even samey for me. It's more that the older route that I used to run is the route through there is completely different because we grab a lot more different pickups than the singular pickup we pick up in this route.
Yeah, Beef has a lot of muscle memory to contend with because he's been running these games for years, and in that time they've gone through many different reroutes and optimizations, and it can lead to him crossing wires sometimes.
Yeah, especially in the caves, because the caves are very there's no map, and there's a lot of different offshoots.
Yep.
And the 3 offshoots that we used to go to are not any of the offshoots that I need to go to for the current route.
Yes. Okay. Do this before I...
Right. He's setting Agit's S-Break to beat down 2, which is a single target instead of AoE. We'll be doing that a fair bit throughout the run, depending on what bosses we're running into.
Yeah, there's in this game is one of the rare instances where we're actually swapping back and forth between S-Crafts to get intended effects off of them.
Estelle doesn't have true pummel yet, does she?
No.
And here we see the introduction of one of our RPG classic, the Environmental Hazard Dungeon.
Yay.
Yeah, for the most part, I'm going to be trying to avoid these because, like they said, the next boss is going to be doing a lot of AoE damage, and we don't want to lose too much so we can survive that because it's survivable, but we don't want to take any chances.
It is interesting seeing you navigate this from your perspective because I almost always have the camera pointed north.
Yeah, that's how I do it too.
Yeah, I like to do things different.
Ooh,
That's fine. That's
sucks.
no problem. You don't need 200 here.
Yeah, it helps. Like, he can
You'll get it back from the airstrikes and the counters.
This is true. He can still one-shot one of the worms with a crit if he doesn't have 200 CP. We should clarify, if you have 200 CP, which is the max, your S-Break is stronger.
But only if you have 200. If you have 160, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah,
for
if you have 199, nope.
And it will still spend all of that.
Yep, it'll spend all of your CP regardless of how much you have.
We passed it there, but there was also a hot spring you can stand in that just passively restores all of your HP, EP, and CP.
So this is Enforcer number 8, also known as the Lanky Wolf. Yes, that is his Japanese title.
Not like these bonuses.
He is also the presenter of the greatest GIF in the history of this series.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
If you've probably seen it before, even if you haven't played Trails or even if you don't know anything about it, just because it is surprisingly ubiquitous.
It is one of the few things that has absolutely transcended this series. That over was a mistake, but it gave us one of the greatest clips of all time.
Absolutely.
So this is the boss fight. We're using that aerial spell, which is wind, which these things are weak to, fortunately, to take out these little flyads and then also handle that first worm. Once we get down to just the bottom worm there, we're going to be using single target airstrike because it actually does more damage.
Yeah.
AoE spells in this game generally have a lower base power, even though base power is very minimal on how much it actually affects our damage.
I'm just watching you damage 2 of them, and I am afraid.
Yeah,
They
that
deal
happens.
no damage.
It is not uncommon for people to run into a boss fight like this, S-craft, hit all of them for a lot of damage thinking they've made progress, and then just
Die.
wipe.
Yep, you get real punished for it.
Yeah.
And
Sometimes
it was such torture, they thought to keep bringing it back. Sorry, continue.
Oh, that's how you use all these?
Well, I'm only doing it because I don't normally use agates quicker, but there's just no criticals that come up.
to each their own.
I
Walter,
usually-
language. Fortunately, we are saved in the nick of time
By Patrick Sy.
by Patrick Sykes, by Zin, Best Boy, who is going to become our main damage-dealing powerhouse about 3 hours from now?
No, even before that, he's still a powerhouse.
2.5.
Next chapter.
Okay, fair.
Well, no, maybe not next chapter because there's only one fight with him.
Yeah,
but,
you just use him for chip in chapter 3.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, I don't get to abuse the really broken strat with him in my segment of the run. That's when
You still get true to stand.
you get true to stand, yes, but I can't kick.
Yeah, but kicking would be no good in Bosei anyways.
True. Speaking of kick, that is what we based our prize poster for this game on. It's a very dynamic action shot of Zin doing his Thunder God kick move, and my God, LT knocked it out of the park with that one.
He really did.
You will absolutely see why we made that poster.
Oh yeah.
Because the Thunder God kick strategy is one we'll be using very much in the late game of this run to literally one-shot some of the final bosses.
Yeah. You ever wanted to one-shot phase 1 of the final boss?
Who hasn't?
So here we have our good friend and dad, Cassius Bright, practicing with the military as he is actively somewhat involved in the military of the Liberal, where a lot of things are going on. And here we see a lot of foreshadowing for later parts of the game.
Yep.
As well as Captain Schwartz, who we'll be seeing a little bit later.
Yeah, that pink-haired girl we saw there, that is former Captain Amaltea, who was involved in the coup d'etat in Sky FC and was subsequently disgraced and disbarred, along with her idol and superior, Alan Richard.
Why don't you learn from your mistakes?
Yeah, so here we take Tita with us. Unfortunately, as cute as she is, she's hitting the bench along with Chloe.
Yep.
We no longer have need of her services because, again, we're using art. She's not very arts-based, and we have the best physical DPS in the game now, Zin. So we're swapping over to using him.
We only use her for one other fight, and she's not very useful in
No.
there.
And we only use her in that fight because she's forced.
Yeah, she's forced there. But, well...
In older routes, we would actually keep Tita with us, and instead of gearing up Shara as one of our arts damage dealers for Chapter 4, we would actually be using Tita.
That sounds difficult.
It enables doing roar casting in the Heaven's Kiss, though.
Ah, that's fair. Another Talk to the Relevant People segment. God, I am dreading mine. I can never remember which ones are which.
You have no idea how often I practice these, just so I could try to do some sort of reasonable routing.
I tried to practice the orbment menus, although I don't actually have many of those in my segment.
Do I hear that we have downtime?
Go for it.
Awesome. So, as has been mentioned by the runners, we do have a prize block going on right now, all the way from, at this point now, until the Wilder Myth run, 2 runs from now in about 7-ish hours. We have 5 wonderful prizes for you, including the Trails SC commission poster, which is just a fantastic print of our newly introduced party member, Zin, doing something that you will see him absolutely just dominate with later on in this run. But we do also have a Fighter and Thief Perler from Final Fantasy I, donated by Red Silvers, who also donated our Zidane and Garnet Perlers that you saw a couple times during some of our interviews. We have a Neptunia hoodie, which was donated by Lisa Rocks for the Neptunia series, which I'm sure makes Beef at least a little bit happy. Yeah, the Pixel Remaster Collection going at $20, the Neptunia hoodie at $15, the Trails SC poster we mentioned at $10. At a $5 minimum donation, there is a Wilder Myth enamel pin set as well.
And the
And also, finally, sorry, I misspoke. The Perlers are $5. There's also a Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster Collection for the Switch, which you can also win, which has all of the Pixel Remaster games, which we'll be showing one of those after this run.
and that Steam Deck is still on offer, isn't it?
Yes, it is. So a $100 cumulative donation across the marathon. So if you've already donated, all that money that you've put towards has gone into that total. If you donate a cumulative $100, you're entered in for a chance to win a Steam Deck.
Yeah. So here we pick up a defense 3 quarts, and we also take the one Zing comes with. This combined with some creative art menuing gets us access to the highest tier Earth spell, Titanic Roar.
Yep.
Way too early in the game for the game to be balanced around it.
Yeah.
Basically, it's a full screen AoE, and it costs so much magic that we can literally only cast it once per character.
Yep.
But it's going to do absolutely absurd damage, and basically carry us through the next 3 or 4 chapters.
Like, this is a really tight route here. Defense 3 plus Mute, which we have on both Estelle and Olivier, gives you exactly the Earth Sepith value you need
And then
to
you
access
also
Titanic Roar.
need the EP cut to give the space quartz required for the actual art itself,
Yep.
as well as giving you enough. Since EP cut reduces the amount of EP it takes to cast an art because it's cutting the EP cut. That is actually almost what allows us to cast the spell.
Yep.
As a brief aside, we mentioned the Steam Deck. These games actually, from what I've heard from a lot of people, they ended up playing this series when they got to their Steam backlog on the Steam Deck. It's actually very good for that. And these games were, I believe, originally, if not originally made with portable games in mind, then they definitely had quite a bit of an influence on how they would approach games forward, because a lot of these games are on PSP. In fact, when Xseed localized this game in particular, they went out of their way to put this on PSP long after that platform was dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the games were originally for PC back in Japan in 2005, 2006.
Yep.
Then they were ported to PSP. The PSP version was what came to the US for first chapter. Second chapter took a little while, but eventually, as you said, it did come out on PSP as well.
Third did not come out on PSP though. By that point, it was 2017, and the PSP was long dead. But yeah, these games do play great on Steam Deck. I actually practiced SC during my flight over here.
Yeah. So I know we just talked about setting up Olivier there, but that's actually essentially the last fight in this chapter for this party. And we get Shara after this chapter, so Olivier is now hitting the bench along with Tita and Chloe.
Yep.
So he's going to dump all of his quartz into our inventory.
Yep, that is the
please
last
don't
time.
leave them alone with him.
Olivier as a character is very good. He's got very good arch damage. He's got decent speed. He's got an okay ass break. His crafts are decent. His orbment lines are good.
Hey!
His main problem in this game is his availability.
Yeah, he's just not in the party.
Yeah, he's gone for I think 2 chapters worth.
Yeah, you don't get him back until chapter 6.
So do we want to talk about the little pink-haired mini elephant in the room?
Oh, do we ever?
The child we just found, the child we've been trying to find this short chapter thus far.
Yeah, the story here so far for this chapter is we got word of a lost child at the Royal Villa, so we went, and it turns out she was just playing hide and seek and hiding right under the guy's nose who was looking for her, and now we need to try to find her parents.
So that's one part of the plot with this chapter. The other part is parts of Gransel, the capital city of Liberl, have been getting strange threat letters from unidentified entities, and they want the Bracer Guild to investigate that to see if they can identify the culprits. So for most of this chapter, we're going to be doing a lot of busy work. We're going to be asking people around town for testimonies and eyewitness accounts. And
Yeah, this chapter in particular is very, very backloaded on the combat and the action. For right now, there's just going to be a lot of cutscenes and walking around to people.
we don't have
There's
another
going
fight
to
for
be
like 10 minutes.
a good amount of shopping we're about to do. This game, we haven't seen it too much so far, but this game loves to spam status on you.
Oh, yeah.
As do most of the second series, or the second games in the arcs throughout the entire series. Like for the first game, like first chapter, Cold Steel 1, 0, generally they're very pretty tame on status. But as soon as you get to the second game, second chapter, Azure, CS2, CS4, status just kind of crawls out from the woodwork and overwhelms you. So what we're going to be doing to mitigate that as best we can is we're just going to be going on a shopping spree here in a moment to buy all of the coverage we need for the entire run.
Yep.
Yeah, they tend to make these games in pairs, and typically the second game, it's like, we think that you know what you're doing, so we're going to test you a little bit harder. That's what happens for SC, for Azure, for CS2, CS4, and then especially for third, because it's kind of the oddball of the bunch.
Yeah.
It's the best one, don't at me. But
Well, we don't actually have much status to deal with in third.
yeah.
Yeah.
I will say that status is a huge thing to protect against. There's a lot of fights in this run in particular where if you don't have the right status protection on literally turn 1, you're either going to get full wiped or you're going to get full status and completely incapacitated, and that leads to a wipe.
Yeah. Everybody who's played this game knows that one fight in Chapter 7.
Yeah, there's one fight in Chapter 7 where the boss literally opens with an S-craft that has, I think, 80% chance to instant kill you.
Yep.
And if you manage to survive that, then there are 8 or 6 ads that all petrify you, which is akin to instant death.
Because if you get hit when you're petrified, you die.
And I believe if you are petrified, if all of your characters are petrified, it's just auto death.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, here's our good friend Anton.
Hey!
Everybody loves Anton.
If your friends suffer with me.
So this is our big shopping spree.
You got a moment for a donation then?
Sure.
Yeah.
Awesome. We have $5 from our good friend Freedom Pulse.
Hey!
Just behind the couch here. Just says, I have to say, James's frog pun was very riveting.
Hey.
Thank you.
Best luck to all the runners.
Thanks, Freedom.
And if you had a quick eye, you might notice that we just barely had enough money to do all that shopping. We're poor now. We've only got 152 mirror left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's hardly going to matter, though.
We also
Yeah.
pick up an item called a proxy puppet there. That is an item that if you die with that equipped, it will break the accessory, but it will restore you to full health so you don't actually get KO'd. We're going to be taking one use of that, potentially, not even guaranteed, on the
This door has
boss
cat
of
ears.
this chapter.
Mm-hmm.
And then until the end of the game, we're just going to have those sit in our inventory. And we're going to be using them on like the semi-final boss.
Yep.
And here we are at an embassy for some reason.
But part of our investigation.
Our traveling bard friend seems to have connections in high places. Why? We're not particularly sure.
And then we know Zen here is already the ambassador for Calvard, which is the other embassy that received a threat letter that we visited.
Yep. Zin is an A rank bracer, so he has a lot of standing and clout.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure our bard is just, played a lot of fancy parties.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hobnob.
Even if he was kicked out of the the thing in the first chapter.
Yeah, there's a lot of just really interesting world building on these kinds of things. Like bracers kind of operate as this sort of like guild. I mean, they're literally a guild that operates as almost kind of like a pseudo NGO and travel across countries. And that's how we're able to have party members from. We have Liberl, we have Olivier, who's from Erebonia, and we have Zin, who's from Calvard, which are two nations that are kind of historically at an uneasy, like at odds and at a shaky and very uneasy armistice.
Yeah.
It comes up a lot as we go through this series.
There has been a fair bit of conflict in recent years, namely between Liberl and Erebonia, and that was what set off a lot of the nationalistic fear-mongering and the coup d'état that we had to deal with in Sky First chapter.
Yeah, there was the whole 100 Days War, which leads into the tragic events that lead into Joshua's backstory that get mentioned at the end of first chapter, which I will get a little bit into that during this run.
That's in my segment.
Let's just say that when we start seeing our little black-haired boy, we're gonna have to go through a lot of baggage.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So here we are, chatting with the queen as, peasants such as us do.
Just casually.
And here in a moment, I just want to point out something real quick. We're kicking up an awful lot of dust in this palace.
Oh wow, you're right.
Oh my god. I never noticed. I can't unsee.
I mean, I can kind of understand this area, but look at this.
Our peasant shoes are just so dirty with the earth of Liberl that we stain these hallowed halls with our very presence.
Look, the princess is with us. It's okay. It's okay.
The who?
I've already called her princess. There's not a spoiler, okay?
Okay, fair. They did reveal that in FC.
Yeah.
Remember the stupid.
Oh, I don't think I can get that quite yet.
Oh, are we investigating threat letters right now?
Yeah, but don't we got to complete that first. Don't worry, I'll get it a little bit later. We got time.
All right.
We'll swing by.
Gotcha.
I do think it does have to be completed first.
I thought it was during the investigation.
It might be.
Do you have to get that during the investigation or after it?
I mean, you can definitely get it after.
I don't know if you. I mean, I think the save I loaded got it during.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Wouldn't hurt to check.
I mean, we're good. We're good. Because I did practice the route earlier.
And you got it after?
Yeah, I got it. Well, I don't want to get too far ahead and spoil things.
All right, just as long as it works.
It works.
Okay. We're putting too much thought into this.
I mean, for reasons we'll get into, it's a very important item.
Watch us go through all the effort and then it just...
Oh, are you gonna grab it during hide and seek then?
Yes.
Okay.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. You have to... Yeah, you're around there anyway.
I mean, you're around there either way.
Right.
Yeah. You have to walk around... You have to walk all around this godforsaken city.
Like we said, there's a lot of running around in this chapter.
Yeah. Which is partially why we're just talking about nothing here.
Got a queue for more donations.
You know what? Sure.
Awesome. We have $25 donation from Cassie with no comment. Thank you so much. We have a $100 donation from Captain BWV.
Hey!
Who was one of our runners for the game at last year's RPG Limit Break, and a big friend of our community, who also says, third is the best. Thank you.
Now that's a man of culture.
Yes, looking forward to the Glitch Showcase, and I hope to see that East 9 debug room. Good luck and have fun, guys.
You know, Captain,
Thank you.
you're more than welcome to submit with us for third next year.
We'll just have to wait and see. So we have an intermission fight here where Shara and Annalise are doing their own thing. Yes.
We love you, Anna.
God, I love Annalise.
Bless Annalise. She's actually pretty good in third.
Oh, and here we have a slight glitch. There is supposed to be somebody there, but thanks to Turbo Shenanigans, Campanella is slightly invisible.
Yeah, I noticed there are a couple glitches like that on Steam Deck where certain characters just don't appear.
Oh.
Fun fact, the name Campanella translates to Little Bell from Italian. And you're going to be seeing the word bell appear a lot in this series.
Oh, God. It's always something to do with Crossbell.
What in the world could be happening in Crossbell right now?
I remember when people were waiting for Crossbell's release, that was one of the screenshots people would post a lot, along with one from Olivier just going, Crossbell?
Yeah.
So the lore behind that is the two middle games of the series, Zero and Azure, were never really localized until literally what,
The last year.
2022 and 2023.
Yep, they
Azure
were.
came out like 4 months ago in English officially.
Yep, and that's because they were initially released on PSP, and by the time Exceed had worked through Sky first and second chapters, they were met with a choice to either localize these PSP games for what was largely a dead platform, or localize Cold Steel, which was already out on PS3 and PS Vita, which stood a better chance of surviving and actually selling well.
They were still fairly lengthy into their thing. I think the PS4 was on the horizon by the time
Yep.
CS3 was localized. They really wanted to get those ones going in the
Yeah.
West, which in
But-
some ways did pay off, but it did mean that we ended up not getting the Crossbell arcs until fairly recently.
Yeah, as a result, a group of fan translators known as the Geofront took it upon themselves to translate and edit the script as best they could, and those patches released in 2020 and 2021, respectively. They were then subsequently bought by NIS America, and those are the versions that you play in the official releases today.
And
It is
as-
worth noting that those scripts were applied to the remake version of Zero and Azure, so
Yeah.
you get some of the retcon changes in there, like having Toa and Yuna in Azure.
It also does have some implications for speedrunning, because the original version of Zero and the remastered Kai port are different in some key ways, but for all intents and purposes, most people run the official release of the game now.
Yeah,
and
we'll talk about that in a year or two.
We'll get over that barrier when we get there.
Most
Yeah.
people, beef.
and we
The
have-
Japanese runner too.
Do they?
He did a Kai run, yeah. He rerouted Kai.
Nice.
yeah, we do have a special thanks, I suppose, to give for one Scott to Urena, who sadly is not with us anymore, but helped out big time in those localizations, and I believe as well certain parts of Reverie.
Yep.
Yep.
He
Did the Lord route.
he did Lloyd's route in Reverie, and he pretty much single-handedly did Azure. That was a massive undertaking, and a lot of people were busy with other things at the time. So he took it upon himself to hammer out the script as much as he possibly could, and God, it shows.
So here we're still looking for Ren's parents, and then she decides to go all lost child on us and
Yeah.
plays hide and seek with us around the city. So we have to basically just go to a bunch of locations, see Ren leaving, and then chase after her.
Yeah, a bit of a wild goose chase here.
Meanwhile, the stuff before this with Sharon Annalise, and then we saw Joshua and the bandits there a little earlier. Basically, we're learning that the threatening letters were coming from the old people who tried to start the coup, and they're up to their no good dastardly ways again.
Yep. Including our friend Amaltea.
Frank Cruzy.
But yeah, now we're just walking around trying to retrace her steps.
Basically following riddles, because why else would a child go to a coffee house?
Yeah. Something tells me this girl knows more than she lets on. But
Yeah.
maybe it's just me.
Just a chance.
There is actually a funny little thing where if you get into a fight with her as an NPC follow-along character, she just has a preposterous amount of health.
Yeah, like more than we have at this point. Not even in a speedrun. In normal playthroughs, you'll still have more HP than your party.
All right, so there I just picked up a bamboo fish rod, which we're going to need for the final boss fight against Ganondorf.
Yep.
How are we going to reflect his light ball attack without a fishing rod? We don't have any bottles, so we can
Exactly.
use those.
And it's a turn-based game, but,
Don't worry about it.
I'm so worried.
Nah, it'll probably blow up in my
look at the
face.
fishing rod. You don't have to be worried.
Because, I take the fall if it doesn't work, because it happens in my segment. And I was the one who came up with it.
I think this was the same vehicle that ran us over in the first game.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
you're right. Speaking of glitch exhibitions, I heard we did meet that incentive.
Yes, we did. We will be showing those after the run.
Excellent.
Unfortunately, the Glitchless exhibition is going to be interesting for you all, but it doesn't really compare that much to the first chapter ones.
We don't have as much to show, but we do have some funny stuff, including something that's actually relevant to speedrunning.
Amazing.
We just
Was relevant.
yeah. We don't really do it anymore because it relies on an old patch of the game, and you can't get those anymore.
And the thing with the old patch of the game is that patch didn't have turbo.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
So you trade being able to do the glitch for adding, 5 hours to the run.
So we found Ren, and she has a letter for us, for Estelle specifically. It's from Joshua. Joshua wants to meet her at the Gurun Gate over at the border between Gransel and Relent. And wanting leads on Joshua on his whereabouts, Estelle immediately stops what she's doing and just breaks for Gurun Gate.
By
What's really
herself.
interesting is during this segment, and also the previous segment when we were walking back to the city with Ren, the game actually removes all the encounters from these highways,
Yeah.
mostly because they're like, hey, you only have one party member, let's not give you encounters. So if you're running full turbo, what's really nice is you don't have to worry about smashing into an enemy there. So here, Admiral Akbar is going to have certain feelings about this suspicious letter that we got from Joshua, because we find out Joshua's not actually here.
And we find out Amaltia is doing some funny business over in Gransel. That there is the Duke Dunan. He's a bit of a bumbling character.
Admiral Akbar, something seems different about you. Are you a spring onion?
It's a trap!
It's a trap!
It's a trap!
So we immediately discern this is a trap because we're a masterful bracer, and we get into an encounter with these two archaisms here, and they're pretty simple, so we're just going to take them out.
Hey, Joshua doesn't have green hair.
It's a phase.
Oh my god. Fun details. Some of the games you can change characters' hair colors.
Yeah, and you can give them funny little ride-along things and little blurbs above their head.
Yes.
And freeze.
Which, if I may do a very quick plug, we do have some shenanigans like that for the East 9 run later tonight, which will be run by yours truly, where you can change the food weapons. There's a bunch of other things you can do kind of like that in that game. Those are not part of the incentive, but you can change the weapons to food, which does look funny.
Nice.
Oh, is that what the badges are? Is the food
That is
weapon for-
100% what the
That is what the runner
Okay.
badge is for. I am so happy LLK made that one on a personal bias. Which shout outs to LLK, who has helped. He has been one of our graphic artists for the event for quite a while. Who's also designed our logo.
Yeah.
I was so confused why. Like, at first I thought it was Kratos, but then I was told it was Adel, and then the question that I had was like, why does he have like a skewer for a weapon instead of a sword? And I'm like, now it makes sense.
I'm so bummed, dude. Like, no disrespect intended to Benjamin here, but like the runner and volunteer badge is slightly different from the runner badge, which is the one that features Adol. So I'm just thinking, like, man, I shouldn't have been charitable.
No, definitely be charitable. We want to be charitable.
Yeah, definitely be charitable.
In exchange for hosting that run, you get the badge that's not of that run.
Darn.
Consequences.
Irony.
And for missing that run, I get the badge. Let's go.
We're going to put the goals to you next year. We're going to make you volunteer for everything. You're going to run the event by yourself, Beef.
I mean, he's used to doing things all by himself.
And when everyone in this building's been basically knocked out.
Oh yeah, that thing.
Yeah, so Ren, we figured out Ren kind of put some sleepy potion in some cookies she baked because she's a totally normal little girl.
I don't like her, you know?
And then Shara shows up, and we head to the port because we hear funny business is going on over there. But first, we're going to get set up Kevin here to have that aerial spell, so that we're able to handle these next few fights. These next few fights are a little too weak to be using Estelle's Titanic Roar, and we also want to be conserving her EP for the boss fight.
So if I recall correctly, the character that you pick at the start of the game, you get the other one
Set
for
their
this
positions?
chapter, correct? Or is
Set
it
their
always
positions?
Say again?
Did you set their
Tactic.
positions?
Formation.
Oh, yeah.
Also, do you not give Estelle the proxy here?
We don't need a proxy here.
No, I give her the proxy because she can die to the tank.
I have learned that the hard way. It's not necessarily required. It's just safety. So we have some trash fights here, which we just whittle down with Ariel, and then Estelle does nothing and just takes the hits.
We're just petting the dogs with air and a staff. That's
This
fine.
part-
It's fine.
This part can be quite annoying in casual playthroughs because they've just taken away like most of your party and given you 2 characters you haven't really done much with or set up.
Yeah.
And you don't have access to the courts your party actually has, so...
It helps at least that Shara and Kevin can both get Ariel pretty easily.
It also helps that Kevin has, in my opinion, one of the greatest types of S-crafts in the entire series.
Oh yeah.
So his S-craft lets him give full-on guard of any type for 1 turn, or if it is 200 CP, any 2 attacks. So it's basically 2 Earth Walls from this game.
Yeah, and anybody who's played this game knows how busted Earthwall is. It's a very strong, very spammable art, and having that as an S-break on demand so that you can just nullify any heavy attack the boss can throw at you, that's really good.
We don't need it at all in this run, but
No.
it's bread and butter of 3rd chapter, and it's the Earthwall in particular is really good in 1st chapter.
It's also
Yeah.
probably the only reason the harder difficulties are completable.
Yeah, they upped the EP cost of those a lot, and they're still really strong.
They nerfed that spell for every single game until they eventually just removed it from the game. Because there was just no
There's
power
no way to
level
make it
at which it
balanced.
was balanced.
It is worth noting here that the formation we did to set up Estelle in the front row here, that's a more or less AI manipulation like most of the formations we do throughout the run.
Yep.
That's keeping the soldiers attacking and focusing on her so they stay in that aerial circle that we're putting down. If we don't have Estelle there, they can move in such a way that we won't be able to hit all of them, and then we have to, do cleanup and the fight goes slower.
Anyway, here's a tank,
Yep, we get to channel our inner Kenshiro.
and we'll be killing it and the occupant. Well, okay, we won't be killing the occupant, but because of that, in the bid war to save or kill Mueller ends in just a few minutes. So
Yes.
if you really want to see him dead, or if you just want to snipe it in general, you've got a couple minutes left to do it.
And remember, if we don't beat him, he beats us.
So it is worth noting that Amalthea pulled out a thing that kind of just shut off all of the orbit technology around us. That is an important plot point here.
Yes, it is.
Kevin was able to pull out something also fairly relevant.
That's good.
That was able to cancel it. But yeah, a lot of things are shaping up here.
Good dark matter crit.
And I think both Kevin and Julia are in Fizz range.
So yeah, we get another guest character here, Julia. She's only for this fight until the end of the game, and then we're never going to use her in the end of the game. She's very armed to the teeth with quartz. She's got way better stuff than we do. She's way higher level than us. She does a lot more damage than us, so it's good to put her to use here. It's a shame she doesn't have one of her most busted crafts like she does in
Ooh. That. You can probably just revive him with Shara.
I'd heal Cher first, then Rez.
Yeah, that was just an unfortunate crit at a bad time.
Like how you can't even you can turn the difficulty down to easy and you still get these bosses that just like eviscerate you. Falcom did not play around in this era.
I mean,
No,
we are
really
a little underleveled right now.
Woefully.
Well,
underleveled.
Cher and Kevin aren't. Only Estelle's underleveled at this point because Cher and Kevin
Oh,
come
right, 'cause you
auto-leveled.
just joined. Yeah, okay.
That was just an unfortunate crit, is all it was. I'd be really interested to see what setup Shara or Julia actually has here because she has some really weird arts.
I thought you were gonna throw the meatballs there for a second.
Oh, no, we're not using up the meatball.
No, that'd be very bad. Did you check if we need the backup at all?
I'm not sure.
So surprise, 3rd fight. I blew all my resources on this on the 2nd fight. I was scared when I got to this part of my casual playthrough.
Yeah, this fight can really catch you off guard. And our situation is just a little bit jank for it. Ooh, that's...
So there, we used a spell called Lost Mobius, or Morbius.
Yeah, that's what
we're gonna be using that a lot later on to set up some of the really, really strong strategies that we have.
Yeah, do remember it will be on the test later.
My
He lays
favorite
these
part of
mines.
this game is when we then yelled it's Morbin time and then kicked all the enemies in the face.
I mean, some of those things happen.
Okay, nice recovery.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't want to say we don't care about Spiky Dude here, but sorry, Spiky Dude, you're not necessary to the rest of the run.
I mean, he leaves, Right
Kevin's just gonna ditch and dump all of his stuff in our inventory again.
and he's going to be back at the right level in Chapter 6 anyway.
Wait, why
And
does
even if
why
we-
does the cute girl have a giant?
Oh,
Why did
Oh.
you just decapitate those people?
They have
oh.
Wait,
heads.
What in God's
she
name
has
is
a
that?
Is she allowed to have a robot?
I don't think that's legal.
When did we get to this tech level? I thought we just like had airships.
Apparently, we have robots.
So Ren turns out to be an enforcer from Ouroboros known as the Angel of Slaughter.
Really?
Her parents there were also just imitations of in robots, so we don't actually need to worry about them. But she's
Ren
a big
has,
she's a
Ren,
big fat meanie.
Ren has more baggage than we could possibly get into right now.
She has more baggage in a Samsonite store.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. So yeah, the party is just a little bit shell-shocked right now.
Yeah.
But there's not much we can do but just continue our investigation into Ouroboros and their plot, and just take things as they come.
Let's go ahead and also close that bid war here.
Alrighty.
Alrighty, I will make one final refresh here.
I mean, we could probably still minute, but because we do gotta get through this cutscene, get through the airport.
Yeah, it's still only a minute or two. So
It goes by faster than you think.
Yeah, but you know, sometimes we want to let that snipe and sometimes not.
Eh.
That's all for charity.
Ready?
Doesn't matter who you pick here, we're just heading to the airport.
yeah, you go to the airport and then just have to pick your party again next chapter. So we just picked the first two because it's on controller at least it's faster.
Yeah, I mean, and everyone's gonna be there. We're not leaving anybody behind, except for wait, where's Kevin? Did anybody get Kevin?
Who's Kevin?
Oh crap!
There's a guy named Kevin.
You remember Home Alone 2?
Oh, that guy! Yeah.
Kevin.
I'm gonna kill that kid!
Ah, that must have been before my time. I knew the the one who called they called the three Stooges dorks.
Oh. Ah, man.
Okay, but yeah, we can definitely go for that. Cut off that.
Awesome. We will be sparing him.
You will be spared.
Ah. That
The
is
sparing is faster
hopefully.
generally. Sometimes
I
it
mean,
depends how
yeah.
aggro Mueller is.
This is a fight you can lose, so it progresses whether you win or lose anyway, and it really does, as Beef said, just depend on how badly Mueller wants to kill you.
and sometimes it's pretty bad. Sometimes not.
Sometimes I've had situations where I've literally killed Mueller while trying to die.
Yeah, sometimes he just doesn't kill you.
Okay, so
So here we have our good friend Joshua with his birth name listed here.
and now he is in. He's kind of dipping into his goth phase, but hasn't fully committed yet.
He's got one of the strongest spells that we'll be using throughout the game called Death Scream. You might notice that we do a lot of roaring and screaming in this game, and that's where our best girl Rarstel comes from.
Hey, nice job, Kapua.
He kind of has a dead look in his eyes. Also, we have the Capuas here, which were a bunch of Sky Bandits from the first game.
Yeah.
They're guest characters here. We can't really control them, but they also don't. They're bodies so that the enemies here don't attack Joshua.
But that's a problem with Mueller, because Mueller can sometimes attack Josette instead of you.
Yeah. There are situations that can cost you some time here. These fights are genuinely easy. 2 death screams and all the enemies go down. But they do have an ability called Freeze Rounds, which can apply the freeze status to Joshua, which makes it so you basically are incapacitated. And since all the bandits are all guest characters, you can't control them and use an item on yourself.
The one saving grace to that is that Joshua can take damage during that, and that is a good thing.
Yeah, because we want him to get lower health so that he loses to Mueller easier.
Sometimes the foot soldiers are more consistent with killing him than Mueller is.
Sometimes. But anyways, we're trying to recapture their airship here, which is why we're here in the first place.
Yep. We've got one more trash fight to deal with.
This is the dangerous one where you see freeze rounds all the time. If you see paint rounds, that just inflicts blind status, so we don't really care about that.
Yeah.
But we just don't want to see freeze rounds on Joshua. It looks like we're good here.
Yep. He's fast enough that he can get another Death Scream off before they get their next turn.
One of the nice things about Death Scream is not only is it a full screen AoE like Titanic Roar, and not only is it very, very strong, its animation is also one of the faster ones for arts.
So here's Mueller.
And we're just going to kind of move here because, we're not trying to.
Oh, you don't
Just said
attack him?
stop helping.
Attack does give you more delay. Ooh, Josette is fainted. That's actually... Oh, God.
Okay,
Mueller. There we go. Mueller. Mueller.
Wow, what is this?
There we go. Stop trying to kill me and kill me.
HP heal.
It's okay, you got a crit.
Okay.
And that's the end of it. And now, see, goth face, black aura.
Yep.
So one of the things to note there is attacking Mueller, it's like, it may seem counterproductive, but just like you, enemies have a CP gauge, and attacking them fills their CP gauge, so they're able to use stronger crafts and attacks on you than just their basic attack. So
And-
that's why attacking is better than just moving there.
And with that, the
Yes.
first third of this run has come to an end.
And we're switching off. All
All
right,
right.
Schulte, let's...
Good job, James.
Oh boy, I get to talk more crap because I know this person's.
And now it's my turn.
Come on, well, I thought we were friends here. You can talk crap about me.
yeah, but
Don't tell me who I can and can't talk crap about.
So first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going
I
to click
secretly
45.
do it to all of you. Schulte is just somebody I have the admin channel to.
But yeah, another talk to everybody segment here. I might be a bit sloppy here because I'm not used to this keyboard. I run on keyboard mouse as opposed to the other two players here who run on controller.
James runs hybrid. He uses a mouse for battles and keyboard for or controller for everything else. There are distinct benefits between each of the modalities of play.
Yeah.
Keyboard and mouse in particular, though, has time-wise has the biggest advantage because you're able to buffer text skip going into cutscenes.
You see here, text advances on the first possible frame, and you can buffer that on keyboard mouse, but you cannot on controller. So you'll notice that there's a little pause when a cutscene starts, and then the text starts skipping on the first possible frame.
As on a note, I really like this scene because Estelle confronts Olivier and she's like, I know you're up to something. And Olivia's like trying to play dumb. She's like, I'm not that stupid. And it's kind of just, it's really nice seeing over the course of this game where you just kind of see Estelle like getting more serious, but just like getting smarter and just growing up as this game goes on.
Yeah, this game is fantastic in the sense that when you first start this game coming off of Sky FC, all you care about and all Estelle cares about is finding Joshua.
Yeah.
That is your whole motivation. But by the time you get to this point in the game, you're already you've been reinvested and re-wrapped up in the actual story more than just let's find Joshua.
My brain is rotted. I thought you said reinvested for a second there.
Oh no.
Reinvest.
I suppose it does make it a little weird that she ran off on her own but like the two things kind of with this game is, yes, she has grown, but she also really, really misses Joshua.
I just barely had enough beast flesh there.
Yeah, we went. So the beast flesh and leathery tail that we need to make the meatballs there are RNG drops from the monsters that we fight throughout the run. The only monsters we fight throughout the run, however, that drop those are the ones in the prologue and the rabbit that appears alongside the
right
shiny
here.
palm in chapter 1 or 2. So if we don't get the drop there, we kind of need to do a backup strat to get it off of some of these enemies. So we're heading up to a tower for our second palm grind.
Oops.
This second palm grind is different than the JP route one. This is my handiwork of actually contributing to the routes rather than just translating them. basically by using this very specific L corner formation that we set up, as well as a very specific set of attacks, we're going to be able to kill all 6 of the palms that we find because, you know, we killed 1 early and we got a lot of EXP. What happens if we kill 6 of them?
Oh, yeah.
And
if I recall, you don't actually need to kill all 6, though. You only need to kill, like, what is it, 4?
4 or 5.
4 or 5.
To get capped on EXP on everybody that's not Shara.
Yeah, this strat isn't 100% consistent for killing all 6, but you have safety.
It's like 95% consistent.
Okay, here we
Here we go. Uh,
2, 3.
Is it 1 and 8 here?
I don't know. I don't know actual odds.
Doesn't feel like 1 and 8.
we haven't had 8 yet.
That's 6, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, this can be a bit annoying.
These are the major sources of time lost for these runs generally is just getting these palm encounters.
Ooh, that was close.
Yeah, I know palms are 1 and 8 in
Stop following me.
Zero,
Stop following me.
but
There we go.
Yeah, but there are also symbols in 0.
Hey, there we go.
Whoa.
So immediately, oh shoot, I still have final break. That should be fine though. I don't need to kill all of them. So Soul Blur with you and you. You use Perilous Meatballs on this side. I don't like those damage rolls.
No, 680 is good, I think.
We got
Okay, good. It killed them both.
Yeah, you got 680. A 680 is fine.
Oh, I thought you were supposed to get like 700. Why don't I have and turn with Agate here?
good
That,
yes break.
that doesn't matter. Usually I can rage.
Beatdown has a larger delay. You're fine here.
Why did I
Oh,
do that? Damn it. I always screw this up. Absolutely always.
yeah, unfortunately, running away means we get none of the XP.
And
Change to final beatdown.
Right, beat down.
But yeah, final break has a longer delay. Also change to true pummel.
True pummel, right.
That was why Estelle didn't kill.
That's right. Yeah. There's always something I get wrong with this grind, no matter how many times I practice.
It's a really tough strategy that I came up with because it uses every single person's turn. You only ever have at most optimal that shares S break extra for the strat to work properly.
Yeah.
There's one Strepitoso fight. You hear a lot of this one.
Yes, you do. Oh wow, it juked me at the last second.
Yeah, see, that's why I don't like turbo. Is it's way too easy. To
Yeah, it's a
not
risk.
hit the preamp.
It's risky. The what I do here. Oh,
ooh,
that was a good idea. Waiting for that. Right.
Well, that'll take the damage rolls out of the equation.
Yes, it will.
So the meatballs here are damage rolls if they kill. They're just very, very consistent damage rolls, but there is a world where sometimes you just miss one by like a hair, but that's why you have shares extra S break.
So we Wild Rage again with Agate. We kill this one over here, and then... But... Oh, that was Shara. Whoops.
You don't need her CP.
Yeah, you don't need her CP.
not yet, anyways. What is Heaven's Kiss?
Okay, so that one being a total of 25. Is
Oh.
what comes up.
But anyway, we get a massive amount of levels from that. Where was I? Right, I was heading over here. And now I need to set Shara's ordnance.
Yeah, so now that we've done that fight, we want to set up Shara for that Titanic Roar spell that we're going to be using for basically, literally until the final chapter where we upgrade Shara to be a Lost Morbier.
Yep.
Got time for a quick donation?
Sure.
Awesome. We got a $20 donation from Airplane that just says, the Trails series contains so many fantastic games, so I'm always happy to see it getting represented. Good luck, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your donation.
So what we're
We are-
doing right now is there's this massive mist over the entire region of Relent, and we are investigating where this mist starts and where it ends. We see there's one endpoint here toward the entrance of the Amalgam Mine, and we have 3 total to find.
Yeah, fortunately for us, these, in a speedrun wise, only extend one screen outside of Roland itself, so it's not too much extra movement.
Yeah.
Actually, I guess it's 2 for the mine, but
Yeah, there's not too much to do here. It's just yet more backtracking.
I still say Stephen King's involved, but nobody wants to believe that theory.
Okay.
I wonder if Stephen King's well known in Japan. Now I'm curious.
I don't know. It might be... I would imagine that's Junji Ito territory. But anyway, the next boundary to find is over here toward the west on the Milch Main Road. I am terrible at pronouncing German, so forgive me.
I've always just called it Milch.
I always just call it Milch, yeah.
I think it's supposed to be like milk.
I mean, it's definitely supposed to be German.
This is an
also don't know
irrelevant.
how German is pronounced.
I don't know. You'd think that my name being Schtolteheim, I would somewhat know how to pronounce things.
You know, somebody in chat earlier called you their favorite Schtolteheim, and I was just thinking to myself, how many other people
How
have
many
that
other
name?
Schtolteheims are there?
There's at least 3, right?
Yeah. There's Reinbach the third, Reinbach the fourth, Reinbach the second. I am technically Reinbach the fifth because all the others were taken.
So that explains the 5 next to your name on some of your handles.
Yes, that's it. Because Schtolteheim is usually taken.
So anyways, have you finished playing Speak Within 1 yet?
I did actually kind of bounce off of it.
You had a whole year!
I did, and I'm ashamed in myself. We visit the Bright House there just to close the window to stop the mist from getting in, and we have a nice heartwarming little scene there. That kind of describes Chapter 4 in general. Emotional. There's a lot of really heavy stuff that goes on here, particularly toward the end of the chapter. So, casually, this chapter is great. In the run, it's a little bit on the tedious side. We have found all 3 of the boundary points now, though, so we can head back to Relent, and we meet Ridge, the most useless bracer ever.
He doesn't even have a character portrait.
Yeah, he doesn't even have a portrait. He is just such a nothing burger.
Does nobody remember Grant?
Grant at least has a portrait, and you fight him.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's true.
But yeah, we also heard this weird chime thing. And apparently several other people did too, because they are out cold. There are several just cases of sudden fainting into what seems to be a dreamlike coma throughout the city, and now we've got to investigate that. The plot thickens, and not in a very good way.
so does the mist.
Yep.
The mist thickens.
Tomorrow.
So we've got a couple of these to visit. I think we've got like 4 in total.
Yeah.
So something I don't think we touched on too much is the different S breaks, and one of the issues we ran into that with that first palm grind fight. In this game, all the characters start with both of their S breaks from the first game, and they're auto-equipped to their best one.
Yep.
However, as you level up, you get better versions of your old S crafts. And since we go through the end of battles where you're leveling up by just holding the cancel button, which skips text, and then turbo, you'll notice like everything goes super quickly.
Yep.
Sometimes we decline auto-equipping those better S breaks, so we end up with situations where we have to remember to go and change them.
Yeah, and you'll have to change them for some fights anyway. Like,
There's one coming up where you want disable on Zen instead of Oral Blast.
oh, I never break with him on that fight anyway.
You can, because you don't really need Distend in 6, but
True.
I mean, it's just
You shouldn't need to break with
you shouldn't need it, but
with,
it is
with
more
Zin for
zoomies.
mothballs anyway. But that's neither here nor there. Got to wrap up our investigation here.
So unlike the first game, we do kind of want to get the answers correctly in this game because it is extra money for us, and there's no penalty from a speedrunning perspective from doing things correctly like there was in the first game, where
Yeah.
if you have a certain bracer rank or higher, you have to do a victory lap fight on the final boss, which is slower. In this game, just being lower ranked makes one of the final cutscenes funnier, where Estelle is trying to intervene in a national dispute, and she's like, "I'm an F rank bracer."
An F rank bracer, you say? I think we reached D rank in the run
D
by the time we
plus.
get there.
We get the D plus.
D plus. Hey, it passes in college.
No, it doesn't. What college did you go to? In mine, it was fail. That was high school.
Really?
Yeah. It is really gratifying, though, when you get to, like, an A rank and you get to that cutscene and you just feel like all of your hard work getting all of those bracer points throughout the game, like, kind of pays off in the story, even if, you know,
Yeah,
even if it technically doesn't
game
matter, it feels really gratifying.
does reward that as well by giving you different dialogue based on your rank. Like if you're A rank, it's like, oh, what? Like the person you're talking to is like, oh, that's actually pretty impressive. You know what you're talking about. But if you're a D plus rank like we are,
Yeah.
they're just like, isn't that kind of bad?
Does a mid rank bracer really have that much sway in these national disputes?
Is D plus mid rank?
No.
It goes from A to G, right?
I don't even remember.
I can't
I
remember.
know.
the begin-
I know it goes from A to G in Cold Steel.
I'm pretty sure it goes from A to G in Sky.
Well, it's kind of hard to get, like, you'd have to intentionally get the minimum, and I'm pretty sure you get some just, like, by playing the game.
Well,
Yeah.
actually, no. What if I check?
That's cheating.
Are we not speedrunning here?
Oh,
What a donation tell us what the lowest rank bracer is.
Look, proving your friends wrong is sometimes better than going fast.
What we're saying though is Estelle is mid.
Wow!
Hey,
this mic
whoa.
and leave.
look, I hate that you're right. Sometimes you just shouldn't say the truth.
In defense, by the way, for everybody who's gonna flame me for that, I named my my literal cat at home after Estelle.
Yeah.
So
Our walking ball of
I
sunshine.
love Estelle.
We love her character. She is just like C minus D tier, other than her S craft, which is like surprisingly good.
It is one of the strongest single target S crafts.
She does have good tools. She just doesn't have enough of them.
She also has a big stick, which makes cutscenes really funny.
Yeah.
Walk softly but carry a big stick.
Unfortunately, we have more victims here, and these are some of Estelle's childhood friends.
Yeah, Estelle here, like after that whole Joshua picture she saw, and then her losing her friends to this coma, she kind of like cracks in her character. Like the facade she's been keeping up ever since going to Laylock for training just kind of shudders and breaks here. And Cher helps snap her out of that and says like, hey, if you have time to cry about this, we have time to solve this problem.
Yeah.
And it just goes to show that it's like Estelle's really doing her best to grow in this game.
Yeah, there are a lot of hard-hitting moments. Like, this is where I personally believe the plot starts kicking into high gear in the second chapter. There's
And then
definitely a
both
lot of
happens.
stuff in the earlier segments, but this is when it starts to pick up.
And then Bose happens.
And then Boza. Well, Boza has a lot of really impactful moments.
For Agate and Tina, maybe.
Yeah, it's kind of nice to focus on characters that aren't the main characters for once.
That's not allowed in.
Right, I'm
well,
coming off of
yeah.
Rubbery. That's
Wait, you mean
those are
there's-
locked to bonding events.
there are people other than Reen?
What?
Gosh.
Okay, we're not here to slander Cold Steel though.
I will absolutely slander Olivier. He deserves it, and I love him.
Olivier probably likes being slandered.
Yeah, I was gonna say he probably likes it,
Olivier's down for a lot of things. But yeah,
That's
including
more, that's,
getting drunk under the table by Cher
that's
and I.
more on point than you can possibly imagine.
oh yeah.
So real quick, time for one quick donation before we finish this part up.
Sure thing.
All right, this is important. So we have a $10 donation from Lasherus. Just says, my favorite series is being streamed, and it's for a good cause. If I didn't donate during this chapter, it would have been such a missed opportunity. People,
It was either gonna be that or
Oh.
mistake.
there's
I was
so many puns in chat. I mean, I'm partially responsible for encouraging it, And I recommend, please, if you have any fun little things to say, please do consider donating and putting those in. I love charity. I don't necessarily love puns, but I do love making Schtolteheim and beef cringe.
We will have plenty of. Did you? Oh no, wait, no, they're on the screen.
Yeah, it's on this screen.
And they also say, best of luck with the run in the event. Thank you all for the fun. And thank you very much for your donation.
Yeah, thank you very much. I grimace, but I am very much thankful for all of it. It's lighters and black bangles here, right?
No,
Mirage
Lily.
rings and black bangles.
Lilies, not Mirage.
Oh, lilies.
Mirage is Petrify.
Right. Lily necklace, black bangle.
This is one of those fights we were talking about where if you go in without the right status, basically turn 1, you're going to get fully incapacitated and then just wrecked from there.
Oh, yeah. I don't need to change my formation here because the boots I just gave Zin give him a metric ton of move. He can basically traverse most of the entire arena in one go.
You also have a turn here to just wait with him anyways because you're going to be... the gimmick of the next boss is one of them is only vulnerable to arts, one of them is only vulnerable to fizz. And when I say only vulnerable, I mean they absorb the other one.
Yeah.
So you don't want to be starting your physical damage on the physical damage one when we're still casting AoE Arts Titanic
Yep.
Roar to kill the arts one.
Yep.
Because
So-
you just don't do anything.
Yeah, which is why we get that AoE casting out of the way first, because the boss that absorbs magic is already at full health. That's not really doing anything to it. Then, once the casting is done, we switch to single target, and then we go ham.
This is a maze we get trapped in, a maze in the mist. The solution is just up 4, right 4. If you go up 2, right 2, there's actually a chest. It's the only chest in the 6x6 grid that maze is.
Nice.
And the whole trick there is the sound of the bell. It gets louder when you go in the correct direction.
Yep.
Yeah, so
Did I
shouts
hear
out to the
bell?
achievement for opening every chest that is that chest in the mist. Ugh. But yeah, good luck getting all the chests.
Yeah, again, it's a 6x6 grid that you have to explore there, and only one of those things, the one directly in the middle, has a chest.
So Zin can reach this.
Time for everybody's favorite gimmick boss, the one that is immune to certain types of damage.
Yeah.
This
And
boss is seen 1, 2, 3 times in this game, once in Azure. Is it in 3rd?
It must be.
nice.
It's not in the 3rd from the main story, so it would have to be a door.
Oh, I would have thought like Gold and Silver Road.
Maybe.
No.
But yeah,
Would've been a
that
good
buff,
place for that.
that buff I gave him at the start, True Distend, that is possibly the best buff in the entire game.
Series.
It
Yeah.
gives you
Entire series.
Yeah, entire series. It gives you plus 60% attack and defense. So Zin, even at our levels, becomes just an indestructible tank that destroys everything.
Yeah, Zin on his own already has the 2nd or 3rd highest strength in the game at base. And then you add that 60% self buff to it when if the only other strength buff you have access to is 15 or 20%. So 60% is a huge increase over that, and that's what skyrockets Zin to being the best physical character in this game.
Yeah, it is absolutely absurd.
So many people like to defend Agate and his Wild Rage. but
Agate is good as a CP battery.
Yeah.
It's just like...
If we didn't have serum capsules everywhere to just give free CP,
It's
might
not
be
even that.
different,
Like,
but-
Zin just punches harder than Agate S-crafts for.
And he's tankier.
Meanwhile,
And he's
playable
not
flashback.
dealing 70%
oh yeah,
damage
now
to
we're
himself.
now we're baby
Yeah.
Estelle, and she's adorable and perfect, and
Yeah.
this is definitely not trapped in a dream sequence.
Nah, not at all.
I mean, what?
I mean,
what
her
is
mother
this,
never,
anime?
her mother never died.
No, not at all. There was no 100 Days War.
But even Child Estelle is smart enough to know that something's not right, so she's trying to enter Joshua's room.
Yep. Which, at this point, there was no Joshua.
She's not yet received her birthday present.
So
Why is
here-
my present a boy?
I love that line.
It's so good.
That opening sequence of FC just sold me on these characters so quickly.
So here's where we're going to get the harmonica a cappella.
Yeah, this is... Well, it's supposed to be a musically gated cutscene, but only the very last sound file here is musically gated, so all of them just overlap.
Yeah, there's a lot of harmonicas in this era of Falcom.
Oh, yeah.
Joshua loves it.
There's a lot of emphasis on like music and musical instruments being played in canon. Like Gagarv does that a lot too.
I'd like to point out this is BS. This song is not this easy to play on a harmonica.
He would know. He's tried.
Kubo tried to learn this for specifically this cutscene for us, but unfortunately,
Alas.
we needed Shiner here to do the his I don't know what they're called. Those.
I actually did, by the way. The problem is I can't exactly put I can't exactly fit a harmonica over this mask.
This is true. Also, that scene messed me up on my first playthrough.
Yeah, that's a really touching scene with Estelle and her mom, and her mom saying like, "Hey, you've come into your own. I'm so proud of you. You need to keep going."
Yeah. Like I said, this chapter just has a lot of really hard-hitting moments. And then we get to Bose.
And then we get the Bose. We're gonna have plenty of time for any sort of donations or shilling for Bose, because Bose is
Bose is Bose.
Bose is Bose. It's everybody's least favorite chapter here.
And go figure, I got it both times we did these games.
Again, it's fine in first chapter.
I'm going to take my pound of flesh in third, I'll have you know.
So did we even really explain Luciola?
No.
I don't know, the game doesn't give her much screen time either.
Really doesn't.
Not in this chapter, anyways. But Lucille is a childhood friend of Shara. They were in a circus troupe together. Shara ended up becoming a bracer while Lucille went to join Ouroboros after the troop leader was
Murdered.
I believe it was murdered, and that's never good.
Speaking of nefarious deeds, here's a dragon.
Dargan.
Ergen.
A Dargan in the mist.
And apparently Ouroboros has some method of controlling it.
That
Oiler.
surely that's not a problem.
Doesn't matter who you pick here. You're just getting on the plane.
It is a problem.
Well, we take Agate and Tita anyways.
And stop calling
Later.
her Shirley.
That's
Yeah,
not
Shirley's a different character.
No, that's not till Azure.
Let's not talk about Shirley. Oh my
Yeah, let's
not.
Let's really not. Who the heck do I talk to here?
Everyone?
Everyone, yes. There's some characters you have to talk to twice here,
Oh, right.
which, funny enough, is everyone except Shara and Agate, who are the feature characters of the previous chapter and this chapter, respectively. So, I don't know. I guess they just tried to fit some of the character developments in here for the characters that didn't get featured in those other chapters.
Wait, you have to
Like
talk to
Olivier.
Zin twice here?
Yep.
That's what my notes say. You want me to test it?
Science!
Yeah,
Science!
yeah, I'm pretty sure you don't. I think the only one you need to talk to twice here is Agate and Tita.
Really? Because it says you don't have to talk to Agate twice on my notes.
Do you just need to talk to a certain number of them twice?
I don't know. I've never bothered to really.
Oh no, wait, no, I'm thinking of the wrong chapter. I thought this was the chapter where Agate and Tita are in this room.
Yeah, there are a ton of these. There are so many Talk to Relevant People segments. Agate is down here. And then I think everybody else is topside. I don't think there's...
Yeah, Zin is the only person in the entire game who doesn't move around on the airship. Everybody else is in a different place every single chapter, but Zin's always in this backseat because he's not Nancy Pansy.
And that's why he's best boy.
I mean, he is Zin the Immovable, so it makes sense that he doesn't
the immovable.
It would be off.
Yeah, you
brand.
don't have to talk to Agate twice. I did talk to Zin twice, just out of habit, though. So, unfortunately, we have no science today.
I mean, there's plenty of science in the rest of the game.
Yeah. So part of the reason why we don't like Bose is because the first half of this chapter is a lot of backtracking and a lot of repetitive stuff. There are 3 monsters we have to kill who are in the exact extreme ends of the entire area.
Yeah, it's a real shame.
And for some reason, the enemies here seem more aggressive than they have been.
Yeah, enemies here are really aggro, especially in Naval Valley. Right, so I need...
It's pretty much only Naval Valley.
3 Ceram coats and then the blast arm.
Last.
And you got Agate's sword, right?
So if,
Yeah, I got the
if you've
Ogre
been
Buster.
paying attention, we're what, 2 hours into this run? This is the first time we've bought weapons.
Yep, and we only do it 2 more times, I think.
7 and 9.
Yeah, 7 and
Yeah.
9. We only buy 3 more weapons total. The rest, pretty much all of our other equipment we get from chests.
All
You'll
field-
also notice that we haven't gotten any weapons from chests up to this point.
Yeah.
Estelle, until literally the end of Chapter 7, Estelle is using the weapon she starts the game with. Which, doesn't help the whole she's not good at damage thing.
No, not really.
Well, thankfully, arts don't really care what your weapon is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why we can get away with it. That's why we do really only care about Zen's weapon. And Joshua's.
Pick up the thingy over here.
You picked that up?
Yeah,
What even is it?
I think it's either a reviving balm or an EP charge.
I mean, that should have been an EP charge. I think what he picked up before was a reviving balm.
Yeah, I get the reviving bomb on the road, and then I just get the stuff in the tower, and that's it.
Ah,
I blame Shin.
bit of complicated movement here because there are a lot of chests we need to pick up in a lot of different places, and we have fights to deal with. Got
Yeah,
this.
so I think we didn't mention this earlier, but you see whenever it looks like we're about to get into an encounter that you bend back towards the enemy. This game does have back attacks, and the enemies, if they touch any member of your party, even the one in the very far back who takes 5 hours to catch up to the leader, it's going to be a back attack unless you're facing the enemy.
Yep.
Your front character. Doesn't matter if that's the one that makes contact or not.
Yeah, the
which is-
front character's direction is the only one that matters.
Yeah, so running and then doing a quick turn before you get hit is a good way to avoid an ambush. Ambushes aren't exactly dangerous because it's easy mode, but I
And you
mean,
can
getting your turn faster because you didn't get ambushed is generally better.
And like unlike most games, it's a 100% chance to run.
Okay,
even
I
in
don't
an
think I need
ambush,
to do
so-
the ordnance here.
That was something they even changed in later games in this series because they started eventually doing your run chances depended on whether or not you got back attack, whether you got first strike. Sometimes you get 100%, sometimes it starts at 30, and then every time you fail, the chance goes up by 10.
Yeah,
I
that's-
actually think is a really interesting way to do that system.
Yeah, that starts in 0. I know Dragon Quest does something like that. I don't know if it's exactly the same numbers or not, but similar idea.
Yeah, I think that's it.
0, because they changed how run rates work in 0, they also added an item called smoke grenades, which are basically your smoke balls, your instant runaways. Only in 0, instead of actually making you run away, they just set your escape chance to 100%, so then you have to waste another turn actually doing the run.
Nice.
It's really, really silly.
So this fight isn't that bad. They're targeting Agate, but they can't really do much to it, even with defense down. And then Zin can just mop up.
I'm surprised you distend here.
Yeah, I'm not sure why I do, really. I kind of messed this up. But that's fine.
Yeah, you needed a break going into the fight.
It looks like we're good though.
1.
Yeah, Estelle doesn't do damage.
Yeah,
with,
Estelle does not do
We
damage.
need to get her a bigger stick.
We need to get into the ultra violence.
That is such a good line.
That line
Can't
is
get
such
past
a
that guy. But yeah, we got a lot of stuff from this tower. Namely, we got a lot of Sepith and we got some quartz, which we are going to kit out, particularly Estelle with, so that she can get Blue Ascension, which is what we'll be using for the boss of this chapter.
Got time for a couple of quick reads?
Why, we
Absolutely.
certainly do.
Alrighty, I just wanted to remind everyone what all we're here for. We are proudly raising money for the National Alliance on Mental Illness, aka NAMI. If you want to get involved in the fight against mental illness and the stigmas that it can bring, you can reach out to NAMI via their state organizations or on Facebook, where they can be found as NAMI, on Instagram and Twitter as @NAMICommunicate. It is not a weakness to need help, and please reach out if you think you do need help. And I would like to point out that we have so far raised $47,593 for NAMI. That is absolutely fantastic. And we are still raising money all the way until tomorrow evening. So we have a little under 48 hours left to go. And I have a challenge for y'all. We are very close to that $50,000 threshold. Do you think we can get it to the end of this by the end of this run? I absolutely think we can.
I
It's
believe.
going to take
I believe.
Let's go.
Heck
a
yeah.
little under 3 hours left for that between the rest of this run and the glitch exhibition. So get your donations in. We are so close to that goal.
Absolutely.
and I'll have more fun things to read because I've been keeping up a little bit with chat here, and y'all have been making me laugh / wince.
Nice. I need hit 3, and then I need attack 4.
Hey, we had enough Sepith.
Yeah.
So, one of the turn bonuses we haven't really covered in this run is the Sepith up bonus. Well, speedrunning, it's not that important that we get them on our turns, but if we get too many of them on the enemy turns, it can really throw a wrench in things because because it does actually do Sepith down on you, so you lose Sepith from it.
Yeah.
And if we like a giant robot's machine gun attack that hits 4 party members like 50 times, we lose like 50 all Sepith, and it's awful.
This is also known as the "My Sepith, dude"
Quote from me.
Wrong niece franchise.
Well, no, it's just
It's me.
it's beef.
Because I've gotten Sepith downed on a few fights a lot of the time before, and it really throws a monkey wrench into the route because then we don't actually have enough Sepith to do the menus that we need to do.
Where the hell am I? Okay, there we are.
Yeah, there's a little lip there.
Yeah. Sometimes I try to get a bit too cute with my movement.
And something a lot of casual players don't really know is Sepith up turns are very based off the attack you do. The more hit animations on the attack, like the more actual physical hitting the attack does in its animation, the more Sepith you get from Sepith up turns, which makes stuff like Shara's S-Break and Estelle's S-Break extremely good.
Oh yeah.
For grinding Sepith casually, and we actually use those in first chapter, the speedrun, to get a lot of Sepith for the route. Also, don't forget the chest.
Yeah. I haven't forgotten it yet.
Have you forgotten how?
Somebody way early on mentioned a donation about the luck quartz here in this Nebel Valley. In the older routes, we would do a little bit of a fight later in this chapter to get a monster drop to make some really strong food with, because the older route liked using food a lot for damage.
Yeah.
And getting this luck quartz was actually a good way to guarantee getting that drop. So we would actually pick up the luck quartz, but this run we don't need that anymore.
Yeah. Mostly the big concern here is just Sepith with this route.
And it's only a concern when you get Sepith downed, or if you forget a chest like a nerd.
Who would forget a chest?
I just stand here just because I can.
So you're literally just.
I mean, it is safe because you're not gonna get petrified immediately, but it's also not necessarily necessary.
Yeah, not necessarily necessary.
It's 6 a.m. Give him a little bit of slack.
I know. That was a pretty decent fight, though. I did not get frozen, or at least my casters didn't get frozen, which is usually what happens to me in that fight. We equip lighters on Agate and Zin specifically to prevent that, but we only have 2 of them. So the casters have to go without, and you just have to hope that they don't target. That they don't target the
Generally, if you
casters.
attack with Zen, they focus on hitting Zen.
Yeah.
So you don't have to worry about it too much.
Friggin' palm.
So yeah, Shining Palms are a huge commonality in the Nebel Valley and in that tower we were in earlier.
Yep.
The older route would try to kill them because we'd try to get that Thunder Dragon kick ability that Zen's just borderline away from right now. A little bit early, despite it not actually being fast to have it here, because it doesn't help you in any way.
Yeah, the boss of this chapter, Thunder God Kick is broken when you have multiple enemies in a group together, but the boss of this chapter is just one dude.
Have we actually fully got into Thunder God Kick yet, or?
We'll wait till we start using it.
We'll save it for when the time is right. But yeah, we have one more monster to kill, and go figure, it's on the exact opposite side of Bose.
Yeah.
And-
Here we're going to actually take our first in rest of the run. There are hotels in this game where you can pay some mirrors to full heal yourself. Unlike other later games, they don't heal your CP, but EP charges are one of the most strapped resources we have in this run. So rather than waste 4 of them healing up Shara and
Yeah.
Estelle's EP, when we don't even have 4 of them at this point.
Yeah, I think if we're not fresh out, we only have 1 left.
Yeah, so we're just gonna take an in rest here. It's a little bit slower than healing with items, but we would have had to taken the time to pick up more items
Yeah.
because we don't have money to buy them. So we're just gonna take the in rest instead. This is the one and only in rest of the entire run.
Sky does have the hot springs that restore your CP, but those are all the way over in Zeiss.
Yeah, you can only get to those when you're in Zeiss, and when you're in Zeiss, they're very far out of the way.
Yeah.
No, you're telling me Trails has hot springs?
What?
Come on, it's not like they all have hot springs. That would be ridiculous.
There's no hot springs in Zero Azure, are there?
I think there is. I don't know. It's been a while since I haven't studied the minutia of the details of that game.
I mean, I think hot springs are mentioned in Azure at least.
I can't recall any, but
I don't know. I don't recall off the top of my head. But yeah,
Erebonia's got a bunch.
yeah, Erebonia.
You literally build an airship with hot springs in them.
The
That's
XS
almost not
Express.
hyperbole.
you're not wrong.
Speaking of, there's an EP charge for you. I should probably rage before this fight just to be safe. Enemies are aggro here too, like right there.
Yeah, these scorpions are very aggro, which is nice because these scorpions are the things that we used to farm in the old route.
And I'm just manually healing with Agit's orbments just to save tier bombs. Mainly for the boss fight of this chapter.
So this fight is the fight you want Thunder Kick for if you can get it early, but it just doesn't save enough time to make trying to kill bombs worth it.
Yeah, it doesn't really justify it. You healed. I'm going to punish you for that. Boom.
But I mean, who wouldn't want to
Yeah,
get the dinosaur?
as you can see here, just using his base attack, like his normal attacks, Zin is doing double the damage of our casters.
Yep.
When our casters are using a very high tier spell that's, taking half of their MP per cast.
Zin is just absurd.
And Patrick's fights we trust.
I couldn't get away from that guy, so I just decided I'd turn around and face him like a man.
Yeah, I mean, that's all you can do sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes there's just not much you can do. Enemies are much more aggro in SC compared to FC.
I don't know about that.
I would say so in my personal
Roll-
experience.
Roland is super aggro in FC.
True. Oh, speaking of aggro, I didn't even see that guy.
Eggs, man. Eggs.
So now we're finally done with that, and oh god, leave me alone, you. But yeah,
Now I'm just so curious what originally you were gonna say.
I mean, you can't just take one of these to rage real quick,
I could.
because you're going to get full healed from the whole next sequence anyway, so you don't have to then heal on the mountain.
Yeah, you're right. But yeah, we can finally report back to the guild with our findings that, wow, the monsters were afraid.
What were they afraid of? Surely it doesn't relate to that dragon that Ouroboros was trying to mind control at the start of this chapter.
What did
No.
you mind control that?
Nope, you're just tired. Now stop thinking about things.
I wish I could sometimes.
You know, sometimes I do wish I could turn my brain off to help me sleep at night. Oh, so that's what they were afraid of.
Oh, it's a dragon.
That's unfortunate.
Hey, that guy's got a dragon.
Look at this edgelord.
I want a dragon.
We all want a dragon.
Look at this edgelord with the backward-facing portrait.
Wow.
That's how you know something's wrong in this series. Although I think Estelle gets one in a later game, so maybe.
Does she?
Does she?
I think in third?
Maybe?
I don't know.
Maybe Kevin.
I mean, Joshua has one, so.
Oh yeah. Well, that's good.
Well, it's Joshua.
That's a spoiler alert.
I'd say Reen had
You
one. but
literally
they got
opened
rid
the
of
menu
character
earlier with him with his playable section.
Oh, you
Yeah,
meant
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
you
Okay.
meant the
The-
menu portrait. Okay, yeah, if that's what you meant, then yes.
Perk you up.
Real quick, I got time for donation?
Absolutely.
Certainly.
Awesome. We got $20 from K Fizzle4. It just says, I normally have something clever or poignant to say in these times, but I got nothing now. So good luck, runners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have $5 from Panda Caper.
Hey!
Just says, hey friends, speedrun companions, Schtolta. My contributions to the 50,000. If chat donates $1 each, we will crush that goal. But back to the run. Impressed so far. Good boss fights, nice singing. Took me a while to come up with a pun. But I'd wondered what Schtolta had in common with Olivier. In fact, they have much in common. Both are regularly getting era-boned.
Oh.
Also, if that fact makes you sad, remember, bro, you can always lean on me. Sincerely, your Panda Caper.
God damn it, man.
Wow.
Thanks, man.
We may not be running Cold Steel, but
Yeah, Scholt might have to tag out early now.
I'll at least finish out this chapter.
well, the only fight in Chapter 6, Kumo's handling anyways, so...
Yeah. The only real fight.
Why you do this to me?
Because
Because you're right there and we can go over and drag you.
because I trust
Dowolf
you.
is right there, and he runs these games.
Yeah, but
If you taught... Since you taught me Yeast, I have to teach you Trails.
Fair enough. I did in fact teach you how to New Game Plus in East Memories of Celceta.
And isn't that run like 5 minutes?
It is 2 minutes, or 1 minute if you're really fast.
My PB is like 4.
Do you still have his voice lines modded to "It's no use"?
I never did because we could never get the pitch right.
Oh right.
Yeah. Remember we tried to get that working.
I think I did get it working eventually. It was a bitrate issue.
Yes.
So after the dragon attacked Bozai, we tracked them out here to this mine. Agate, being the edgelord that he is, ran off before us, and he's gonna try to face one of the strongest swordsmen in the country all by himself, because that's what you do as an edgelord, is you get your your butt beat. Yeah.
You know he's badass when Silver Will starts plays.
Yeah, everybody stop at Silver Will time.
Man, this is right out of Last Promise.
And
For real.
Even in this tense situation, we have to stop and marvel at this bridge.
Yeah. Thankfully, this maze isn't too tricky to navigate.
yeah, this is actually their second duel because in the series they did have another
Yep.
duel back in first chapter, but Lowe, I can't pronounce his name, but he was wearing a hood at the time.
He was under his Lawrence alias back then, and Agate didn't know who he really was.
I mean, we beat him last game. Surely he's not that difficult in this one.
Yeah, but
So-
this time he has a dragon.
Here, Tita's gonna protect Agate. It's kind of the reverse of what happens in first chapter. Tita's gonna try to save Agate, but then the army shows up, and even the dragon doesn't want to deal with the army because getting shot by cannons kinda hurts, so he wants to just get out of there.
Just a
Yeah,
little
I
bit.
mean, get out of Dodge.
I just love how non sequitur this theme is after everything that's
Yeah.
happened. But yeah, this is another pretty heavy part of the game.
Yeah, you take Agate back to Rouen here, and you find out this is
Rouen.
his...
This is
Oh,
Ravenel.
Ravenel.
So I was gonna say that's a long hike.
You find out this is his hometown, and in the war, his house burned down and he lost his sister. But they rebuilt his house out of the memory of it. And despite him never using it because he's too much of an edgelord, fueled by rage of losing his sister, he just never really comes home. So he's gonna wake up in a minute here and see all that, and Tita's taking care of him.
Yeah, it's part of what fuels his desire to protect Tita, because she reminds him of his late sister, and he feels that guilt for not being able to protect her, for losing her, and he doesn't want it to happen again.
That
And
sounds
then
familiar.
it does grow into more than that.
It
We don't
sounds
talk
familiar.
about
don't know.
everything past third with respect to those two.
Look, Tita's great and always a cinnamon bun.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Like, I really like how this is done in second chapter. I think it's really touching, and it doesn't feel forced at all.
Also, Tita Sans hat is great.
Yeah.
She looks I don't know. Nah, I want that hat. The hat with the ponytail is too good.
Look, Trails characters have some awesome hats just in general.
Oh, absolutely. Hats are cool.
Shout out to Altina, who never learns how to wear a hat.
I mean, you can. She gets like an accessory which is specifically hat but put on correctly.
Hat but skewed.
It's so stylish. No, she's just being chic. I know we're old and no longer know what cool is, but
I mean, is it cool for Faye to take 5 games to learn how to dress herself?
wow.
Hey now.
We get it.
Also,
We only
what's
have to
wrong
wait
with
2
her
more
clothes?
games. We only have to wait 2 more games until we get the character with the truly best hat, which would be Tio.
That is a best hat, yeah.
That's
She's got a
fair.
good hat.
I'm
So
still gonna stand teed up.
yeah. So the army's on a mission to chase down this dragon and slay it, and for that they have employed the state-of-the-art aircraft, the Arsail, the pride and joy of the Liberalian army, and we get to ride it.
Yay!
Yeah, part of the reason this is one of the worst chapters in, especially non-turbo runs, is this cutscene coming up,
Yeah.
or that we're in right now, is like 10 minutes long.
Yeah, you can't speed it up on no turbo, so it's just awful.
It's very, very slow.
And now we have another Talk to Everyone segment.
And I actually believe, is it this last one?
Last Talk to Everyone?
I don't know why I'm thinking that.
There's not one in 6, there's not one in 7, 8, or 9.
Yeah, I think this is the last one.
One detail I really love about this is normally NPCs in this game just kind of walk in place as the standard is for these chibi type of models. But when you walk past these soldiers, they actually salute you.
Yeah, that's really nice. Also, I really like this theme.
Honestly, I think it kind of goes to say how underrated the sprite work of these games goes.
Absolutely.
Like, some of the choreography of action scenes in these games is like really cool for whatever reason.
I honestly think Falcom's visual design in this era is massively underappreciated. Especially,
wouldn't be
especially
surprised.
when it comes to some of the dungeon design. Like we'll see that in the final chapter.
I mean, to be fair, Access Pillar is kinda bland.
Kinda, yes,
It's
but also
just a circle.
But also Themelios. Themelios looks amazing. And so does the entire
Yeah, like
Eagle
it
Beaver
looks
arc.
great. It's just in terms of what you're actually doing, you're just going around in circles.
This is true. But I mean, it's a giant ass tower. Of course you're going around in circles. But anyway,
Dragon
Time for-
hunting time.
time for General Morgan to show his military genius.
So yeah,
For
we're
reference, you want to see
basically
what this
doing
looks like on normal speed? Yeah, this for 10 minutes. We're not doing that.
So we basically use all the army's airships to corral the dragon into a pincer attack and then light it up more or less.
I like how the victory theme plays in the cutscene.
Yeah.
We're so devoid of action.
I mean, this is pretty hype your first time casually, but as a
Oh, it
speedrunner,
is.
it's just like, can we go back to Pose now?
We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
So even though the dragon's knocked out here, he's not out for good.
He's got
The
a
mind
gospel on his
control
forehead.
orbment wakes him up, and he gets out of there.
That is one nasty blackhead. He could use a dermatologist.
Is a man with a giant sword a dermatologist?
Yes.
Yeah.
Excellent.
What?
And here we are, super accelerating, and we just brace ourselves by kneeling on the floor.
Yeah, so this actually looks really good in Turbo because the whole point of that cutscene is like the dragon's going super fast and the Arcel is showing off its speed by going super fast to keep up with it. And by using Turbo, you actually are going super fast.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Tita, the geek, did not get to ride on the Arsail, but she did get to help work on a panacea for this dragon's gospel problem.
Which is a giant sword.
Yeah.
So remember, if you have giant dragon problems, the solution is to get a giant sword and stab it into its forehead.
Yep. Which
Also-
we are going to do right now over at the Naval Valley.
But first, we have to backtrack all the way to Maple Valley.
Yeah. And this is why we don't like Chapter 5.
I mean, you think they could spare a motorcycle or something?
Those don't exist yet.
Oh,
Not-
that's true.
Not in Liberal.
No,
Well,
not even
no,
Terabonnia.
I guess in CS1 it is a prototype.
Yeah, and Angie literally builds the first one like 2 years from now.
Technology in this series is fascinating.
Her one useful.
We have
It is really cool
We have
too.
a skyship. We have a robot. But we don't have a motorbike.
Yeah, it is really cool and fun to see the world's technology develop as you play these games.
Yeah.
Even if it's just sometimes an excuse to steal all your stuff.
Yeah, there's a scene in Zero where the party is surprised by a vending machine.
I
Yeah.
forgot about that.
Estelle in the first game is surprised by an elevator.
Yeah, she is. Which, that actually makes sense.
I mean, you know,
That's actually kind of true in real life. I hear some places often have that. There's like technology gets introduced to them at different rates. So like technology that would be like a little bit more primitive ends up being a lot like fascinating, even though they already have things like smartphones.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say here we go in 3 years. In like 3 years, we go from everyone. The only phones are these phones on the wall in central locations, and no individuals don't usually have phones. To everyone has their own personal airship and smartphone.
And from like 3 years, we go from cars being invented to Formula One in Zamiria.
To be fair, though, they do use the artifact for the round of 7
This
in
is true.
Gold Steel. So it's not like it's like that's one of the main plot points as Reverie is communication is walled between a lot of people because you don't have the mystical artifact that lets you talk to anybody in any sort of range.
Yeah.
I think we're getting a little far for talking about Reverie.
Sorry.
Not a big-
what are
Not
we
a big
doing
one.
again?
We are not.
Oh, right.
We are not.
We're looking for a guide to the Nebel Valley to figure out where this dragon's cave might be.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's going to basically build a bridge. Tell us to get over it.
Yep.
And his bridge is just 2 planks of wood.
Yep.
Very safe. No need to worry about it.
OSHA compliant.
I mean, I've jumped on a few times, never broke once.
Never broke a bone.
Sometimes you can clip over it. We'll be doing a little bit of that later in the glitch exhibition. This is one of the locations where we do a really funny glitch.
Yeah.
But,
I never avoid that mantis. That mantis always gets me.
He's
That
out,
mantis
he's out
is
for you.
full aggro.
That mantis is just rude. And so is this bug.
Yeah, those two in particular are really rough.
Like, the aggro combined with all the narrow, winding terrain makes Nebel Valley just a pain to traverse.
Mm-hmm.
But that's part of the reason why we used to look for palms here, is because palms not only are super common, but you genuinely have to get these encounters anyways.
Yeah.
There's our 2 plank of wood. Actually, technically 1 plank of wood.
No,
It's two.
Oh, it is 2. It is 2.
Two.
Okay.
I mean, just look at all that hard work you put into it.
Just don't fall between them.
That's a man's job.
I love how there's like some fence along this road, and it's like then there's just no fence, and it's like, what are you even doing here, fence? Why?
Who was here first?
If you're gonna fence up a part of the road, but not all the road, what is the fence even doing?
Moral support.
Sometimes
Well, it's not doing actual support, so I guess.
Yeah, it's making up for the lack of physical support.
So art support.
Fortunately, the enemies here in this new dungeon are not very aggro. There's
These
usually-
enemies can be kind of dangerous as well because
They can.
a lot of them like to inflict free status.
Thank you, Tiara Bomb.
And free status, we haven't really covered what that is. Basically, it causes you to not only lose all your turns until it's cured, but every time you have a turn, it'll deal damage to you.
Yep. So it's kind of like burn. Well, except you lose your turn.
It's poison combined with petrify from other games.
Too. Yeah.
Burn, in particular, the other status effect just mentioned, just does astronomical amounts of percent-based HP damage to you.
Yeah.
It's very dangerous.
Fun fact here, this dungeon theme that's playing was actually the very first theme Unisuga ever composed for Falcom. And goodness, did he start off on a high note.
Yeah, I really enjoy this theme.
It's very.
It's weird because it's like this just mysterious dungeon theme with a lot of what is it, steel percussion.
Yeah.
It's like if that's where your baseline is, like it's actually really good. I'm like, man, maybe we get some fateful confrontation.
So that's the entrance to the
Unisuga.
boss arena right there, but we're going to hit up this side cave first to get a piece of armor. Well, okay, it's not an armor.
Yeah.
It's shoes. Ugh.
The armor and weapons we specifically are looking for in this run. We don't really care about the
Oh, no, it
defensive
isn't.
stat. We care about the auxiliary stats, and this one boosts our art stat. So we'll do more damage with our arts, which is why we bother picking it up.
Agate gets beat down 2. Yeah, everybody's good. So we've got the dragon here, and the dragon is fortunately off guard, so we're going to go ahead and get that taken care of. Oh, darn, it didn't work.
Yeah.
Who could have seen this coming?
What a shocker.
So I guess we just gotta punch a dragon.
Yeah, this fight's pretty simple. We're going to be just punching it with Zen. Estelle's going to be casting that blue ascension spell, which is the highest tier water spell.
Look, I mean, the series did start off as Dragon Slayer, the Legend of Hero.
Yes, it did.
Did.
And then Agate is just going to try to Wild Rage unless he gets bullied.
Yeah.
And Tita's just going to play support. She can also... Oh, no, wait, no. I was going to say she can cast, but we took all her stuff, so she can't cast.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, he's kind of getting bullied, so there's not too much I can do here.
Yeah, fortunately, Zen and Estelle are really your main damage on this fight, so if Agate's not really able to contribute much here, it's not the end of the world.
That was a good fight, though.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
That went pretty quickly.
He didn't move around at all.
Yeah.
I mean, he moved once, but you know that actually.
He always
works out.
walked.
He can be really annoying because he can move anywhere he wants on the stage, and when he lands, he pushes you back. Yeah, and he can also just push you back as an attack.
Yeah. So, we break the thing off his thing, and he's back to normal, and he's actually a really nice bro. He gives us these chunks of septium, which, you know, could buy a mansion and a half.
Yep.
And he's like, hey, I'm sorry I wrecked your town. You can use these to fix it.
Thankfully, unlike a certain other dragon you meet in a certain other RPG, these balls of septium are not malign in nature. But yeah, with that, we are finally done with this chapter. We've just got a couple cutscenes to go. And then we get to finally explore somewhere entirely new to second chapter. Like, we're not going back to a specific province. We're not retreading much. I mean, we are going to Valeria, the Kingfisher Inn, I think it's called. We're going
to go party first.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
partying
I mean,
first.
we just beat the dragons. What we're gonna do? We're gonna party.
Yeah.
I like how Luva just shows up in there. It's like there's kind of a thing in this game in this series I've noticed where like good guys and bad guys have a temporary truce when it comes to respecting the dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, death and respecting the dead is a huge thing throughout this series. Like, there's not a lot of characters who ever die. When they're actually dead, they make a big deal out of them. The only death that's really glossed over in this series are the death of soldiers and mercenaries, which is like, you know, they're expected to fall in the line of duty and such, so they're not mourned as heavily. But any like named characters or civilians that die usually get a lot of mourning around them.
Yeah. Some would even accuse the game of being a bit too conservative with killing off characters. But that's a topic for another time.
And as you may have seen there for a second, there was a very brief frame that, as you see, game wasn't wholly designed for widescreen.
Here's Joshua is going to be the expert assassin he is, and he's going to jump 50 billion feet in the air during this high-speed, chased, intense cutscene between these airships, and somehow manage to land a grappling hook on the enemy ship to get taken to the enemy base.
I mean, what's physics?
He's just
Not
that good. I don't know.
Yeah, sometimes this game takes just a little bit of artistic license.
Look,
It's not the first time, and it won't be the last.
No.
Nope, not at all.
And this is why I don't complain about things being anime too often, because oftentimes it's just cool.
So it doesn't matter who you pick here, we have to reform our party at Valeria anyway.
So, you know, let's go party.
Yeah, we have earned a break for all of our hard work tracking down Ouroboros, solving all of these problems across the country. So we're just gonna kick back and take it easy.
Something we haven't mentioned is, and if I'm remembering correctly, this entire game takes place over the course of a year.
I thought it was FC that takes place over the course of the year.
SD plus SC is a year.
Okay.
Yeah. Falcom does not keep track of time very well.
No.
I mean, we are
Well,
inching ever closer to 1209 very, very slowly.
I mean, time is kept track of fine and once you get to 0 in Azure, but yeah, this game, the timeline of how long it takes to do stuff is a little skewed.
Don't forget.
I know.
Okay.
I'm just gonna give it 3 shots.
Is that how many frogs we have?
No, we have 1 frog.
No, but I'll save and load.
So you may have noticed that we're all wearing the same shirt except for dowolf because he's not a party animal like us. That is about the bruh fish, which is a huge meme in the Falcom community around a fish that was forgotten by Falcom and started off one of the biggest chains of merch and success of Pinbox, who does a lot of Falcom merch now, where we as a community had this stupid idea to worship this fish, for lack of a better word.
Unfortunately, this fish is not in second chapter, but there is a fish that looks a lot like him, so we think it might be his cousin.
And yeah, Pinbox asked Falcom if they could make a pin of the fish, and they were like, "What are you talking about? This isn't our design." And we got into a whole uproar about that. It started a bunch of offshoots. It was real good stuff.
And here we get the classic JRPG fishing minigame.
So I'm just gonna give this 3 shots. Hey! Big pro fishing, baby!
Look at that bruh face.
So that was the stupid. Oh, and he gave us an what even was
It's a
that?
T anklet. You can get it from Palms too. It just prevents stat down,
Nice.
which is useless because stat down in this game doesn't mean anything.
And
but-
now back to our regularly scheduled speed run.
Because we've done our fishing.
I'm starting to see a couple of pog bones in chat.
Good. But yeah, we get to see another musically gated cutscene where Estelle absolutely shreds this harmonica.
Look at her go.
I'll turn up that
I did, in
turbo.
fact, bring an alternative for the harmonica.
Did you now?
Yes. I apologize to Tech on this thing because
Oh,
I
no.
don't know how the volume of this
Oh
thing goes.
no.
What are you doing?
You know what this is called?
Oh,
no!
my God!
Oh,
Oh no!
Oh no.
Get it in the camera. Get over here so
No,
we can
it's
see
fine.
it.
Don't worry about it. All right, I gotta make sure I know how to play this darn thing. Still.
You're gonna be coming over here soon, anyways, to do the fight. So
Okay.
Wait, but he needs access to a microphone.
I mean, we got 4 microphones over here.
I'll just do it now.
Yeah, he has one over there.
All right. So I learned how to play that stupid song on one of these things. See if I got the note
Gotta
here.
take a picture of this.
Okay. I'm like forgetting my place in my notes here.
I can't concentrate.
There.
Bravo!
We have fun here.
We here at RPG Limit Break are incredibly professional. God, what the hell was I doing?
I don't know anymore.
I think that was more appropriate for the first harmonica sequence.
Probably was, but you know what? I bought the darn thing. It cost me $20.
Best $20
The keys are like half of the width of what a normal keyboard is supposed to be. I have never played a melodica in my life.
Should have stuck with the automaton.
Yes.
Okay, Stolt, remember to get the night goggles.
I have no idea where they are.
They're somewhere on the second floor.
Oh no.
just on the hallways leading up to it. Just start checking the doors.
Yeah.
I mean, you got my notes right there. Should,
Right.
Oh yeah, they probably would be in there, wouldn't they?
yeah, they should
That's
be
where you
mine.
grab it.
It's Fuzzer over Feather Brooch.
Yeah, because it prevents pain anyways.
And ebony shoes on Kevin, but I don't have any ebony shoes here.
You may have grabbed the wrong thing back in.
Producers just
No,
telling
ebony
me-
shoes are in here. Oh no, wait, no. Where are they? They-
In Nebel Valley.
The producer just told me he's not mad, just disappointed.
As he should.
No, that was fantastic. What are you talking about?
Okay.
This is the content everybody donates.
Anyways, where were we in
Let's
the
be
plot?
Oh, right. We're storming the Ouroboros space.
Yeah, apparently Kurt, Grant, Annalise, and someone's name I forget. I am so sorry.
Karna?
Karn.
Karna. We're doing some Ouroboros investigation. Apparently, there's a lab just right across the lake, but they kind of bungled it, and
Got mind controlled.
yeah, so now we're trying to pick up for them.
Yep. So we got to beat the sense back into them. I don't think ebony shoes is going to matter too much. Like, it's just movement.
No, it's ATS.
Oh.
But again, that shouldn't matter.
Kevin isn't the main caster here anyway.
Yeah, but it goes on Josh.
Oh, that's true.
It'll be fine.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, I miss some damage rolls.
Yeah, that shouldn't be too bad.
I mean, don't we replace them later anyways?
No.
No? Oh dear.
Are you sure ebony shoes aren't in this dungeon?
I thought the ebony shoes were
No,
in the
you're-
tower.
Oh no, yeah, you equip them at the start.
You are
right?
supposed to have them by now. Oh, God. EP chart.
Hey, that's useful.
True, it is.
I don't think it's this hallway.
Yeah. There it is.
Oh, it was this hallway. Cool. Excellent.
And then, yeah.
Yep, there they are. That said, I'm not going to use them anyway. Anyway, I don't think I pick up anything else in here.
No, on this.
Yeah, there's just the attack 4
But
later. So this dark room is slightly less dark than the others because you can actually see it.
Yeah. Time for Karna.
This fight's a little more annoying than the last one because she does have impede, which cancels out your arts.
Yeah, so you just hope she doesn't use it on Estelle.
Luckily, part of easy mode means she can't even reach you to use it
Yeah.
at first.
But Zin can.
That was hot tech by her.
Yeah.
Now she's closer to your actual party, too.
Can I bop her? No, but I got Sepid. Bop.
You could have bopped with an Estelle S break, but like, who cares?
Why would I break?
Tend to fight faster.
What is?
It's like
I
5
feel like the
seconds.
animation would just be longer than the punch.
Yeah, not once you count Karna had to get the turn there, though.
It's a short turn. I don't know. Whatever.
Minor optimizations. A lot of the S breaking we do with characters is like it's purely like, hey, just end this fight a little bit quicker, and a lot of it's not really scripted anymore since
Yeah.
fights are just do damage until things die.
Yeah.
So it's plotting out and planning where to optimally use those S breaks to save the most amount of possible time. Which is a lot of just on the fly, looking at your damage rolls, knowing how much damage your S breaks do, and knowing what fights coming up you might need your S breaks for.
Nope, that way. Head over here. And we find a chest with attack 4 in it.
We also find the final boss from the first game. He kind of got kidnapped.
Just a little.
A touch.
Ouroboros can have a little kidnapping as a treat. That won't come back to haunt us later.
I'm not so sure.
Surely opponents we face later won't be riding duplicate clones of those or anything.
What did we say? We were not talking about Shirley.
Now we have Annalise next.
Unfortunately, the power of cuteness did not prevail here, and she's evil too.
She's not evil, just mind controlled and just wants to hug us to death.
That'll give her a big old bear hug.
Like this.
With a little bit of fist.
Just a little. Oh, crit. Oh, right. And that's Annalise down. Was slightly sketch with EP there. I think I usually have more there. I must have just burned more arts on Karna or something.
Yeah, that's possible. Actually, no, I think you got a level up after Karna, so you would either get a level up from the chest or Karna, so you probably get full, but
Excuse me.
doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter much in the grand scheme of things. Because level 1 arts are still pretty potent.
Yeah, base power is a factor on arts, but in the damage calculations for this game in particular, it doesn't matter as much as you might think it would. Once you get to 3rd and beyond, the base power for arts really starts kicking into how much damage they actually deal.
Yeah. So this next boss has the ability to be really rude. I'm hoping it doesn't happen, but Marathon Luck can always bring things into the fold.
We're not talking about Marathon Lock. We're not invoking that demon.
Oh, I know. Maybe if I lampshade it, it won't show up. So we find Joshua, and he's dead.
Well, game over.
Or maybe not? Oh.
Oh.
They're just clones of him. Okay, don't do the thing. Okay, they didn't do the thing. That's good. Oh, I don't need to start.
Oof.
That's kind of rude.
Yeah, double flicker's rude.
And I didn't get all 3 of them with
I mean,
arrows.
that-
Because you punched out of the range.
Yeah, there's not much you can do there. Zin just has so much knockback.
Sometimes he punched too hard. Oh.
Ow! Rude!
Oh.
Double
Oh.
rude! Jesus Christ!
Oh no.
Just get Zen up,
Why did I use that on her?
because targeting this game sucks.
We're good to go.
So this is a problem.
Spoiler warning, they were not good to go.
Tyrol bomb, you might have to. No, I can't break.
Ooh.
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 Let's get that one down first. Okay, well, that was sketch.
Yeah, that is the worst I've ever seen the fight go.
You talk about Marathon Luck and see what you did.
Yeah, I kind of deserved that one. He's cloak and daggered me once. I've never seen him do it twice.
Fortunately, Kevin being KO'd there doesn't matter because we never used Kevin past this point.
Yeah, that's the last time we use him.
And it looks like they've kidnapped Estelle.
Oh no, not my
a
foreshadowing.
little more kidnapping as a treat.
So here we have a very emotional scene Estelle trying to make sense of who Joshua really is. And if they really can just find peace and happiness together. But that's just a dream, and here we are aboard the Glorious. I hate this thing. Oh, there's a cutscene here.
I mean, I don't mean to, hyperbole, but this thing kind of big.
It's a little large.
Just a little.
It's totally not like the largest airship in the entire series.
It's not a massive technological leap compared to everything else we've ever seen in this series. Well, in this game so far.
How do you build something this big in secret?
I don't know.
Like,
We're running on Ace Combat logic here.
that just has more planes. There's always more planes. It doesn't necessarily have bigger planes.
Oh, yes, it does.
Okay, maybe I haven't played enough of all of the Ace Combat games. There's so many.
There's only, 7?
It's at least 8.
They're good. But anyway, Ren is now guiding us through the Glorious because we have an audience with the third Anguis of Ouroboros, none other than Georg Weissman.
Who is also the main villain of this game.
Yes, he is. He used his alias of Professor Alba to basically spy on Joshua during the entire duration of FC.
And
then
all of his childhood.
Yep. And at the very end, he just completely broke the illusion and broke Joshua in return.
And what he wants from us is he's just like, yo, you want a job? We got benefits. We got really good vacations.
You want Josh?
They have cookies.
We'll give you Josh. And 401k matching.
Yeah, you can have Josh back. You just have to betray all your friends and country.
Yeah.
That's simple.
But you get the cute boy.
But you do get the cute boy.
It's okay. They stopped being direct antagonists after Sky anyway.
I mean, there's still pretty direct antagonists in Crossbell.
Okay, Crossbell.
And
Grant.
Cold Steel.
And Cold Steel.
Let's
yeah.
not go there.
And now we get the lore dump about Joshua's past. He was the victim of a tragedy in which an entire town was erased from the map. And Liberl and Erebonia, whose tensions were already running high at that point, decided to keep it secret so as not to stoke the tensions that they had already harbored between each other and avoid an all-out war.
Basically, it was a kind of a false flag operation. Some mercenaries disguised themselves as Liberlian, I believe it's Liberlian military,
Yep.
Yep.
and, but it was actually orchestrated by Erebonians.
As a pretext to do the war, which is the 100 Days War.
Which is where Estelle lost her mother.
Yep. And of course, it was orchestrated by Weissman. Also, why did they not confiscate her weapon?
I mean,
It's just a stick. It's her training. Are we still on the training stick?
No, we're on the break rod.
Oh.
She just broke some face.
So now we have to escape the Glorious, and this is kind of a maze, but it's not obvious it's a maze.
Kumo, get over here.
Oh,
Your time is coming up to shine.
Your time to shine is soon. You see these, oh, no, they're not there yet.
So the next boss we're going to have Kumo handle because he's the true speedrunner here. We're all just a bunch of nerds, and this fight is so difficult that we need somebody who's really adept at these games.
we
to
need
handle
a
it for us.
professional.
Yeah.
This is akin to like calling your older sibling to help you out with the hard part in a video game.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you see these barriers here? They move up when you get close to them. So you can't just traverse the area however you want. You have to go about it in a very specific way. Once we're outside here...
What controller do you want me to use?
That one.
This one.
All you need to do is Titanic roar twice.
Thrice if they're mean. So...
I put him to sleep like I did on Car.
We don't have any of those items, unfortunately.
Okay.
So here's Gilbert.
So what you're going to do... I'm holding down turbo for you. You're just going to Titanic roar. They blinded you, which is fine. They criticaled you, which is also fine.
Oh.
One of them guarded.
Yeah, just keep
That's
roaring.
fine.
Yeah, just keep roaring. The simplest thing is to just keep roaring and then roar again.
Or,
Definitely
or ask,
that follows in real life.
Just impact or lance or something.
Or whatever.
Yeah!
Let's go, Kumo! Yeah!
This is the happiest day of my life.
Woohoo!
We're gonna have Kumo handle the rematch of this fight later on in the run too.
Glorf.
Thanks for having us, RPG Limit Break. I just want to say we're incredibly thankful for the opportunities you've given us.
I mean, I can't believe they let us back after last year.
Oh my god. Okay, so we get Joshua back.
Yay!
And we're going to give him attack 4. We're going to go on our merry way. Gonna rest real quick. And we have another maze to deal with.
Oh boy, we get to my actual favorite part of this game, unironically.
Oh. Yeah, we go in here We cross all the way because this area has 3 columns now instead of just 2. So we could head through here. We go up 2 rows.
Yeah, go up.
And up another, and then we're through. Now I gotta remember how to do the other area. First door on left. I think I go down 2 rows, cross 2 columns. Yep. Fortunately, Josh is so fast that even if you get ambushed, you can just immediately flee. The enemies don't have enough time to get a turn in.
Yeah, practically from this point, you know, nothing's really going to be able to catch us off guard because he's so fast.
Yep. Head up here for a Sepith chest. Ow.
Rude.
What a jerk face. But yeah, those are all the chests we need to pick up here for now. We will be revisiting the Glorious later.
Do we have to?
Unfortunately, yes.
You have to eat your glorious vegetables.
I was gonna say, Beef, you're kind of cutting it close there. You're up in a couple minutes. Speedrunner through and through.
Wow.
Rude. And then again, I did cut it a bit close.
Like you get the whole boss fight and then all the cutscenes afterwards.
This is true.
Is that going to
nice
be all
try.
right if I have to close the game here to rebind?
The
The game should open up in the same exact location in the top right corner, so
Tech says it's okay. You're good.
awesome.
I think you should just deal.
Well, it's because it's your controls and not his. Anyway, Orbital.
I could have said the same to you.
Yeah, but I went first.
You got me there.
So we're just whittling this guy down. If he summons ads, 1 normal attack from Josh can kill them, so I'm not too concerned about that.
This guy can summon ads? I've never actually seen
I've
that.
never had that happen. I mean, he usually goes down pretty fast.
You could also just, like, death scream.
I don't know why. My notes say Napalm Breath at Blue Ascension. Maybe it's just a
Well,
leftover.
I mean if
Yeah.
an ad spawns.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can just scream if that happens.
Or Rars.
Yep.
So now that we have Joshua back and we have Titanic Roar on Estelle, basically the entire rest of the run is just going to be them screaming and then Zen punching things.
Yeah.
We're in their heavy metal phase.
Well, aside from Palm Grind, I think I did all right. Just got 1 cutscene left to go, and then my segment of the run is done.
Hopefully the enemy issues shouldn't matter too much. They really shouldn't, but
Yeah. Extra ATS on Josh, of all characters, probably isn't too important. Because
I
like
don't
he
know
do-
if they're extra speed though.
Well,
Yeah, it'll
we'll
be fine.
we'll deal.
There
You
could be worse hiccups.
You don't put much stock into the boss fights of those chapters anyway.
That's true.
I mean, as long as we remember Cloak, we'll be fine.
Yeah.
I mean, we'd be fine
Oh,
without it.
Boy, this scene.
Th-
I almost don't want to turbo through it.
Same.
I don't think you can turbo through it.
We're
There-
turboing.
No, I mean like the
It's just God. I love this game so much.
Yeah, this scene is probably one of the best moments in the series. The one of the highest point. Where we bring Joshua back to basically humanity.
Yeah.
I often say that second chapter is a game of high highs and low lows, and that I think overall first chapter is more consistent. But I can't deny that second chapter has my favorite moments in the entire series, particularly once we get to the end of chapter 4 and once the several strings of character development all just come together to make this really compassionate, well-woven story.
Yeah.
I
this-
can't get enough of it.
So now we got our boyfriend back, and now all we have to do is save the world. That can't be too hard, right?
And that is my phase done.
Yeah, this particular scene for me, like, I can probably name like 3 or 4 scenes in a game that actually made me cry at my computer playing, or my console or whatever you. That is the only one that I think that did so, not from sadness, but because it is genuinely like the most heartwarming cutscene I think I know of in games.
All right. Go get him, Beef.
All right.
Let's go.
Yeah! Oh, yeah, you've got your notes there.
I love Zin just drinking his gourd over there.
Hey, it's perfect foreshadowing.
Okay, apologies for that. Just swapping back some controls to make my time with this a little bit more familiar to myself.
You're also going to have to set the camera back to free.
Yes.
I mean, like we said earlier, each of us plays with a different control style.
Yeah. There's a lot of customizability to these runs. Like Mixed Turbo. Mixed Turbo is a relatively new development.
Mixed Turbo is my bread and butter, my child. Nobody else runs it except for me, except for us for these marathons.
I mean, I like it.
It works.
There's no leaderboard for it. It's either full turbo or no turbo.
Well, I mean, technically it's full turbo. You just choose not to use it half the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, in fairness, the Reverie world record got bopped, which is full turbo when I was using mod turbo, so. But a lot of that was on load times.
Yeah, you were competing against a PS4 run on PC.
That's true, yeah.
I mean, I timed some of the load screens. I saved literally 45 to 50 seconds on load screens in some places.
Ooh.
Oh, you mean on individual load screens?
Yes.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, that tracks.
So here we're going to pick Kevin and Agate for our party at first because they have stuff we want and they're no longer going to be used for the entire run.
We're also saying goodbye to Olivier.
Also, I love this song.
Oh, yeah. Hollow Light of the Sealed
I
Ones
mean,
is amazing.
it's perfect.
Like, Ishibashi plus Jindo is just a perfect combination every time.
So after we got Joshua back, some weird stuff happens at the 4 towers across Liberal, and now we just get to use an airship to go around to all of them and figure out what's going on.
Yeah, this is pure just dungeon crawling, the chapter.
Yep.
There's 4 towers, we get to climb them all.
Trails in the Sky, the second .5.
Sure.
Thank you for your contribution. Thank you for your contribution.
You were pulling off a lot of ports there.
Yep.
Oh, right, he doesn't have the night goggles because you didn't,
I didn't use them. I did the swag strat that ultimately lost me time because I got lost once.
Yeah. And then we're going to pick our actual party. This is going to be our party for basically the rest of the game unless we're forced to use other characters.
Yep, this is our final party.
Don't have the ebony shoes, so... Feather...
I think I know what I did.
Lamb.
I got one of the wrong chests in the Dragon's Dwelling. I think I got like a tiara bomb instead of the ebony shoes.
Yeah, because the shoes are on the back wall.
Yeah, the shoes are the more fancy chest.
Here we're going to be setting up our formation for the rest of the game as well. And then this is where we have to start doing a lot of menuing to keep up on our equipment for the bosses, our status protection, and just starting to actually build ourselves to get a little bit stronger.
Yeah, especially because this chapter is 4 dungeons in a row, with 4 bosses in a row.
Yeah, so this is a perfectly normal tower that we're...
Oh.
Just a quick,
You said this was a perfectly normal patch.
trip to, you know, the outer space for a little while. Don't worry about breathing. Don't worry about gravity. Everything's fine
Like,
here.
this is why they, like, don't let you into the Washington Monument anymore, because this is what it's like on the inside.
Don't turbo on the stairs.
Turbo on the stairs.
Turbo on the stairs!
So what they're saying here is if you turbo on the stairs, these are bad stairs. We'll do it later.
You mean they're good stairs?
We need different stairs.
We
Stairs
need better
boss is
stairs.
not here. He's taking the coffee break. The characters that are following behind your leader will just clip into the ground. Ah, dang. I'm trying to get it for you guys. It's
Yeah.
total RNG.
Yeah,
We'll use some stairs later where it always happens.
Yeah, Turbo is literally a frame skip, which means...
Yep.
if you just skip over the parts of the stairs that push you upwards, you don't get pushed upwards, and now you are just floating in space.
In Sky, at least, your main character will always get the height bonus and never go out of bounds. But in some of the later games, like Zero, Turbo can push you into the stairs and under the stairs, which soft locks you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Collisions in Crossbell can be a little strange.
What in the world is going on
In Crossbell.
A lot of things.
So
Yeah.
we've got 4 of these tower dungeons. These are basically just memorize where to go. Luckily, we have Josh now to just kind of help carry us damage-wise with that death scream for the bosses.
Got time for one real quick donation?
Sure.
Absolutely.
All right. We got $5 from Nemi10X. Just says, Trails SC is in my top favorite 5 games of all time. Thanks for playing this for a great cause. And thank you for your donation.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
We did
Here
also
we-
get $20 from Genesis Gunlian and Fiend75002 with no comment, but thank you so much for
Hey.
your donos.
Thank you.
At that pillar there, we got a bunch of lore and stuff, but we're going too fast to really care about that.
I mean, who needs exposition anyways?
Plot that makes sense, not in my JRPGs.
I don't understand. We have these towers, and maybe we're activated, and now we're going through an alternative dimension. This is like
Perfectly
confusing.
normal.
It's
Fun
just
mu-
Tuesday.
Fun music
No,
fact with
it's Friday.
Schtolteheim.
I think it's Friday. Time is hard.
Time is done. It's
Time-
7:30 already. What the heck?
Time is an illusion.
Apparently, this song here was a pretty late addition to the soundtrack. Going by composer codes, there's evidence to suggest that Parallel Universe from Sky Third was supposed to be used for those dungeons instead.
So here we may, if we get really lucky, have the first instance of kicking. Kicking is Zin's Thunder God kick ability. No. Basically how it works is it does a butt ton of damage normally, and it hits in an AoE, and if it hits multiple enemies, it will hit as many times as many enemies as you hit.
Yeah.
So if you hit 5 enemies with it, it will do 5 separate instances of massive damage.
Yep, it'll hit each of them 5 times.
It's a touch bugged.
Just a bit.
I think it was intended. Zin needed the power boost.
Did he?
I really don't know, because Falcon does do some really dumb things sometimes, like the petrify trick in East Versus, or well, anything in Cold Steel.
Or anything. Well, different stuff. But
Cold
anything
Steel 1 is fine.
CS3 and it's out of bounds is kind of funny. But I was going to say, like, or anything in East, because
Yeah.
we tear that paper tiger down pretty quickly.
Yeah.
What do you mean particle effects overload the game?
What do you mean any percent is 30 minutes?
Ready?
It's kind of long for an East game.
So part of the,
He's
part of
not
the reason
wrong.
we use Zen and Shara so much in this run is not only are they amazing characters speedrun-wise, but they're also forced for a number of
Yep.
sections.
Zin and Shara are each forced for one of these 4 towers.
Del, saw 2 and 3, and grab Shara's now.
Nice. We got the quartz for it.
Actually, I think I have enough for Zen's. No, I'm 10 short.
Aw. What a shame. So we're converting
Funny.
Sepith here to get money to buy some weapons for Josh.
In a lot of other Trails games, selling all of your Sepith is a very common thing, even though it's completely taboo for a casual playthrough. We do
Wait.
it a lot in speedruns just because that's our best way to get money.
Yeah, and because at some point you just don't need certain types of Sepith because you're never making the quartz they require anymore.
Yeah, even in a casual playthrough, you kind of need to sell Sepith just to keep up with the Joneses. Is that the right last name?
Yeah, I mean, it's a use.
If you want to deck out all the characters, you definitely do.
Oh, yeah.
right?
I mean, you
Yeah.
can't do that in Cold Steel anyway.
Well, and that's why Cold Steel added the mass Sepith, so that people would just Stop. People just have one to sell instead of
Yeah, and as a result,
Yeah.
Sepith and Cold Steel just doesn't sell for anything. It sells for 2,
Ooh.
I think.
But yeah, part of the reason why we don't really buy that many weapons and armor is because we get many of them here in this chapter.
These towers have a lot of
Yeah.
weapons and armor for specifically the characters that are required to go into them. Like we're
Yep.
picking up Zin's weapon right
That's
there, and
Zin's
he's
weapons right there.
required for this tower. So the game's like, hey, we're gonna force you to use this character. We're gonna at least give you gear to outfit them with
Yeah.
in the dungeon.
And then in the next tower, you get a weapon for Shara, and then after that, you get a weapon for Estelle.
And the next dungeon, Shara is forced for.
Yep.
So this one is probably the hardest tower to navigate. There's a lot of off-shooting paths and a lot of chests that
Yeah.
my muscle memory in particular works against me because we used to grab so many of these chests in the older route. There's a lot of overlap between the two routes, so it was just like cutting his stuff out.
I personally think the last tower still takes the cake for me.
It's mostly just going straight though.
Mostly, yes. But then
There's just that one like big gridded square floor.
that one screw-off room. But yeah. We do pick up a lot of other chests here. Like there are a lot of quartz we get here. This is the first time we get gems in the run, which are like the 5th level for
Yeah.
their corresponding tree.
Pretty
So
much
what we needed to
top.
do is, with Estelle, we needed to upgrade her slot so that she can put on these higher level quartzes to get even more damage.
Yep. So the Sapphire Gem and Yin Yang, which are HP 5 and Mind 5.
Yin Yang's not mine 5, it's Haze and
Oh, right.
Haze and Heal.
Right, my bad.
Haze is a quartz that prevents enemies from noticing us, so it's a little harder to get into encounters now
Yeah.
because they're not going to chase after us anymore.
In the next chapter, we get Cloak, which renders us impervious to enemy encounters at all.
At the end of this chapter.
Oh, right. Yeah, right.
We just get to use it in next chapter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because by the time we get it, it's going to be. We don't have to worry about anything else.
So here's Walter.
He's potentially kickable right there.
Yeah, it depends on what his ads do.
Bad, good?
Yeah,
No, I think that's just shy of being kickable.
Yeah, I think
Walter's
just
going to get
better.
another turn, though.
Walter can do the stupid if he wants to. Come on.
Hey!
Yes! Kick him, boy!
Oh, the triple!
Get him!
So as you can see there, Walter's health basically just went from full to nothing after one attack.
And now he's dead.
That is the power of kicking. We basically did the equivalent of what would be 4 normal attacks from Zin in a single move there.
And we gained a ton of CP from doing it. Like, we've more than made up the cost of that craft.
And it's not very expensive. It's only 35 CP. So it doesn't take much to recover it.
Also, Kilika just got through this whole dungeon by herself.
Yeah.
I mean,
she's great.
She is pretty badass.
Kilika kind of conceals her power level a bit.
A bit.
That's kind of a recurring thing for these games.
You know, they're just holding back.
I mean, you did literally escort Alba around the first game, so.
Yeah.
Uh,
And Ren in Chapter 3. That is kind of a spoiler.
Shout out
if you
to this
get
one
into a
guardsman
fight
who
with her.
keeps firing here.
Oh yeah, he doesn't get distracted.
Man has a job and he keeps to it.
Now that's sticking to your guns.
So basically, all these monsters are flooding out from these towers because of Ouroboros, and that's what's keeping like the entire world, except for us, busy from stopping their nefarious plans.
Yeah.
So I did lie. This next dungeon is actually the hardest to navigate. Make sure I challenge chat to really keep an eye on how we go through this next dungeon.
Yeah, it can be pretty nasty.
I'm concerned for you for this dungeon.
Zin slot.
Godspeed. We just upgrade Zin's slot there so we can get the highest attack quartz.
Which we pick up in this next dungeon, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna draw a map. Let's see how this goes.
And then the tower after this is our final palm grind.
Okay, can you hang on a minute? I don't think I'm ready for this. I'm getting flashbacks.
Okay.
You can do it. You can do it.
Okay.
All right.
Start putting on the
So
map.
we're gonna hold forward.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we've dodged some enemies. That's pretty okay.
Dear God.
It's coming up.
Oh, so many stairs. This would be hell in Turbo.
Okay, we made it through the first screen.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna hold forward.
What?
Okay, okay. More forward.
Seriously? What happens next?
Not another chest.
Oh, there's so many. I just want to open all those chests and read all the chest quotes.
Napalm.
You jerk.
Yeah.
Wow.
Time for a quick donation?
Sure.
Alrighty, we got $25 from Thorn969 that just says, Schtolta is the best, except that he needs Kuma to help win his game score. Yes, my grand total of 20 inputs.
Yeah. So here we're also just gonna hold forward.
I mean, that was really high APS when you think about it.
This fight has extra ads, so we need to do AoE arts here. The whole reason we opened Cher's slot is so she has exactly enough EP to do all the cash she needs to do through this section.
I just love an exact route.
Look, I had to join in on the action at some point. I did kind of make the server that we host the Trails games in.
Yeah.
Then you
Before
fluttered it off to me,
before I
the
gave
worst
it to
decision
Beef,
ever.
Which was the worst decision I've ever made in speedrunning.
All right, so here on this next floor, we're gonna hold forward.
What? That's not what my notes say.
It's what my map says.
I think your map's wrong.
I've been paying super close attention. Like, it's just up and to the right. I mean, I guess you could-
System maintenance. Sometimes these monsters just either perform system maintenance and don't do anything, or they perform system maintenance, hurt themselves, or heal themselves, or generally they just don't do anything. Alright, so now we gotta loop around here to get this chest. But then we're just gonna hold forward.
Oh, that is a really tricky complication, though.
That actually is kind of a mean chest. If you don't see it in the cutscene.
Yeah.
Grab this chest, do a little menu. As a treat. Why do I feel like I have less accessories than usual?
I'm not sure.
Interesting. Oh no, wait, no.
And then Sherry gets her weapon.
Yep, good.
There we go. And then Ruby John's in.
That was smooth. So up next
Alright,
is Lucy.
we made it to the end of the dungeon. Hard done.
So let me just go over my map. So it's, you go forward, then you go forward, then you go forward, then you go forward one more time, and then you have to do a loop-de-loop.
And then you go forward.
Then you go forward.
Yeah.
Yep, that
Got
sounds
it.
right.
Perfect.
Hard dungeon.
Now we fatefully confront another agent of Ouroboros.
Oh no, debuffs that don't do anything in this game.
Oh, drat.
Yeah.
So we still have these nerds that have the gimmick, but thankfully they go down in 2 roars this time, and then we can 6 in on the other miss guy.
And then we can single target the boss.
Oh no, defense down, and she did her S-craft and it did 1,000 damage. Oh no. Whatever will I do?
I don't know how.
I don't know. You never recover from this.
Zan.
Man, but I mean these mist clouds are heavily evasive, but that's still a shame.
This is true.
I mean, if we just had some of that hit-up port that we were talking about earlier.
Does he still have it on?
Yeah, he has hit 3.
Yeah.
That's why he doesn't miss most of the time. Alright, now we just have to chase down this thing.
There we go.
Nice.
That miss costs a bit of time, but oh well.
Who cares?
I thought we were all about saving time.
I mean, all things considered, we're on pretty decent pace.
Yeah, but we're going into the fourth and final tower, which is where our last palm grind is.
Yeah.
My PB lost world record to this palm grind because I lost 4 minutes on the split.
For reference, Chapter 8 takes anywhere from 15 to 20 minutes, and the final chapter takes about an hour. So if I had to guess, we're around maybe an hour 20 from time. Maybe a little more than that because of movies.
Yeah, movies are going to add a bit.
Yeah.
So like maybe an hour 30 overall.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So there you could see the delay between myself using controller and Stolt using keyboard and mouse when it comes to text. And that over the course of the run, loses a lot of time.
Yeah.
But, I mean, speedrunning is about having fun and playing games you love.
Yeah.
So if you have to play in a way that makes you uncomfortable or, like you just don't like doing it for the sake of being optimal and going fast, then like maybe it's not worth it. Maybe you should just enjoy yourself.
In the words of a certain president, if it's not fun, why bother?
Okay. So here we're going to be taking some encounters to look for those palms. Hopefully we get them before the end so we don't have to actually grind.
That's one.
But there's a lot of these encounters throughout the dungeon, so you're going to see me get into the encounter, see if there's palms, and if not, I'm just going to run away.
Yeah, it's pretty much a coin flip on whether or not you get a palm encounter before you have to start resetting encounters for it, just by passively checking these guys.
I'm not gonna lie, Stoltz, that quote you said came up in a discussion with a different group of people, and I, for a moment there, forgot you weren't there for that discussion. I was like, are you calling back to this? I'm like, you're calling back to a conversation that you weren't even a part of. What is going on?
Oh.
It is 8 o'clock in the morning, everybody. I hope y'all are freshly woken up.
Did
'cause
you
we have been
not
up.
know that Stoltz omniscient?
I'm everywhere, dude.
Wouldn't that be
You
on the
see the
present
reality of everything.
There's a parallel universe where I've actually played all these games.
No,
I
there's
don't
not.
believe it.
Don't lie. That's the one existence that can't possibly be true.
Ooh, some spicy movement there. But yeah, a lot of these rooms I just find obnoxious because they tend to look rather similar to each other.
I have just gone through here enough to know where everything is, even if I forget to pick up cloaks sometimes.
Sepith chest there, and then over here,
Zerum powder.
Zerum capsule.
Capsule.
No.
All right, we've got one more chance at the optimal palm grind where we don't have to reset the encounter. Oh, 2 more chances, my bad.
No. It's karma for me screwing up my palm grind.
Oh, 3. Now we're down the 1, maybe. Maybe. Maybe.
Maybe.
It's very unlucky to not have seen them so far, though.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I ruined it for everyone.
Nah, you're good, you're good. I mean,
Stoll got his fast. He just messed up the fight.
yeah.
All right, so here's where we have to sit around and grind this now.
Oh boy. Fortunately, the strat for this palm fight is much simpler. You just death scream 3 times.
Yeah, and what I'm doing is I'm spinning in circles to get my conga line all in the same space so that they don't accidentally trigger an encounter.
Yeah.
And because it's just silly.
There they are.
Hey.
Lucky number 13.
Ooh. For Enforcer number 13. Or
That gives us a total of exactly 40 palm encounters.
Ooh, so that's $80 from me.
Yeah.
And if anybody in chat is following along, that's $40 from you. No pressure though.
All right.
Don't
now we can
give if you
do
can.
Menu. We can put on cloak, which straight up prevents us from getting into any encounters until we take that off. We can run straight through an enemy now and not get into an encounter. Okay, now my equipment menu is feeling like how it normally does, accessory-wise. I think we just didn't get... I'm used to practicing with having gotten, like...
A jillion.
Like the palm drops accessories.
Huh.
Okay. Oh, S-brakes. So we got capped EXP there, so everybody got like a ton of S-brakes from that fight, so I need to make sure I set those up. So this is the fight that a lot of casual players have a really bad time with. Because this fight starts off with Ren S-braking you, which is an 80% instant kill to all of your characters, and then all the ads spam Petrify. What we had to do there was equip a bunch of resist status accessories to prevent against that, so we can trivialize the fight. And now we bully her.
Yeah, the words "got you" with Ren mean two very different things depending on what you're talking about. And in this fight, you don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
Also, as an aside, her voice lines in battle just they're funnier than they honestly should be.
Shazam! You're a meanie! No, why? Ow!
Oh,
All
he
right,
has a
giant
mech
robot fight. Let's go.
Robot.
Just more high tier arts. Xana's gonna go and punch it for more arch damage than we could possibly do because Xana's cracked.
We love our boy Zin.
We love our boy.
Good crit. Let's break to save some time there. Alright, and that's chapter 7.
Fantabulous.
These last 3 chapters are way more straightforward and direct than the game has been so far.
Yeah. These are more to the point. Even the final chapter.
So now that the towers have been cleared out, we didn't succeed in stopping whatever they were trying to do, and now we have the consequences of that. Which
Alright.
is this cutscene here.
Everyone pay attention. This will be on the test.
You ever just have a lightning bolt tear open reality?
Only when there's fake Latin chanting.
No, it's Falcom. It's in German, obviously.
Sometimes it's Latin, sometimes it's English.
It's ain't English, I can tell you that much.
Well, sometimes some of the stuff they do. Like I know Termination from East Origin is in English. Perfect Steel of Zero from Reverie is in English. I think Azure Arbitrator is in English.
Is it?
I don't know. You guys ever see like a thing and be like, yeah, maybe that's the final dungeon?
Maybe.
Yeah, sometimes.
Just a hunch.
I mean, what if it's the final dungeon for a different game?
So here it's using its giant black orbit wave, and that's going to basically turn off all technology across the entire country, and then some. So you know, this is not ideal.
I mean, orbital energy kind of being analogous to electricity. So, that gives you any idea?
Yeah,
Look,
so-
everything in this game is orbs.
Yeah,
I'm surprised GDQ hasn't taken this at some point because it would just be non-stop.
Yeah, so countrywide blackout. Their neighbors. Their neighbors.
we are hoping to change that.
I mean,
They took Cold Steel 1 for a hot fix, so my hope is to start submitting. Because I was of the same mind. They're never going to take these games, but if they took Cold Steel 1 for a hot fix, maybe there's a chance.
You know, not implying anything.
Also, Rip Bandits.
Rip Bandits.
Rip Bandits.
Well, they won't be in Skyrim 3rd.
They won't be in the rest of this game, surely.
Surely.
Yeah, that,
Charlie won't be in this game.
you kind of can't recover from that.
See, dowolf, you get it now.
I got it a while ago. I'm sleep deprived enough at this point that I'm just playing along now.
Especially with how airships are built in this universe. They're not built to glide, they're built to float.
Yeah, they basically have an anti-gravity field around them.
Yeah, that's how they fly, instead of generating thrust with wings.
So here we're going to get the ZFG cameo. We're going to put these zero field generators on, and then we can go really fast at Ocarina of Time.
We have to equip them on any party member that we want to be able to use arts, because they don't have one, they can't use arts.
Yeah. This chapter has like one of the coolest things in this series and one of the least cool.
Yeah.
So you finally have access to the entire country, and the game is going to force you to walk the entire country.
Yep.
Yep.
But this is my favorite chapter just because there's a lot of really cool side quests in each region as a result of the Ordnance shutdown. And then there's also a ton of super bosses that a lot of casual players never find because they're just like, oh my god, I don't want to do this.
And every single NPC in the entire game has new dialogue about their sudden flight.
Yep.
It's all good.
Hope you're ready to sweep for hours.
It really is cool just how it opens up the game. It's just a shame it just happens to be at the point where they take away the main source of damage most people are going to be doing for this playthrough.
Yep.
Yeah, but as a result of that, they also have taken away Kevin, Olivia, and Chloe, which are the three of the top tier arts users. So they're already pushing you in the direction of, hey, use physical. Also, nothing forces you when you get to town to give up your ZFGs until you want to. So you can just use all 4 ZFGs to do all of the side content you want, and then just make another loop around the country to turn them in. Which, I mean, from a speedrun perspective is very slow, but as a casual player, I mean, if you really care about your arts that much, which honestly you probably should, at least for some of them, you probably would go 2 and 2. 2 Fizz, 2 arts.
The saving grace here is that because we picked up Cloak, we are now impervious to enemy encounters on the field.
Yeah, I could run into these things all I wanted, and I cannot be getting an encounter. My whole thing I have to keep an eye on for this chapter is my EP, because we don't want to have to take an in rest, and we have limited EP charges, but we still need Joshua and Estelle casting arts for the majority of this chapter.
Yeah.
Because there's going to be a bunch of monsters on the roadways, because of course there are, that we're forced to fight. Most of the fights are all very easy, but because they're like, hey, the player's not going to have arts, so we should probably tune these down a little. But since we do have arts still, they're not too difficult.
Time for donation?
Sure.
Absolutely.
Sick. Well, I'm sure you know which ones these are coming. We got $80 from Schtolteheim.
Close enough.
Been saying it right the whole time. I maintain Gase as best boy, and see that I can agree with. Except it's Dogi, but
Okay.
Gase is an acceptable answer. And then also $80 from James Pickard 007.
I've never.
Okay,
I'm sure it's an
okay.
East
Pickard
thing.
is an actual thing.
Pickard's an East
Yeah.
Oath reference,
That's
isn't it?
That's an East thing. Yep.
That's an E7 thing.
Anyways, palm givings. We also have $25 from Melting Keith.
Hey.
No.
Just says, had to tune in to see Trails back at RPG LB. Good luck for the second half to an amazing community. I've always felt welcomed by everybody there, even when I only contributed to theory crafting. When are we seeing Kuro?
Huh.
Hopefully sooner than later.
I mean,
You never know.
a few days after it gets localized, I'll be doing the route. So
Yeah, that's beef
Yeah.
for you.
Beef,
Yeah, I actually have a route for Kudo too.
You had it on the backup though.
Enk's got
questing
one
for
as
Glory.
well.
Enk has been running that.
Yeah, you had it on the backups for, I think, Questing for Glory most recently.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah, he did.
It was the 7-hour game for backup is low odds, but it was there.
We also have $20 from Doisim. Just says, thanks runners and volunteers for helping such a great cause. Doisim being kind of one of our OGs with RPG Limit Break, was around for a lot of the early events. So happy to see you in the donations. Miss you, buddy. Thank you for your donation.
Thank you. Nice. I don't think Comet would have killed there. Heartbreak was a good call.
I think it would have because it kills even like I had the extra share crit turn there,
Oh,
and Heartbreak kills even without the without Cher's attack.
fair enough. So we have to give up one of our ZFGs to power the telephones at the Bracer Guild, which have been knocked out by the shutdown.
And despite all this shutdown phenomenon, all this gloomy town music, let's go Gamba.
Yeah, let's go gamble.
Can we get a chat prediction? Big Gambas.
Really though, we just brute force buying the medals to get what we want. We're getting some dragon skin shoes. We're getting some
Don't
buzzers.
you need to go report it in? Well, you can do it at another guild branch.
Yeah.
I do, but also you don't. You don't need the money.
Don't you need it for weapons for final chapter?
You have enough money there. You just have to buy less from the shop.
Waiting is evil, but we have to wait anyway because with the bridge stuck up, the only way across the bay is by boat.
And here, because I'm a scrub and not as good as these other two runners, and also have the longest darkroom section, I am gonna put on the night goggles.
I was gonna say that's not a scrub move.
Yeah, not for this tunnel.
Because unlike the first darkroom or the second darkroom, there is actually no light in the tunnel.
Yeah, and there are 3 screens, all of which are very long and windy and have dead ends you can run into.
And penguins.
Yeah, in the tunnel, in the tunnels where there's no lights and you have to use the night goggles, they stuck a super boss, because of course they did.
Yes.
And it's actually the hardest of the super bosses too.
Go
And
fig.
it's a giant penguin, and he's very, very rude. It's actually a really, really tough fight casually if you're not prepared with the anti-status you need. And since it's a dark screen, you're blinded by default on a chapter where your arts are taken away. So you have to rely on physical, but you can't because you're blinded. It's a really, really mean thing to have done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you plan to do that fight casually and you know about it, you really got to come in here without giving up any of your ZFGs.
Yeah.
Also green.
Green.
You guys like green?
I love how I don't think the shortcut for the map works on keyboard here, but you can still click the map icon on the top right corner of the screen and you can get an idea of where you're where you are.
Yeah, I just tried what I think is the map button. I kind of forget the map button because I never use it.
Yeah, like who cares? We don't
Needs
need
maps.
no
All y'all professionals.
we don't need no maps.
Just memorize the dungeons, forehead.
I'm a scrub. I gotta look at my maps.
In fairness, I could probably stand to use a map for FC's final dungeon. Because I always get lost there.
I mean, Falcom and way too big final dungeons. Name a better pair.
Yep. I mean, sealed area is really mean just because it has a series of rooms that lead into each other in a circle.
Does it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's on the 3rd floor.
Mm.
So if you take a wrong turn, you can get caught up in that, and that's really mean. But anyway, we can walk the wrong way down the escalator now.
And yet we walked the right way.
But we walked the right way because James walked the wrong way.
Because it's closer. It's more movement to go down the incorrect way.
Like 4 frames more movement.
And I mean, I guess I'll report
What's
here.
sort of a speed runner? Max 4 full frames.
Oh, actually, it's faster to report here because you don't get the text saying, like,
Oh, yeah.
oh, you can call your party members. All right, so here we're gonna get some kicks off on these
Dogs.
doggos, and they're just gonna instantly get KO'd from it because Zin is fair and balanced. Shara no longer is ours, so we had to give up her ZFG. Nice, I got the instant
Ooh.
kill.
Wow.
Very
That is
nice.
lucky.
Health is looking good. I just need to use an EP1 charge on Josh here.
Yeah, so I don't know if we actually covered the plot. We're going to all of the places all over Liberal so that we can drop off the ZFGs, which cancel out the anti-magic/electricity power that was used by the bad guys. so that we can all talk to each other.
Communication is important.
It is.
Yep.
Also, I am going to do the Askcraft showcase. I'm not going
Nice.
to turbo that.
Nice.
Because, I mean, we don't see them when we actually do the fights.
Yeah.
And Blue Blanc voice acting.
Yes. Blue Blanc used to be voiced by Troy Baker, but in Cold Steel, he was recast to Kirk Thornton. And Kirk loved the character so much that he went back and revoiced the lines for Sky SC after he had done the lines for CS1 and CS2. So you no longer hear Troy Baker as Blue Blanc in Sky SC, unless you're playing on an old patch or PSP or something.
Yeah, when they added the turbo patch to this game, they fixed a lot of the bugs, and also, I mean, introduced a lot more because of turbo.
Yeah.
But the quality of life improvements that came with the turbo patch were massive.
Yeah, like I can't understate the effort required to make a game from 2006 work this well on modern PCs.
And honestly, there are still like a lot of initial setup problems. The configuration tool isn't the best.
Yeah. But, well,
It didn't let us down in this run, so.
no, it didn't.
So as you can see, this is kind of a chapter where full turbo would save a good amount of time, especially because even though we would be bonking into walls everywhere because we're not Super Saiyan eyes, we would at least not be getting encounters thanks to Cloak.
Yeah. Here, there's just not much we can do.
We can kick.
Kick him.
Kick him.
So unfortunately, only 2 hits there, so they're not just instantly dead. But that's what Death Scream is for.
Yeah. Nicely done.
I'm just sort of wondering, like, what do you scream at robots to make them just explode on the spot?
Have you ever been so edgy that you just scream at all of your problems and they go away?
You just yell at him, this
I've
sentence
tried.
is false.
Got time for a read?
Why,
Yep.
sure.
Alrighty. I'd just like to point out, we got a $400 donation
Holy.
from dowolf.
Oh,
Oh,
Oh!
well then.
I assume that was 10 per pawn.
It was, yeah. I picked that number before realizing quite how many we were gonna do.
oh.
I tried to warn you, man.
You did. No, you 100% tried to warn me, and I'm like, oh, I'll just do 10. Whatever, it'll be fine.
In fairness, it
And
was
then I
partially
watched
my
this-
fault.
And then I watched this tally get bigger and bigger.
And the donation comment reads, Zeit is best boy 100%.
Yeah.
Yes.
Cerberus, though?
Hmm.
Cerberus?
Cerberus is pretty good
Okay.
too.
Oh God, I forgot
Look,
about. Okay,
look.
Kerberos is cheating.
Look, we can all agree that all of the dogs and trails are great.
Yes.
Yes. And you can pet all of the dogs.
And Sieg is great too.
Sieg is,
Take him down.
Sieg is helpful in combat too. And so is Zeit. And for like,
He's super helpful.
Zeit, I remember him being really great for like his little summon ad in
Yeah.
in
Actually,
F-Zero.
If Kerberos ever gets to be in combat, then he will be best boy, but not
Yes.
until.
Best boy in training.
And then finally, in this one,
I don't know. Can Sight fly an airship?
probably.
Probably.
Oh my God, that.
That scene is fantastic.
Also, an
the
additional,
whole, yeah.
there's also an additional component to the comment that just says "Greetings from the bread dimension." Oh man, that requires a little bit of explanation.
Just don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
It's 8 a.m. Don't worry about it.
Oh God, it's
We're in
normal
chapter
hours.
8. We
Oh
got,
God, that's the sun.
we're in chapter 8. We can explain it. Okay, all we need to explain is there's a puzzle here that has been way harder to complete than any 1,000-piece puzzle should ever be because there's just so much bread on the puzzle.
It's just orange and browns and black, and we're mostly at this point left with only black. And it's cut. It's the worst cut puzzle we've ever seen. It's just, oh goodness. Thanks, PX.
All right, so now that we've delivered all of our ZFGs, and he can finally speedrun in his own terms, we're going to head back to Gransil because they requested a call for help. And on our way, we see some Ouroboros airships flying in, and of course that's a good thing, right? That
Yeah.
can only be a good thing.
Because, you know, it's not at all alarming that they have a way to bypass their orbital shutdown.
And here the army is
Oh,
going to
boy.
try to stop them, but they're going to have a bad day. And since we're doing good on time, we're going to watch these S-crafts because you're never going to see them otherwise. This is an anime game. We got to have some anime in here.
Yeah.
What, the FFVs haven't been enough?
Kids. Damn, kids today.
I love him. Walter's probably one of my least favorite Ouroboros guys for some things, but man, he has some great moments.
I mean, you give Keith Silverstein a character and he'll make it work.
He is the embodiment of nothing personal, kid.
He doesn't need to. Did you see the way he kicks Estelle?
Yeah.
I think we've seen it a few times.
Yes. Oh boy, here we get my favorite S-craft in the game.
They dead.
They're so dead.
God damn.
And here's Blue Blanc being lazy and only doing one guy.
But he's doing the commander, so the commander has more health.
But it's an AoE.
No, Deathmatch's single target.
Oh, well, never mind then.
Yeah, he puts the boy in a coffin.
You could get like more than one coffin at once.
That's effort, though.
Those are expensive, you know. Even Ouroboros has budgets.
No,
Do they though?
Do they though?
Okay,
I don't
like,
think they. Think of how much property damage we cause them every single game. I don't think they have a budget.
okay, fair point.
All right, moving on with our life.
Also, shout out
They
to
have a
Ancient
Sepith
Makes.
mine somewhere off in Remiferia or something.
Oh yeah, this is the ancient mix. Yeah.
Yeah.
Odd place to bring it back, but I'm okay with it.
Also, plot twist, none of these guys are actually dead. They're just incapacitated.
Despite all of the blood we saw bursting out of them in Ren's
Don't
Esprit.
pay attention. I mean, Ren's enemies are probably dead. The other ones are.
It's just a flesh wound. Nobody actually dies in these things. They just get really bad boo-boos.
You're not wrong.
Can I?
I mean, probably,
Kick?
but
No.
Ah, they're too big.
they big boy.
Stupid self-destructing enemies. So coming up, we have what's casually a really difficult fight, but since A, we're on easy mode, and B, we're speedrunners, it's going to be a pretty easy fight for us.
Granted, it's partially because we spam a very valuable resource, but
And
This is true. So there's going to be 3 giant helicopters here that have giant death laser beams that are, and you're going to be on this very narrow bridge, so they're very hard to avoid. And that combination makes for a very dangerous fight, but the trick to the fight is just kill them before they do the giant laser beam.
yep. And for that, we spam Joshua's Black Fang.
I should make sure that's his S-break.
I was gonna say,
It is. I used it on Ren.
yeah, use it on Ren.
but don't forget, you also got to take off cloak.
I do that after the fight.
Yep.
Oh yeah, we do good.
Good old helicopters. Morale to buff Joshua's strength, and then Shara gets to use Heaven's Kiss for the first time.
So that is the AT advance move. So everyone gets another turn immediately, and that's definitely not broken.
Not at all.
Not in the least. It's probably the least broken thing you'll ever see.
In a Trails game, possibly.
We're good to go.
Yeah, you've got stiff competition if you want to be called the most broken thing in Trails.
Yeah. All right, there's the fight. Very
Babu.
simple and easy. That strat is really cool because that fight is just such a pain
Yeah.
to do it any other way.
The fact that you don't have any, you only have one ZFG left at that point.
Joshua's the only one who can cast Ards.
Yeah.
Those things do 90% of our health with their giant laser beam attack, and they can just spam it.
Cloak.
Yeah, he took it
off.
off. He took it off.
Okay, I blinked.
I don't blame you. If you forget to take off cloak,
Yeah, You
I-
just,
I mean,
you,
it's
you
not
just have
really
to do a
deep.
slightly different menu in the final chapter that's a little bit slower.
Yeah, you can select Zin and then take it off of him and then put it back on. Yada yada yada.
It's just, quicker.
Anybody happen to catch how many EP charges I had?
No.
Oh, well. I'll just get, I mean, I reported so I can get whatever I want, I guess.
Yeah.
So coming up, we basically have the final money shop of the run, where we're gonna buy some weapons for 18,000, and then whatever we have excess left in cash, we can buy healing with. I know we used both of our reviving bombs earlier, so I need to pick some of those up. I don't know how we're doing on curios though,
I don't think we've used Curia at all, really.
Yeah, we haven't used.
so we
it.
might have 2 then.
Our problem has been death blows
Yeah.
and crits, not status effects. More Hollow Light of the Sealed Land, because we've got a bit of a diplomatic imbroglio on our hands.
Yeah, it seems that Erebonia is coming over in gas tanks.
Yeah,
Because,
conveniently, they just had a bunch of these gas-powered tanks instead of orbital-powered tanks lying around so that they could invade us to help resolve the situation.
Yeah.
Because ground tanks are going to do a whole lot against a giant flying fortress that is in the middle of a lake.
do we want to talk about this? What,
Yeah, it's Olivier and his Vander brothers.
Yeah, so Olivier shows up, and it turns out he's the Prince of Erebonia, which is, a very...
It's literally told to you in Sky FC.
Yeah.
yeah, but it's hard confirmed here. Like, yeah, he was actually a prince this whole time.
They call
And then
that-
Estelle's like, oh, what the heck, Oliver? Why are you being such a jerk? Why are you trying to invade? You know what's going on here. And, it's all just the red tape of country between country interaction. So,
Yeah.
Chloe and Oliver work it out. Estelle intervenes as a bracer, saying, I'm D+, and Oliver just laughs. And then Cassius shows up with the RSL because he's the most interesting man in the world.
I mean, also literally the most powerful man in the world.
Yes, both of these are true. And he's like, hey, you guys may have tanks, but tanks can't get to a giant flying fortress in the middle of a lake. We have an airship that works. I think we can handle this. And they're like, well, crap, there goes our plan to invade you.
And so
Fine.
begins the final chapter. Man. When I say SC has high highs, this entire chapter is what I mean.
I would, the Glorious with Josette is not.
Okay, I forgot about Josette because I don't think she exists.
Hey, Josette is a fine character. She adds to the game's story. I will defend her there. She is completely and totally worthless in combat.
Yeah.
I
But-
routed her into third, and
What? How?
the Sepith up bonus from her.
Oh,
support.
well,
sure, okay.
I wouldn't really consider that adding her.
We never used it before, so.
They did buff her support in Evolution. She's still worthless in combat, but
So here, we're an airship that works, but Ouroboros kind of has the largest airship in the world that also works.
And can also deploy smaller interceptor airships that also work.
Also, imagine having a sky battle in a series named Trails in the Sky. Unheard of.
I can't believe that.
It's kind of one of the things I think is really fascinating about this series is because it's like every region seems to have its own specialty in technology. Like Liberal as has airships as kind of like its specialty, as you find out later on.
Zero and Azure have.
Next.
they have the internet.
They have the internet.
They have the
They also
internet.
have I think they have some sort of special thing with cars or something.
I mean, it's where we first see
They do have
cars,
the geofront
but-
parking lot, so yeah, that makes sense. And then
I don't know why
He's
that
not
concept
wrong.
sounds-
it's literally a parking lot. There's cars parked
We're
out
not
there.
disagreeing.
Yeah. I don't know why that concept sounds funny to me, especially when Geofront being the name of the group that translated parts of the series.
I mean, it's mostly a sewer system.
Yeah, I was playing one of the games, and a friend of mine was at my place and asked me so when do we get to the sewer dungeon? And I just
Literal first dungeon.
I'm like this is the biggest sewer dungeon I've ever seen.
It also is
Welcome,
the most nonsensical.
welcome to Liber Arc. Heck yes.
What?
Hey, look, a giant pillar. Surely that's not where we need to go, right?
No.
I mean,
I love the aesthetic of this place.
I
man.
love this place so much.
So, as we approach on the final chapter, I'd just like to remind everyone that we are at $48,412. We are less than $1,600 away from hitting that $50,000 milestone. We got $15 from Turg and $20 from Sarisa Senshi with no comment, but each of those donations is going towards getting us to that total. We did say we are hoping we can get to that by the end of this run. We have a little under an hour left of the run or so. So
So Lo's going to show up on this Black Reverie.
you ready for this?
They took out one of our engines. Surely this can't possibly go bad for us, right?
Not.
Probably. It'll be okay.
We'll be fine.
Sure. Again, Shirley can't kill us. She's not in this game. Stop panicking.
Listen, I'm just addicted to Destruction Impulse.
Funny that you'd reference the movie Airplane here. But yeah, we are just ever so slightly stranded here in Liber Arc.
And we're totally just not gonna miss the ground, right? we're gonna land.
They finally said it. Trails in the sky.
My
Roll
God,
credits.
the title drop. That's when you know things have gone serious.
Oh man, this music coming up right here.
All right, so we kicked Chloe back out of the party. We're gonna finally get her back in.
I love Dorothy's just innocent naivete. Like, I'm gonna take pictures.
How does her camera work?
How does it?
Batteries?
The same way all the
Wait.
tech seems to work here? I don't know.
There we go.
But
Yeah, basically we've got just a bunch of mini ZFGs on permanent lock now.
Yep.
Yeah.
So here Joshua's gonna go do weird things with Kevin.
Rude.
That's just never elaborated on. Safety.
Can't believe you didn't buy the newspaper.
I mean, we're kind of making the news right now.
Do I look like I can read?
I mean, you got your you got your notes open. Dex.
I would hope you can read.
I never said I'm proficient at it.
Oh man, the way so many places in this chapter reprise this Trails in the Sky leitmotif and the way it just all comes together, I love it so much. Like, it's not at all what I expected going into the finale of this game, but it's just so good.
Yeah, this finale in this area really takes you off guard from what you were like expecting to deal with. Like you were like, yeah, we'll like raid the Glorious or something, but it's like
Nope.
you didn't expect like this full city up here.
Yeah, this whole part reminds me of like Iris from Celceta, which is probably like one of my favorite dungeons in the East series, despite how middling that game can sometimes be in its design.
It's got
Like, that floating city motif is just so cool.
it really reminds me of Castle in the Sky.
I keep saying this is Elysium from Mega Man Legends 2.
Yeah. Like just ruined civilizations and like ancient ruined cities, high utopias. Those are just my jam.
It's funny you even mentioned Castle in the Sky, because literally as soon as you said that, somebody else in chat says, oh hey, I found Laputa.
You gave him 2 buzzers?
Yeah, you give double buzzers here.
Oh, I
Temporarily.
I'm just imagining Estelle holding a buzzer in each hand and just pressing them nonstop. She would do that.
Also, that's what that beeping sound was earlier.
Foreshadowing.
Yeah, fortunately rather, it's not a low health noise beeping.
Yeah, God. I actually modded that out when I was doing a playthrough of Gen 4. I hated it that much, I learned how to extract stuff.
All right,
But
Cloak.
red bars skip.
Yeah, you're gonna need Cloak.
Need is a strong word.
You're gonna want Cloak.
Much better.
I mean, we would prefer Cloak.
Yeah, Cloak's kind of nice.
Just a
But
bit.
we still do have Yin Yang on, so it's like avoiding encounters isn't exactly that difficult as long as you don't just they don't insurance scam you.
In this economy?
You wouldn't believe what they do in CS3 and 4. It's so bad.
No, I'd believe it.
Just driving a bike down the road and they literally just run out in front of you.
Pardon me a sec.
So we're gonna go through these tunnels. We picked up some of those chests that have gems in them. As we mentioned earlier, gems are kind of the highest tier quartz you can get. And thankfully this final area is kind of loaded with them because, you know, it's the end of the game.
And they are very expensive otherwise. I mean, we are going to craft a couple, but we are pressing the limit to get that done.
So again, we're going to use AT Advance here to get our arts off just a little bit quicker in this fight to skip all these enemy turns. That's just good turn order working our way. That's not necessarily consistent. Like, the strat is the same. You don't have to fear those monsters or anything, but getting the Heaven's Kiss off earlier to skip their turns just saves time. So here we have the residential block of the Liberal Arc, where, you know, these houses are thousands of years old, but we're still going to ransack them for treasure.
Because, you know, Sepith laid around for 1,000 years is perfectly usable.
I don't think rocks have an expiration date. Surely they just get better with age. That's how it works in real life.
I mean, did we ever get an actual explanation for what the heck Sepith is?
Maybe? I feel like you can get like a lore explanation in the tutorial in the first game, but maybe that's about it. So here we have a fight. Josette's trying to survive these archaisms. She's not doing a great job, so we have to help her out.
Like we said, good character, not great at combat.
That should have been a single target, but I don't think it matters. Actually, it might matter because I don't have... Oh, I got impeded anyways. So here, Josette's kind of gonna break down because her family got kidnapped by Ouroboros. And, I mean, we're not necessarily enemies, and we're not necessarily allies, but we're still gonna help her out. And unfortunately, that means we have to take her and Chloe, because Chloe is needed for a cutscene coming up just inside this building over here. So now we have 2 deadweight party members for the whole next section of this game.
Yay?
Chloe, Celeste. This menu is unique. You can't select that middle initial with a controller. You have to use the mouse. For whatever reason, on that single menu, that is the only menu in the game that does not have controller support. For 0 reason.
Huh. Yeah, that's weird.
It is very weird.
The things you don't know when you play mouse and keyboard only.
Now, what's even weirder is apparently Chloe is a 73% match to somebody that is over 1,000 years old. Apparently, there is not much genetic degradation between those years.
So you're saying there's a lot of royal inbreeding?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I wasn't gonna go there, but you went there for me.
What the hell kind of conversation did I come back to?
Chloe, 73%.
I had my headphones off, and that was what I came back to. What in the... Let's not go
Chloe
there.
being a 73% match for Ousley's.
Right. Jeez. Let's not go there.
I wasn't going to. dowolf did, though.
We can only blame things so much on the graveyard shifts.
All
right,
so
so
longer
Look,
graveyard hours.
I can go after you guys, but he's also stabbed.
I mean,
So
who knows
here
that'll last.
we'll be able to show off the stairs problem a little easier.
Oh, yeah, there's
We're
a
gonna do
lot
it in
of
the second room though, because going downstairs usually works fine.
Oh, you don't pick up the right one?
No, I don't even know what it is. Celestial?
Isn't it like the revive bomb or something?
Something like that. I don't
It's
know what it
either
is
an
either.
EV charger or a celestial. I don't grab it though. I get enough on the glorious.
I just
though.
do it because the notes tell me to.
This is what speedrunner brain rot looks like, by the way.
I mean, honestly, yeah.
What is this? Why do we pick it up? We just are told to pick it up, so we do, and then maybe we use it?
RPG speedruns are complicated.
All right,
Oh,
you
hey.
can see Josh and Chloe are just
Goodbye.
kind of gone.
Fare thee well.
You can see their shadows. Oh, there they are.
There they are.
There they are.
are.
And Josette's just like, I don't want to go near Estelle.
She's just social distancing.
Look, I had a picture of where it was just Joshua that clipped out, and I'm like, this is basically Trails in the Sky. Joshua's shadow just lingering there while he's not there.
All right, so here we have some fishies, and we're just going to scream at them.
You know, that's basically the strat for most of the rest of this. Just scream at them until they die. Ooh, Stella has a crit.
It doesn't matter. Actually, it might if Josh. Yeah, okay, cool.
Wow.
Only because of the double crit there. We saved a second Titanic Roar.
Nice.
All right, I need to remember to activate the frickin' monorail.
Yeah, I'm gonna be on your case about that.
Activate the monorail.
If you don't activate the monorail here, which is apparently for me the hardest thing to remember about this section, you lose about 4 minutes because you have to re-transverse that entire tunnel we just went through.
Yeah, it is not fun.
Yeah.
No.
And it's a very easy thing to miss.
It is because the menu you do here is a really huge menu.
Yeah. And you have to contemplate it all the while you're doing this long walk.
And then you also have to use the gospel as well here to initiate the
Right.
plot for later.
Yeah. Because now you need a password.
Shop, slot, stell, upgrade up. Oi. First slot, and then we make an onyx. We activate the monorail. We did it!
We did
Yeah!
Onyx. Silver, gold, in no distinct order. Attack 4, ingenuity, cast. So we just gave Estelle not only Death Scream to be with just like Joshua, but we also gave her Cyclone Napalm, which is the strongest single target art in the game, and that's what we'll be using for a lot of her boss killing moving forward.
Yep.
Chloe and Josette get nothing done to them because they're dead weights. But now we can just scream at everything in the Glorious.
Yeah. The one silver lining to this walk is getting to hear this theme more. So now comes the foreshadowed Glorious.
Only this time there's not a bunch of wall barriers in our way. We can just kind of walk straight through it. This
Yeah.
fight is RNG, how many death screams it takes. It either takes 2 to 5 usually, but if you get lucky with instant kills, it can take 2. Unfortunate.
What
Oh,
are
well.
you doing that it takes 5?
Or 5 is overstatement. It only takes 3 if you have to do raw damage.
Yeah. Your time will soon be upon you, Kumo.
Yeah, you've got the second fight coming up.
I'm not gonna lie, this like percussion sample, it's like a timpani and a cymbal or something. I swear it sounds like identical to the one from the intro to Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness, and it threw me off so much when I first played this.
I wouldn't be surprised if they shared some samples.
There's probably a lot of sound sample packs getting passed around the composing
Yeah.
industry.
So the Glorious has an absolute absurd amount of chests on it that we can grab. We're going to be picking up a number of those chests.
All of them missable, by the way.
Yeah, we're going to be picking up a number of them just to, round out the items we have to use for the run. We're going to be getting a lot of EB charges. We're going to be getting a lot of Tyrrell bombs. We're going to be getting a lot of Celestial bombs, which are resurrection items. So just in case anything does go wrong in the final fights, we'll have our outs.
Yep.
And then this is where we're going to be picking up the final armors for Estelle and Joshua.
Yep.
One of which is the Dark Messiah. As if Josh couldn't get edgier.
I told you. Boy's got a goth phase.
Yep.
Like, look at this. This is just a single room with 6 chests in it.
None of them are even monsters.
Plunder, plunder, plunder.
Maybe we're the real monsters.
We are the real monsters.
You are just looting Ouroboros' coffers.
It's okay, they have more.
Okay, yeah, they do. Estelle did not die at any point in this, I think, so she should
did
have.
die, but she didn't get. She didn't stay dead. We rezzed her.
She didn't. She wasn't dead at the end of the fight, is what I meant.
She didn't
so,
miss any XP.
Yeah.
Yeah. If
so-
you miss any EXP on Estelle, despite the entire length of this run, you won't get her upgraded S-Break here.
in time for the Gilbert fight.
It doesn't really matter. All you have
Yeah.
to do as a result is just attack with Chloe and Joshua or Josette on that fight.
Yeah, it
but
doesn't matter at all.
Rude.
They can tank one of these, can't they?
They tank one, but
No, I think it just end the fight before it even goes off.
True. I mean, you got a crit right there.
they got a crit. Ooh.
Nice.
All right, we got both the S-Breaks, so that's good.
There it is.
And Kumo, you're on deck for the next fight, which is coming up rather quickly here. This fight is going to be a little bit harder than the last one, so again, we're going to need to call him the real expert of the series here.
Yeah, like ultimately, he gracefully accepted the position of host instead of showing his true talents just so that us peons could shine instead.
He secretly has every world record for all the Trails games, but he just did all flying runs.
Oh yeah, like people, like he's got like a 431 in this game.
I thought he
Yeah.
got sub 430 at some point.
Did he? I thought he had been grinding sub 430 for a while. I don't know.
It's hard to keep.
It's simply above me.
We don't try to compare against gods here.
Yeah, no.
All right, so all you're going to do for this fight is you're going to death scream, and then once Gilbert dies, you S-Break with Chloe and Estelle. D-pad left, and it'll select the S-Break, the little orb.
Do you want me to hold down turbo for you?
Yes. Death scream.
Right.
And then Josette and Joshua are just gonna, or Josette and Chloe are just gonna move.
Yeah, they don't do anything. You can
Josh
do,
needs to scream though.
you can do chip damage with them, but it doesn't really matter much.
It really doesn't.
This is what you get.
All right, now
Go
the
time.
S-Breaks. D-pad left or right?
Might as well show this
I
off.
want to see this, okay? We'll leave this on.
Too slow.
Didn't even need the Sanctus Nova. That's Kumo for you, baby.
He's too good. He's too good.
A god amongst men.
Look, nobody can survive the big stick. God,
I mean, you ever
I love
just
Wheel of
spin
Time.
around so fast that it stops time and lets you beat up an enemy?
I mean, that's ultra violence for you.
It sure is.
Oh, I love Estelle so much.
Estelle is great.
All right, so now for a run-ending trick. If we don't open the second gate here, we can't do the next menu.
Yeah,
So let's not open the first gate.
number 2 first.
Easy every time.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know. I've faltered so many times on that.
I love
Yeah.
how the bandits just have to like watch. It's like, hey, you're back. You have the key card. Wait, why didn't you open the gate?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
When you open the gate, it automatically exits you from the Glorious. I have that bolded on my notes. Number 2 first, for the love of all that is holy.
My big bold is activate the monorail because that's the thing I always forget.
Yeah.
Because you just have to do so much there. You have to use the gospel from the menu, Then you have to do the menu, and then you have to open the monorail at the very end.
I haven't forgotten the monorail, but I have forgotten to pick Josette.
I mean, that's just as rough.
Yeah.
All right, so now we learned the password for the final terminal, which is why we had to use the gospel there, we needed to find out that, hey, you need the password for this. And now we have the password, so we can,
So we can open up the final tunnels.
yeah, we can head over to the final dungeon right now, but we kind of don't want to clear the game with 2 deadweight party members, so we're going to go back to the airship and swap our party.
And this will be our final big prep. Once we get our proper party members back, we'll get them all set up with quartz and equipment, and then we will be ready to go.
We're going to take Cloak off Chloe there. You can just remove Cloak, but it's faster to just press up and give her whatever quartz is there,
Yeah.
because then you have Cloak back in your inventory, and whatever you give her isn't meaningful.
Yeah. Shout out to Shara for being right there so you can do a quick swap.
This ought to perk you up.
Gotta get perky.
It will perk us up.
So now we got the Dream Team back. At this point, you can talk to Julia and get her as a party member, but there's really not a reason to do that.
Yeah. Julia and
Actually, if she
you-
has attack orders, like, maybe there's a reason, but I don't know if she has attack orders in this game.
You did not forget the monorail. I love how you can see the access pillar in the distance. That's a really neat touch.
I also didn't forget to open the gate.
Yeah.
Online shop, Shara. Wait, does Zen have the hit 3? No, he doesn't. Who didn't give Zen the hit 3?
Oh, that might have been me.
I told you.
I mean, at least he picked it up.
Told you had to put a hit 3 on him. You said you already had.
I think we got distracted by all the talk of having put hit on.
And defense 3. And now Shara has lost Morb.
Unfortunate.
It's Morbin time.
Oh, wait, no, Oh my god. I misinterpreted.
Got time for a very quick donation?
Sure.
Alrighty. First of all, we have $84 from Milnium with no comment. But thank you very much, Milnium, running Super Mario RPG yesterday. Fantastic run. Definitely recommend checking it out on the VOD, which you can check out with !YouTube. With $20 from Denki Kang, no comment. Thank you very much. And we have $25 from Big Bra Aficionado. Fish spelled with an F-I-S-H. Epic commentary for an epic game. Thank you for doing this.
I don't know if that's LT, but it is. You're the real MVP.
I think there's a real MVP anyways. Doesn't
Yeah.
matter who it is.
I mean, yeah.
Alright, so we've got these final tunnels. This is unfortunately the longest tunnels.
Yeah.
And at the end we have a giant squid fight.
Yep.
And it's not that there's a giant squid. There are multiple squids that are big, so they combine into a giant squid.
You know, just standard ruined Utopia dungeon things.
They're going to learn the might of Zen, though.
Oh, yeah.
This is going to be the first opportunity we have to show off the combination we'll be using for the rest of the game, basically, the Lost Morbius into Thunder Dragon Kick.
Yep.
And it's very strong.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, remember, we told you back in Chapter 3, this was going to be on the quiz.
Yeah, Julia has Morb when you get her for the tank fight in Chapter 3, and we use it there, but we don't get it again until the very finale.
It's honestly one of the hardest arts to actually get your orbment set up to work with, because it takes 13 space and then 4 wind, 4 earth, and 4 fire to unlock, which is there's no quartz that gives you like a good amount of all of those at the same time. So you have to spend like 5 or 6 slots getting this art.
Earth, wind, and fire, you say?
Is it September?
So that was a decent kick.
It's always September somewhere in the world.
Wake me up when September ends.
You gotta stay awake for your run, Beef.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna quote, how do you do Trails in the Sky with a character named Estelle, and you quote Earth, Wind, and Fire, and you don't quote their like biggest hit, which was Shining Star? I am ashamed of you.
I literally don't know what Shining Star is.
We even had the hit 3 on him this time.
Yeah, that's a shame. Oh well.
Man.
Look, all I'm saying is you're missing out on some of the greatest 1970s funk rock around.
Oh, absolutely. Zin is still best boy, though.
Yeah, sometimes he misses his kicks,
Yeah.
but especially when there's 5 enemies. But
Yeah, like, that's just statistics.
so keep in the back of your mind for later the glitch expedition. This cutscene right here, we triggered this coming out of this out of the tunnels.
Yep.
Just keep that in mind. Back pocket that.
We won't be quizzing you on it, but, like, it will be referenced.
It's a very important cutscene for later on.
Oh, yeah.
I need glams. And pearl.
One last little super mook thingy before we head into the Axis Pillar proper. I love this boss theme.
It's a good theme. Jerk.
Unforge.
I won't risk it. Okay.
Yeah, that'll have to work.
I mean, it should be fine. They don't.
It'll be a double at least.
Yeah. Or not.
What a loser. I can't kick.
Yeah, he's just gonna have to walk up.
Um,
The one drawback to Thunder God Kick is that its range is kind of eh. But, like, that's a small price to pay for just how broken it is.
yeah, the ideal here was if Zin hadn't gotten knocked back, we would be able to triple kick this boss and instantly end the fight. But
Yep.
unfortunately for us, that is not what happened.
Still didn't waste that much time, though.
Do I heal Zin? Who's up? Blue Plonk? No, I don't heal Zin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
BB can't really do much.
To Zin, anyways.
To Zin, yeah. Walter, though, you're probably going to want to heal for him.
if we don't get it off level up.
Yeah. Does Zin level up in this fight?
I don't know who levels off of who either here.
I think it can vary depending.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, it shouldn't, but I just don't keep track of that anymore.
Fair point.
So here we have the final dungeon. This dungeon is not very interesting movement-wise. You just kind of going around in a circle, and then you go up, and then you go back around in a circle, and you go up. But thematically, music-wise, and visually, this dungeon's really cool.
Yeah.
There are also stupid hidden doors that you can't see because of the non-rotatable camera that contain more treasure chests.
Yeah.
There's always like a good lead-off platform. Also, fun fact, if you hold turbo while trying to step onto one of those elevators, you can fall through the elevator and soft lock.
Oh,
Nice.
that's really cool.
Shoutouts to auto-saving every time you enter a screen.
Oh, yeah, that's a godsend. Because it lets you just undo a lot of mistakes you might make.
Did I ever
Mistakes
use
you
weapon?
make,
Didn't.
floors that don't work, same thing.
Weapons for Estelle and Josh.
Skull and Pearl.
First Enforcer rematch coming up, and of course it is Blue Blanc.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a boss rush. The 4 bosses from those towers are gonna be our endgame boss rush here. Gotta fight the Mavericks one more time.
However, they each come with ads.
And with Morbius, we are able to sometimes kick them. This is awkward.
I mean, you might be able to.
Ooh.
If that's the real one, then
you
we're
got a
gold.
1 in 3
Oh no, wait, no,
chance.
I got beaten. Anyway.
Ah, nope, that wasn't the right one.
It wasn't the right one, but
But you
I
can get a
still
double.
orb.
Yeah, that's a double there. And oh, he's got a crit.
All right, big damage time.
Big damage!
Woo! So that did about 9,000 damage. For reference, the strongest spell in the game only does 2,500.
Zin is strong.
Why is this thing still alive? Oh wait, it's because I did 9,000
Yeah, because you
damage
didn't,
to
you
the
didn't
other
kick
one.
It was spared.
So yeah, this endgame basically goes exactly as fast as how many kicks you can get on these various fights, and it's pure RNG how the enemies move and what they attack and do. We try our best to bait out certain attacks, but and they're generally pretty consistent, so we are able to kick pretty often, but sometimes we just don't get the option to, which means the fight goes a bit slower.
Generally, the bosses aren't that threatening, except for a couple of edge cases with some of them like Walter and Lova. And if Luciola teleports. But outside of that, there's not really much they can do to actually threaten you. It's just a matter of how fast they can go.
Yeah. Blue Blanc's easy, Luciola, even if she's a jerk, as long as you don't death scream, you're generally fine.
Yeah, because you gotta mind her gimmick.
Ren's damage can add up, so you've got to be a little careful if they constantly are full aggro, but...
Yeah, but she's also one of the easiest to morb.
Yeah. But she's also one of the bulkiest, so...
Yeah, the issue with Ren is just if she uses that attack that pushes Zin all the way back to the back, and then he has to walk up again just to kick. That's annoying.
Now, Beef, don't tell me you're going to kick a child.
Unfortunately, we may, in fact, I shouldn't say it.
I mean...
We might Thunder God kick her in the face multiple times.
Wow.
I can't believe you're going to kick a child.
She's
the Angel of Slaughter. She's done way worse.
I mean...
How?
As one of us said earlier, she kinda deserves it, even if she also kinda doesn't. So Walter is weird. His ads are semi-predictable, so you can try to like plan your morb to bait.
Oh my god,
Walter
you guys are
into
still
dodging.
rolling with it.
I mean, it's what we always call it. Yeah, like that.
Okay, there's a morb.
So-
There's a kick. I'm definitely concerned about Shara's health at this point, though.
Yeah, you might. Yeah, that's a good call. Oh, but he did the stupid.
Yeah, you'd have been fine.
Nice.
Good fight.
Yeah.
Sometimes very, very rarely, you can get a triple kicker on Walter, but that's super rare with this particular formation.
Yeah, because the dogs will charge in a straight line, and it's rare that they'll end up on the same
Side as in is Joshua.
Yeah. Walter can be dangerous if you let him live too long and he starts to use some of his crafts.
Yeah, even to Zen, he can do about 6,000 damage through his defense up, which is almost a one-shot on basically all of your other characters.
Yeah,
so
he's kind of cracked.
He's just as strong as Zen is, but fortunately we can make pretty quick work of him most of the time.
The synth in this song is stereo panning and it's throwing me off.
Again, swapping around all of our accessories every single fight to protect against all the various statuses.
Because we do need it.
Oh,
Yeah, like
absolutely.
those dogs, they didn't seem that dangerous in that fight, but they all have instant death blow. So you can, like that charge attack they did, if we didn't have death blow protection, that could have one-shot us.
Ren still has death blow.
Well, she always had death blow.
Yeah.
The dogs don't always have death blow.
Yeah.
It's just these dogs.
There are a lot of ways that these bosses can and will kill you if you're not prepared. But
yeah, the initial route that was the reroute did these fights with a lot less status protection because, you know, it is kind of slow to menu every single fight for it. But the trade-off is you actually survive the fights.
yeah. A small price to pay for consistency.
Indeed.
Especially for, you know, a marathon run. Like, if you're going for record attempts, it's like, okay, maybe you can risk it, but like...
We're 4.5 hours into this.
All right, so this is one of the fights where Kick shows off exactly how strong it is in a boss fight.
There is a quick kill strat for this.
We just have to get lucky with starting turn order, basically, here.
Yeah, basically we're looking for all of our party members to get their second turn before Luciola's second turn. Or at the very least, Zin and Morb. Not sure about Shara there.
No, it's RNG at this point.
Oh,
So what's Lucci?
maybe? Unfortunate.
We're still gonna kick, but
Yeah, that'll still do a bunch of damage.
Yeah, I can't. Kick to take care of the one ad, but now we just kind of have to play this by ear.
Yeah.
I need to death scream very liberally here because if she does that clone attack again, it replaces the target of whatever you hit the clone with your attack, and if that is death scream,
Ooh.
you are in for a very bad time.
Yeah. You want to be careful with this fight. Fortunately, Lucy's down, so that's the tough part done.
Get him, Zin!
Zin Arts!
He's not gonna get a chance.
No. Poor guy.
So yeah, the ideal strat for that is Lucy doesn't make the clones, and then you just kick, and it kills everything but that arts only ad.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's not what happened, but otherwise, for the fight going off the rails at that point, Lucy was very kind and kicked the bucket
Yeah.
pretty quickly there.
She wasn't nearly as nasty as she could have been. Admittedly, that fight tends to trip me up a lot more than I care to admit, just because I don't know how to handle certain.
Yeah, it's a really tough fight if you don't get the quick kill because it really does spiral out of control, and there's a lot of things you have to keep in mind.
Yeah. Thankfully, Ren up ahead is a fair bit more consistent. It's just a matter of speed.
Can you imagine all the casual players who just screamed at me walking right past that chest when I had the exclamation mark to open it? It's like, no, how could you not?
I don't even know what it is.
I'm pretty sure that's a monster chest with a piece of
yeah.
armor in it.
Yeah, I think I opened that chest by accident once. 'Cause
I always mistake it for the armor Barbosa,
the armor Barbarossa. That chest we do pick up.
which is right over here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yoink. And now that we have the armor piece, we can actually do this menu.
Yeah, casually for all of these fights, each of the characters has someone that they're connected with, and you're going to be taking that character in to these fights, which means you're backtracking all the way back to the airship and all the way back again, over and over again. Like, you want to bring Tita to this fight.
I don't think Tata has dialogue here, actually.
Yeah, I think it's mainly Estelle. Because that lines up with Chapter 7, too. The weapon you get in there is Estelle's.
I guess the relationship is more.
But yeah, it's Olivier for Blue Blanc, Zin for Walter, Shara for Lucy.
Yeah, and a lot of the scene that leads into this is just this kind of really interesting scene where Estelle kind of is just has like a heart-to-heart talk with Red and tries to break through to her. So, yeah, which starts a lengthy plot thread that's one of my favorites.
Nice.
So here we're having Josh do AoE to kill Ren while Shara and Zin and everybody else is going to focus on the Potomater because he's way more bulky.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
oof.
Bummer.
I wouldn't have been able to morb there anyways, so...
Yeah, the main thing you want to look out for in this fight is that if Ren dies first, the mech can revive her.
Yeah, that's why she's got a sliver of a health right now. I'm just gonna let her keep that.
How much does she have?
Single digits?
21.
One.
I was close.
Very. Fortunately, Ren cannot revive the mech.
Ooh, I'm surprised I didn't kill Josh.
I'm surprised that didn't kill Estelle. There we go.
He's blind. He was blind, so that was expected.
No
Yeah.
excuses.
It just foreshadows what Estelle's about to do next. Bam.
Can't believe you tried to punch a child.
Honestly, I
Give
did
her a
make a
slap
big,
and a hug.
small mistake there. I should have S-broken with Estelle on the bottom otter before he did his cannon, but
Meh.
oh well.
Yeah.
I find myself, I tend to be too conservative with S-breaks a lot. Like, I'll just have it all left
I just,
over.
if it's not one I intended to use, I tend to forget about it.
It's just because they're not great damage.
Honestly, yeah.
Imagine S-breaks being balanced.
Like,
Alan?
What series do you think this is?
what's
All
the
right,
point of
so
having-
those proxy puppets we bought way back at the start of the game, we're finally going to be equipping those now to help out with the next fight, so that if we do get bopped in the noggin by low, we have a full second life, and we're going to use that to our advantage. So
Yeah.
if we get knocked down to critical HP on somebody who is a puppet, we're just going to let them die and get
Yeah.
the full heal rather than waste a turn healing them.
Zin is the only one who doesn't have a puppet because he has the best odds of actually surviving.
Both because he has the highest HP growth in the game and the highest defense growth in the game and a buff that gives him 60% more defense.
Yeah, he's a very chunky boy.
Yeah, this is the one lone fight that might threaten us.
Yeah, this is the most, in terms of damage and like actually survival, this is the most threatening fight.
Yeah, this is the most dangerous fight.
Fun fact, this fight is intended to be losable. However, the continue button that the game gives you after this fight is bugged and actually just restarts the fight instead of letting you continue.
Oh,
It works in Japanese.
It works
But,
in the
yeah.
old patch of this game as well.
honestly, it's kind of lame that they let you lose.
It is, but I mean, they technically don't let you lose anymore.
Problem solved?
Whatever, just enjoy Silver Will.
No, that's entirely on script.
Yeah, he usually does that. I just always wince because it's big damage.
I mean, at least it's better than Dead Emperor Sword.
All right, that looks like it could work.
It all depends on how he moves.
All right, do the stupid.
Do I have
Hey.
impede? Somebody else will do it.
Something with impede on Joshua.
Heartbreak, let's go!
Oh!
Oh, but it knocked him. Oh no, it didn't. Oh!
Boom.
Ooh.
Oh, and then he just does that.
Oh. Yeah, that's nasty.
Oh no.
This. And then do this. So again, we don't want Zin to die.
Oh.
That's
Rude.
not terrible.
No, that's perfect. I
You
can
just
morb it.
morb that, yeah.
Again, we're not going to heal Josh here because he has a... Oh, that's rude.
Ew.
I'm going to just actually move Josh out of that.
Well, they're the casters at least.
And he moved just so I could morb him anyways.
Can't more because she's a...
Or not morb, I mean
Kick.
kick.
Yeah,
A
they're
triple-double.
cozying right up to you.
A triple double is sufficient enough. That's
Oh.
So I missed the clone, but I hit the real one, which is the important part.
Yeah.
Because the clones have a lot less health.
Josh's puppet activated, which gives him a full heal, and it doesn't lose any of his CP. So
God, why are the clones still so healthy?
because we haven't been hitting him.
I'm gonna believe in him to move into that like an idiot. You jerk!
Well, at least it...
Alright, fine. Okay.
Ew.
Please stop.
Well, that's one of them. Oh, yeah, that's a good call.
Now you move forward.
Bam.
Not
Nice.
the cleanest fight, but a triple double is good.
Well handled.
That can get a lot more disgusting.
Oh, yeah. That fight can get really ugly.
Triple double is generally what you can expect, and usually the best you can do. Sometimes you can do the quad double. Sometimes you
Yeah.
can do a quad triple.
And I mean, Silver Thorn spam is one of the worst things he can do. And Zero Storm spam.
Yeah, we didn't see his second S break, which is what you really want to avoid on that fight.
Yeah.
So now we have one more
Exact-
small victory lap fight coming up here.
Unfortunately, Lova gets bopped.
And then Joshua betrays us again. Because he's still mind controlled.
Because he's the sleeper agent.
Man, I wish I were sleeping right now.
It's okay, we'll get to sleep soon.
I'm not sleeping until tonight.
Yeah, probably me neither. I can't nap during the day.
I mean, I slept well, so.
I got like... I don't know, I don't remember how much sleep I got.
Y'all got sleep?
Barely?
Look, I knew I was going to be here for this, so I was ready.
Yeah.
So this thing is very much just a victory lap. He's
What
not
is-
dangerous at all.
What is with the AA cancels this run?
And then it's straight into annihilation too. On the crit turn even.
Is even going to do anything? Ooh. That's kind of nasty.
Oh, well, he's done all
Yeah,
Yeah, I
fight's
mean-
over.
Well, yeah, he has too little health to actually do anything with that.
So only Josh broke the proxy, right?
Yes?
Okay.
Might as well double check Shara just in case.
Quick little nap. And into the final boss as we go.
This place looks amazing.
So this first phase, 9 out of 10 times you can just kick it dead. Sometimes maybe you'll miss an ad, but generally speaking, you can just kick the first fight. The second fight, no surprise, you kick. And then third fight, if you get lucky, you can kick.
Yeah.
But the phase 2 and phase 3 are very, very bulky, so there's also just going to be a lot of arts casting going on there. And the boss likes to defense down himself. So
Yeah.
when that happens, we're just going to be force-feeding Zin as many Zerims as we possibly can and S-breaking repeatedly to get maximum damage output.
You set it to Wrath again, Boo, right?
No.
Do you really just disable instead?
No, I just straight up forgot. I'm pretty sure I don't even have Phantom Raid on either.
Oh.
Well, maybe we use Estelle then.
Mm,
Oh well, it's not that big a deal.
Yeah. Like we have Zerum powders out the butt. So, phase 1.
Okay.
Might not be able to reach.
No, he's fine.
fine, it's fine.
All right, this fight's over.
Oh, yeah, that's perfect.
Goodbye, good sir.
Kick!
That's the most satisfying kick in the game.
Oh, man, yeah.
I mean, we told you it was disgusting.
It's amazing when you can land that.
You can 9 out of 10 times you can land that.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be like a really strong S break from the boss to make you realize how futile the fight is, but on easy mode it just does
Yeah,
like 1,000 damage.
it's just
This boss
kinda-
is less dangerous than low by like leagues and miles.
Yeah. It might be a little sketch here because we don't have the right S breaks, but like that'll just be less DPS. It's not really a threat.
Also, shout outs to that battle transition.
Yeah, that's a great battle transition. We do have a photosensitivity warning for this because the background is very flashy and spinny and stuff, particularly in the second phase of this fight. So just a heads up there.
Yeah, this fight is often called the bitrate killer.
Oh yeah, this
Yeah.
absolutely annihilates the bitrate. Like there's no saving it.
Oh look, the boss did ADF down. How kind of you, sir.
Very nice.
Can I kick? Not both of
No,
them.
yeah, you're gonna have to run up. Boom. Smite is another very good move.
Yeah, Smite is has the same amount of delay as a normal attack, but it does it has a strength modifier of 120, which is one of the highest modifiers for strength in the game.
So now he's gonna morph the other side just to have more things to kick with.
Ooh.
So first he kicks this side. Now he gets to kick that side.
Ideally.
Ideally,
Hopefully.
yes. Fingers crossed. All right, yeah, that's fine.
Damn.
Aw,
Oh.
Ah.
that poor ad.
Well, that other one just moved, so I can kick it now, but
Yeah.
ow. I'm kind of tempted to heal that, but
He has a crit.
well, for phase 2.
Oh, fair enough. Nice.
Hey.
So if you're
Also,
keeping
the
track,
floor
that
is visible.
crit kick there did 12,000 damage to the boss, which is 6 times the amount our arts are doing.
Merciless Savior, my beloved.
Hell yeah.
So good.
Oh, I love this theme. So, Estelle and Josh clock up Shara and Zin. And this is what allows them to go absolutely ham on this boss.
That's always a commonality.
Yeah. Shara is on pretty much permanent morb duty until the defense down, and Zin is on permanent attack mode.
Maybe?
Worth a shot.
Should be good enough.
The ads here are very finicky.
Yeah, they will often move, and they can teleport across the whole board.
We're also moving everybody up so that they can be within range to give Zin Zerum powders
The triple?
for when the defense down happens. And yeah, that was a nice triple. The other ads, there's not really much we can do with them.
No, but we can get the rare lightning.
Yeah. The boss cycles elemental resistances, the standard JRPG fare. Smite! Another ad. There it is.
Yeah, that's just Oral Blast. That's not worth it.
Hmm.
I mean, maybe it is. It is, after all.
So now we just feed them tons and tons and tons of Zerums and we go to town. Let's see how much Wheel of Time does. Oh, never mind.
We're good to go.
Yeah, they're about the same. He has no health. We can give this kill to whoever we want. So we're gonna give it to Zin.
Aw, yeah.
And that is Weissman.
I'm surprised that went as well as it did without Wrath of Denbu on.
Honestly, yeah.
Getting the triple kick is what enabled that.
Yeah, that was really good kick management. Time will be in a few minutes. We've still got some movement and a cutscene left to go.
It's so sad we didn't get to hear the violin pickup after the chorus. in the
I'm
song.
sorry
So
for
good.
going too fast.
Why are
How
you so
dare
good
you?
at this video game?
You boob. we have a sad goodbye with Lova, who imparts.
Actually stays dead in the series.
The one.
They tried.
Okay.
They thought about
Weissman
it.
here is going to get a little bit salty about his defeat.
A touch.
Just a touch salty as he turns to salt here. Also, Kevin is just, kind of hiding who he is. Maybe we'll find out who he is next year.
Who's Kevin?
The green onion guy.
That's Kevin?
That's Kevin.
Huh.
Okay.
And that was a low-bearing boss, as you do.
Of course.
Of course.
I mean, it makes sense. We did kind of just kill the Oriole.
Yeah, so now the place is collapsing. We gotta escape from Planet Zebes. We got a 3-minute timer.
Does it
We
actually?
are not saving any animals.
No, I don't know how long it takes.
Well, I guess let's see. 5:06:28 was when we started. How long does this actually take?
But since Josh was a little winded from, breaking mind control all on his own will, under a certain condition, he kind of stumbled and fell, and that caused a rock to break our path. So
Yeah, we got to find another way out.
we got to find another way out. And, when I played this game for the first time, somebody had told me, hey, Estelle and Joshua aren't the protagonists of Sky 3rd Chapter. And that's all I knew about 3rd Chapter. That is the only thing I knew, is they weren't the protagonists. And, given what's going to happen to these two, I was a little big sad.
I mean, hearing that out of context, yeah, I can get how you can.
Yeah.
I mean, their arc is come to really.
And
Pretty good.
coming out of 1st Chapter being the only game you played, they could do something like that.
Yeah. It's not quite as much of a threat if you've come back to Sky,
From Gold Steel, yeah.
especially after Crossbell, because they're in Crossbell.
Yeah. That means you'd start with 0, though, which is kind of sketch.
I mean,
Don't start with 0.
Don't start with 0. Don't start with CS3 either. Don't listen to what needs to tell
Whatever
you.
NIS America tells you, don't start with CS3 or 0.
Absolutely do not start with Reverie.
No, just because it means beginning in Japanese, you can't start there.
So,
Okay,
our
that
path
took,
ahead of us breaks.
that
Our
took
path
about a minute
behind
and a
it
half.
breaks us.
Well, I
And,
think they call it Reverie because Reverie means dream. Calling it, beginning like it is in Japanese is a bit weird.
Oh
These
god.
two
this-
share one final kiss. And again, I only knew that they weren't the protagonists in the next game. That's all I knew. And that's what happens.
This theme, my god.
I don't know, it's kind of romantic.
God, I love the Liber arc.
It's such a cool final dungeon.
This cinematic is also just fantastic.
In my personal opinion, SC's whole final chapter, even with the Glorious and with Josette, is one of my favorite experiences in a video game ever.
It's really good.
Like, every time I come back here, even in a speed run, even when I'm just passing through it, like, I just feel this weird sense of nostalgia and longing, knowing that,
These are games that, if you could ever replay a game without knowing anything
I
about
wish I
it,
could play this for the first time again.
Like, you just have that romantic moment. Estelle and Joshua are boned. You see all of this destruction, this collapse. There's no way in heck they're surviving. Like, look at this.
God, it's beautiful. I'm glad we turned movies on.
How could we not turn movies on?
I mean, we could just left them off. That's how.
That's for scrubs.
Yeah, that doesn't give the same impact.
It's like running Legend of Heroes 1 without the voice acting.
That is a completely different thing.
Nope, same thing.
I mean, yes, you shouldn't because the voice acting in that game is.
So yeah, I don't
Great.
think we didn't really cover what happened here. Basically, Weissman fused with the core of this thing, which is known as a Septaran, and became a sort of demigod. And by destroying him, all the forces that were keeping this entire area, afloat and intact, have been gone. So now, after millennia of aging is taking its toll, there's no power to keep it raised up anymore. So it's kind of collapsing.
And with that, the Liber arc is gone.
As is Estelle and Joshua.
One of the last remaining great gifts to the world.
But then Bird.
Bird?
And time is coming up very shortly.
Oh, that's a big bird.
That's a dragon. That's not a bird.
Thanks, Ragnar. Thanks, Dad.
Time starts when the ending theme plays. You'll hear it. They start singing.
Time.
Time.
But yeah. Yeah, literally off screen, your dad has just been flying around with the dragon.
I can't believe Dad's got a dragon.
Dad just has those connections.
He called in a favor. And that's literally what he did, is Ragnar owed Cassius a favor.
Someday we're gonna find out the backstory of that.
Someday.
Are we? Are you sure about that?
No. But we should.
It's going to be a book in Kuro 3.
If they bring back books finally.
Oh, they have to bring back... Oh.
No, that's not. No, they did. No, Kuro 2 has books.
So our final time is 5:10:49, which, factoring in movies, that probably would have been a sub 5 otherwise.
Yeah, I think to that point, about 10 minutes, so it would have been about 5:49.
It would have been close.
It had been very close.
With all the mistakes I made in my segment of the run, I will definitely take a time like that.
Yeah, this wasn't a bad run at all.
Yeah.
Alright, so we've got credits, and then we do have the Glitch Exhibition Showcase coming up. I'm not sure how we should all handle that.
You're
But I'll
definitely
lay
going to probably,
instructions.
you're definitely going to have to switch to your Steam profile, because I had to switch to mine for some reason to get controller working.
Oh.
So we are going to have to close the game for a moment,
Oh, all right.
because for some reason, the glitch saves are not showing up under my profile.
That makes sense, because it probably synced your saves.
We can fix that.
Let's go, Zane!
Yes. Best boy coming in clutch. Shout out to the sound team, including the late Wataru Ishibashi.
We had the opportunity to learn this, try to sing it for you guys, but that would probably ruin it.
Yeah, no. My voice is shot. That and, like, the Japanese lyrics are already playing, so me trying to sing English over it doesn't really make much sense. That and I'd have to translate the lyrics and make it
They gave
match
you a
the-
translation of them.
Well, yeah, but I need to make it rhyme and
Would
match
you-
the meter.
I know what I
Yeah, you don't have to make it rhyme. Matching the meters hard though.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Like, I had to do that with Olivier's song in SC.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh.
I was gonna save import under your saves, but
Oh.
oh jeez, that's not gonna work out because I can't unfocus the game.
Shout out to the localization team who lifted heaven and earth to get this game and all of the games in this series over to the States. It really cannot be overstated how much of an effort this was.
I mean, we cannot go into the details here.
Yeah, Trails games are some of the largest games ever written in terms of gross script size. And every single game is a Herculean effort to translate, edit, test, integrate, and then finally release.
And boy, howdy, are we thankful we did that, because when we got FC, we didn't know if we were gonna get SC or
Yeah,
not. And,
that was a 4-year cliffhanger when FC first came out.
I think I remember hearing some story that, like, the longest page on Japanese Wikipedia is the list of Trails characters.
Yeah. Yeah, that checks out, because they're not just man, woman. They are all named. Every single person in the world is named.
Yeah, but
They may not have
hopefully not all
unique
in the
sprites,
Wikipedia
but
article.
they are named.
But yeah, it's such an amazing thing that we get to enjoy these games the way we do.
I'm very happy it's out of the. It's no longer a question of are we going to get the next game.
Yeah, it's no longer a question of if, it's a question of when. And I think I think it's incredible that we've gotten to that point, that we can take these releases for granted and that we can be assured that we will enjoy these just as Japan does. God, this ending song is so cheap.
I really like
So
how we
cheap.
just did that commentary section in the lull of the song, and then as soon as we finish talking, it goes into I swear again. Next verse.
While we're here with the Japanese, I do want to give first of all, a brief shout out to our French restream at twitch.tv/thefrenchstream and our Japanese restream at twitch.tv/Japanese restream. Our good buddy Ko is doing the Japanese restream commentary, so shout outs to Ko.
Otsukaresama!
I can't believe we have a protagonist of Tokyo Xanadu doing restream commentary. Amazing.
Man, we've got friends in high places.
Oh right, there is a cutscene after this, isn't there?
Oh yeah, the cutscene where Estelle and Joshua visit Lova's grave.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna skip that.
Yeah, we're gonna skip it. And then afterward,
cutscene.
We have
is
save
the Glitch
files to move.
exhibition. So all in all, we came right about on time. I'm sure the people who were banking on us not to be too far ahead or behind are thankful for that.
Let's go good estimates.
Yeah.
Finn. Okay. I'm going to move some save files quick. Please pay no mind. Not that. Oh, there's still no user data here. Okay. I'm gonna have to sign in on Steam. No, don't cloud sync.
Just to let you know, we are very briefly getting set up for that glitch exhibition, so don't go anywhere. Alrighty, we will be sending it right back to the runners here in just a second. So, oh, we are doing so now. Never mind.
Oh,
So here's the glitch exhibition. We only really have two real ones to show off. We're going to show off double Ragnar all the way across the sky first. This is part of what can happen with turbo and lower FPS values. Oh, I never set that back. Oh well. So we're going to kick the game down to a 30 frame limit, and you can see how just choppy it is.
Yeah.
Add turbo into that, and you kind of just start...
You make cutscene trigger
Clipping-
suggestions.
Yeah, what we just did there is we skipped a cutscene that the game usually wants you to like sit through. The way these games work is there is a lot of cutscene flags that trigger more cutscene flags that trigger more cutscene flags. It's all sequential. So if you miss one, you can't advance the game otherwise. And that can lead... That's how we do a lot of the glitches in first chapter that we showed off last year.
Yep.
And it's how we're going to do this double Ragnar glitch, which is exactly what it sounds. We're going to just turbo through here a little bit.
Oh my god, it's supposed to be mixed turbo, not full turbo, you cheater.
How dare I?
I know, right? The eagle-eyed among you will notice there was also supposed to be a cutscene when we exited that second cave, because there was in the run, but that cutscene didn't play either.
And the result of those cutscenes not playing is the game gets a little bit confused as to what to put in the boss arena.
So it just puts 2 Ragnards. Hi there.
What? 2 of them.
So you've got his imposing dominance T-stance model of his just static model, and then you've got his actual in-battle model here. And his tail's clipping into the wall. His hitbox is absolutely massive. Like this is where I'm getting stuck.
As is par for the course with this engine, as anyone who has speedrun one of the Beast games with this engine will tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's double Ragnard. He's all the way across the sky and all the way across this room. We love Ragnard. You'll notice this one has the orbment on it, so this one's the actual boss, and this one doesn't, so he's the normal version. The second glitch we have is a glitch that is no longer possible.
Yeah. It's
this
a
is-
similar idea.
It's a similar idea. This is back in the final dungeon right before the Ren fight.
So we go to fight Ren, we walk through the door, and where's Ren?
She's just not here. And the gate opens, the cutscene's off. You skip the cutscene for opening the gate. So we just skipped the entire Ren fight.
Yeah.
This is caused by cutscene triggers not working properly. When you first come out of that tunnel section, if you remember during the run, I commented, hey, remember this cutscene? Because that is the cutscene that the old patch skipped. What would happen in the old patch is you would come out of the tunnel here, and the game would automatically warp you to the start of this screen and play a different cutscene. Since then, the cutscenes have been combined into one, and they properly play. Like if we go back into the tunnels and come out, we'll get the cutscene as we should.
Yeah. This would be relevant for speedrunning, but as Beef mentioned earlier, a build this old that still has this glitch also doesn't have turbo.
Yeah.
So if you want to spend an extra 6 or 7 hours watching cutscenes just to skip a 2-minute long fight, then sure, be our guest.
And if you go all the way back, you can see, hey, the door's open,
And we can still fight Ren.
and we can fight Ren. That's really all we had for the Glitz exhibition. Unfortunately, it's just those two. There's really not too much that we have explored, since a lot of the glitches in this game require us to edit the turbo modifiers or game code, which isn't necessarily allowed for runs. So we've kind of just not done too much exploration with that.
But that said, that is just about all we have for Trails in the Sky SC. I guess it's about time we wrap things up here on our end.
Probably should.
You want to start, Beef?
Yeah. So I'd like to thank everybody for tuning in. I'd like to thank Limit Break for hosting us and letting us show off this run. We definitely do hope to see more of this in the future, and I hope everybody is also looking forward to it. The run was amazing. It was an amazing time being here, amazing time with all the commentators. This was just an absolutely fantastic time.
I concur. I'm very happy to have gotten this experience. I'm very thankful to have that Beef let me tag along with this. I didn't even know how to run second chapter until just a few months ago, but he's been really helpful with helping me learn it and just showing me the ropes. And really, that's what I love about this community. We're so incredibly inclusive that everything just feels like one big community effort.
Even if our notes are chicken scratch.
Even if I didn't even put my notes on the screen, I just have to print it out. But yeah, thank you so much to the Falcom RTA community. Thank you so much to Limit Break. Thank you to my friends at the Geofront for letting me get this stupid shirt.
Yeah, these shirts are a direct result of the whole bruffish thing.
And thank you to everyone for just letting me be a part of this.
Absolutely. And although I am the host on this one, I am also someone who has helped with this community quite a bit. We started the server in 2016 and has grown to over 300 members. If you're interested in running any of these games, do check out any of our speedrun.com pages. You can find the link to the Discord there. Ask any of us anything about the runs and we'll help you out. But that will do it for us. I do want to rattle off a couple of quick donations here. We have a $3.33 donation from Windbliss, who who says, one final dono, but I have to say something. The end point of Trails SC is where Kevin truly shows his worth in salt. Not sorry. We do also have a couple of donations for the upcoming run. $50 from Royal Blue Wizard, which came in a little while ago, says, what a fantastic event. Always glad to support a great cause. It's a bit early, but shout outs to the Final Fantasy Racers. Good luck to Nikki, Leggy. And we originally were going to have Ice Blue, but unfortunately, due to some last minute circumstances, Ice Blue will not be running. Send them your blessings. But we will still have a 2-person race going for Final Fantasy, and it should be pretty exciting. Also have $15 from Demarin that just says, hey, your girlfriend here, your commentator Demarin is going to be impartial, but I love you and I want you to win. Awesome. So thank you all so much for watching that last run. We got another awesome run coming up for you right now with Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be cutting to a quick ad break, and I'm going to be leaving it in the capable hands of Vonnie Vaughn.
Alrighty, folks. How we all doing? It's me, your boy, Von Ivan, taking over for the super awesome GK. Well, that's Goose Como. I call him GK because he's my friend. And yeah, we're gonna have a race of Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster coming up here with Kaguya Nikki and Leggy Starscream. And that's going to be very exciting. And we'll get to that in a few minutes. In the meantime, let's talk about what we've got coming up after that as well, because that's also exciting. Following this run of Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster, we have a Wildermyth run by Ferric Fox. And then after that is a Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade run by the Cid. And then we'll be following that up with a run by Big Fong Balls, who will be doing Phantasy Star 4, any percent. So, lots of good stuff to look forward to today. I know I am. I hope you are. I hope you're still making those donations here. We are creeping ever close to that $50,000 mark, and I'm hoping we can get there very soon. So, why don't you help us make that happen? Alrighty, I am going to send it on over to our interview team. We got Ghoul interviewing the runners that you just saw here for the Trails in Sky run. We've got Schtolteheim, ChampionBeef, and James Picard. Ghoul, go ahead and take it away.
Thanks, Vonnie. I'm here with our awesome Trails runners, and wow, what a run. How are you guys feeling? It's been, obviously, 5 hours, middle of the night. We used to be a little tired over here.
A little bit. I was able to sleep pretty well before the run, unlike last year. Last year I got no sleep before a graveyard shift.
Yeah.
So I ended up crashing afterwards, but I'll probably be good for the rest of the day.
For better and for worse, we're used to it.
Yeah.
All right. How do you prepare for something like that? Do you just kind of try to adjust your sleep schedule a bit as though you're on a graveyard shift? Do you take a nap beforehand? What's the game plan?
Yeah, usually I just carb load or whatever. I try to stock up on food early in the day so that by the time it gets to evening, I'm just tired enough that I can zonk out for maybe 3 or 6 hours. I got a decent amount of sleep last night, and then I find it doesn't really require as much prep work as I would have thought, because at some point adrenaline just kicks in, and then you're just good.
We're able to feed off each other's energy really well, which is really nice.
It's really important to have good chemistry with the couch, just have good people to bounce off of, because that's what keeps you going.
So how do you determine who does what in the run? Is that just something you just kind of all agreed on? Oh, I'm going to do this part for sure, you're going to do this part? Was there...
I think the way it basically went was, I said, I'm not doing this part, and then we just kind of decided from there.
And then a certain somebody called dibs on the ending.
Yeah, I wanted to do the ending. James didn't want to do the middle or the ending, so he was first, and then Stolt was left with the middle.
It works out because I did the beginning and he did the middle last year, so we're basically just cycling. So if we get Sky Third in next year, I will take my pound of flesh.
Or will you?
So Falcom games have such a, very niche but very passionate audience between Ease and Trails. What is it about the developer as a whole? I mean, the only other similar developers I can think of are almost like August. It's a small developer in Japan that people really, really enjoy. But Nihon Falcom is on another level from that. What is it about their games that just tends to bring people back?
Falcom focuses on very strange things relative to other game companies. A lot of companies will try to push upfront fidelity in a lot of ways, like visual quality or audio quality. Falcom works with what it's given, and I think it does that incredibly well. Sky is a very well thought out and well-directed story because it knows exactly what it wants to do, and it knows exactly what resources it has to accomplish that with. So, in some respects, it might look modest. It might look outdated with, 2D sprites on a 3D plane. It's reminiscent of PS1, but it has a soul to it that you can't really find in many other places, and that's what draws me to it.
There's so much deliberate writing with the characters, with the setting, with the world building, with every NPC having their own story and advancing dialogue through the game that you'll never see us do in a speedrun, but casually, people spend 80, hundreds of hours talking to these NPCs, really learning about them, and that's something that you don't get a lot in a lot of other games. You don't get that focus on the writing, and a large part of it is also the music. A lot of the tones, the music, the settings are absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah. In Trails especially, Zemuria just feels alive in a way that a lot of other worlds don't.
That makes a lot of sense. And then, of course, from what I can tell, the speedrunning community is just incredible as well.
Oh, man. I could gush about these guys for hours. What I love about the community is the emphasis on individuality. How, a lot of communities will make rule sets and they will enforce specific ways to speedrun the game, either through trial and error or through community consensus. But with the Trails community, there is very little pressure to conform to a standard rule set. You are generally just given free rein to run the game however you want to. You want to run controller? You want to run keyboard? Go for it. You want to run turbo? Go for it. No turbo? Sure.
A lot of our community members don't necessarily care about leaderboards and positioning and world records, mostly because, one, the games run so differently from PC to PC, and also even on your individual PC. In some of the later games, we literally start the run by loading a save file, quitting the title, because that improves our loads for the entire run by upwards of 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And it's stuff like that with the games not running at the same on each platform, or even PC to PC, your own PC from run to run, that makes comparison not really viable.
So wait. 15 minutes in a how long run?
4 or 5 hours.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, we literally use the word spaghetti code to describe this.
Yeah.
That we get the performance we have with recent releases is just nothing short of amazing for PH3, who generally does the PC work.
Wow.
Yeah. Anecdotally, I used to do triathlons when I was a kid, and I should probably start doing them again. But one of the things I learned pretty quickly was that the point of running those kinds of races was not to compare yourself against other people, because everyone is there for a different reason. Everyone has their own circumstances and backgrounds and challenges that they had to overcome to get to that point. So comparison doesn't really make much sense. What does make sense is comparing myself to who I was yesterday, seeing how I can improve based on my standards and my abilities. And that's what I love about the Falcom RTA community, how much freedom there is to do that. I won't deny there is thrill to competition, but I really like the emphasis on that, and I'm very happy to be a part of this.
It's almost like a collaborative competition as opposed to a traditional, I'm going to be faster than you competition.
Absolutely.
It's about driving the games down, because regardless of what category you're running, how you're using turbo, 9 times out of the 10, the strats are still going to be the same. So if you find a new strat in a game that's faster, that generally applies down to any other categories or subcategories usage of turbo that you're doing. And there's been jokes made that, hey, you can't run this category. We have to all run different categories.
We all run different categories anyway. In the words of Beef's famous catchphrase, burn leaderboards.
Speaking of Beef, when are we going to get you to do an SMT run at one of these?
I want to submit 5, but the problem with submitting 5 is if 5 gets in, then Trails probably isn't getting in.
That's a dilemma.
That's the big dilemma.
I see these
for
two
me.
are not going to be happy with that.
Yeah.
So, as always, I do want to talk a little bit about our prizes. And you guys have an awesome prize that you apparently commissioned for the event. Do you guys talk about that for a little bit? Real quick?
We commissioned LT, who is a very prolific artist in the Falcom community. She's done tons of stuff. She also helped work on the fan translation for East versus Trails at the Geofront. So she's just such an awesome person and such a pleasure to work with. So since we commissioned a poster for Sky FC last year, we hit her up to commission one this year, and it is excellent.
Yeah, it's a really nice piece. It was difficult finding an artist a lot of scams going around nowadays with that stolen art and all that. But it was super fantastic to get somebody from the community who knew the character, who knew what we wanted, who knew what we were going for and why we were going for it more than any other artist we could have commissioned would have been.
She even knew what Thunderbug Kick was.
Exactly. It was just, and then the artwork that was delivered, I was picky, but it came out absolutely phenomenally, and I'm glad I was picky about it.
So real quick, just to wrap up, we do have a bunch of other prizes. If you want to see that poster, you can go to the RPG Limit Break tracker to see. There's an image of it on the site. Unfortunately, we don't have it here in person, so we can't show it off. We do also have in the same prize block, we have our Pixel Remaster. We have some awesome Perlers. We have the Wildermyth Enamel Pin set, and we have this Neptunia hoodie as well. And then, of course, we have the grand prize if you get to it, $100 over the course of the event, so $10 here, $10 there. As long as you get $100 for the entire event, you were entered in to win the Steam Deck, which I wish I had access to right now, I'm not going to lie. I'm going to let these guys get some awesome breakfast over at the hotel and then go get some sleep because y'all earned it. Thank you all so much. Vonnie, take it away.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you very much. Let's go get some breakfast.
Indeed.
Yes, eat up, fellas. You have earned it. And thank you, Ghoul, for bringing it on back here. One thing that we need to talk about, like right now, is we've got a naming incentive for this run that's going to be coming up in just a few minutes here. We've got our 4 Warriors of Light, and if you would like to get a name in for one of them, let me actually give this a refresh right now as I'm talking about it, because the competition is hot. We've got a lot really neck and neck between 3rd and 5th place here. I'm guessing we're only taking the top 4, so you want to get those in. Speaking of which, we have some donations towards that. We got a $100 donation from Team Murdoch that says, "I'm Jack Garland. My mission is to kill chaos." And then we have a $60 donation from Dragon Darts that says, "This is an FF1 run, so therefore there must be a Dan." Good luck on the run, and may Chaos's Casino let at least one of you through. So, yes, if you would like, so we got Garland, we've got Dan there in the running for names. If you would like to change any of that, get your names in now. Now is the time, because obviously we're going to have to cut that off at the beginning of the run. This is when we name our characters. So time is short. Get those donations in, and let's get those naming incentives popping.